This planet's flora, fauna, even its mountains and wines can become extraordinary beings. They can even evolve higher intelligence. And humans are still the masters of this planet, because humans also possess their own extraordinary ability. That is, being a psionicist. Some people can meditate to open up a psychic space in their minds. They can then form contracts with spirit beasts to grow together, and with the help of their psychic space. People have built a civilization completely different from Earth's. It's called the Psionic Era. Psionicists are the elite class of this era. Major corporations all vie for such talent. This world isn't exactly peaceful either. Beyond human territory. It's all territory for extraordinary creatures. Powerful beasts often cause disasters for humans. At times like these, only psionicists can stand against them. Now that I've introduced the world, I should talk about our male lead, right? The pink dot-eyed one in front is our male lead. His name is Yu. Just moments ago, he was an archaeologist on Earth. This young man, after drinking some expired coffee, was instantly transmigrated. Transmigration is truly magical. The first thing the male lead did upon waking was check if he was still a guy, or rather, if he transmigrated as himself. Yu was relieved he was still male, but he'd gone from a handsome middle-aged man to a high school student. That was still pretty depressing. Depressing or not, there's nothing he could do. Since he transmigrated, he should quickly get his thoughts together and familiarize himself with the environment. Yu casually picked up a book by his pillow and started reading. He immediately deflated. It was all about pet postpartum care and new owners' manuals. He felt like his original self must have studied veterinary medicine. Yu also carefully recalled the memories in his mind. This planet is called Blue Star. It's several times the size of Earth. Currently, many areas are still unexplored due to the power of magical beasts. The city he's in is called Binuan City. He's currently working at a pet breeding base as an intern pet breeder. His parents died in a disaster, leaving him an orphan at that moment. The male lead thought, since he transmigrated, like in other manga, he'd live a life of luxury, so he directly activated the smart panel in the room to check his schedule. Looking at it, well, whether he could live that life of luxury was uncertain. Various loan reminders popped up. It seems the previous male lead lived quite frugally, closing all the pop apps. The male lead checked today's schedule. Morning, feed the wild wolf pack. Afternoon, record the growth data of the green cotton worms. These were today's work arrangements. The poor child matures early. This is an unchanging truth in any world. Yu knew that only by becoming a psionicist could he change his present and future life. That's why he became a pet breeder. The wild wolves he had to feed in the morning are pack animals. Fierce, brutal, carnivorous pets. This was the task the male lead had to complete in the morning. The male lead awakened a special psionicist talent, telepathy. Simply put, he could communicate directly with any pet through telepathy. This special talent couldn't be used for combat, but it was very useful in research. He was definitely going to be a high-paid white-collar worker in the future. Thinking this, Yu couldn't help but imagine a pleasant time interacting with the wolves later. Yu, after all, was a transmigrator. He needed to familiarize himself beforehand, so he directly activated his psionic space. Soon, the male lead's consciousness entered the psionic space. An ancient looking book appeared before him, but in his previous memories, there was no recollection of this book. Yu quickly opened the book. It was a new psionic talent. It contained a new skill diagram. Skill book copy. Yu looked at the skill book, amazed that he had gained a second talent. It turns out everyone who opens a psionic space gets a psionic talent skill. Talent skills are divided into enhancement and special types. Enhancement type talents account for 90% of all talent awakeners. They can enhance specific types of spirit beasts. They are typical combat talents. Special type talent awakeners only make up 10%. Special type talents are very complex due to their unique nature. Their skill acquisition methods differ, and their capabilities vary greatly. The male lead was quite pleased that he had awakened a second skill. He was even happier about his future development. The male lead looked at the skill book. This time, he awakened the ability to copy extraordinary creature abilities. The copy ability can be freely taught to creatures other than humans. This copy skill also has requirements. 3 conditions must be met. First, witness the other party using the ability firsthand. Second, have physical contact with the other party. Third, the entire process from seeing to contact must be completed within 1 hour. Another important note is that, depending on the skill level, teaching will consume a certain amount of the user's stamina. The teaching target must match the pet. You can't teach Atto's skill to this polar bear, can you? The male lead deeply studied the new skill. At the same time, he wondered why he awakened a dual talent skill. He figured it must be because he was a transmigrator, one body with 2 souls, which allowed him the chance to awaken a second talent. Did you know? These wolves are about to eat the breakfast the male lead brought. They're all going to treat the male lead as breakfast. It was a beautiful morning. Our male lead, Ayu, happily arrived at the Pet Research Institute, thinking he'd see the cute wolves soon. The male lead happily drove the institute's electric cart to the warehouse to pick up food for the wolves. He quickly found the food. The male lead happily approached, wanting to see what exactly they were feeding the wolves. He shouldn't have looked. It was all exquisite steak. One meal for the wolves was enough for him to live on for a month. His colleagues looked at Ayu, greeting him enthusiastically, startling him. Snow wolves aren't friendly. Also, the unit's medical team is very good, so you can feed them without worrying. Ayu left the warehouse with a nervous heart. Ayu was an orphan, so he rarely interacted with people. So now, Ayu couldn't even remember which colleagues he just met. Not long after, Ayu arrived at the Snow Wolf feeding area. As Ayu was preparing food in the Snow Wolf dining area, he didn't know that a Snow Wolf had been waiting for a long time from above. It was drooling, eyes gleaming, staring at Ayu. Suddenly, Ayu heard a wolf howl and turned to look behind him. It was better not to look, but when he did, he saw a group of burly wolves, exuding cold air appearing before him. At the same time, Ayu used telepathy, clearly hearing the wolf pack say, "Why so late today? We're starving, this guy here." A wolf looked at Ayu, suggesting Ayu should be tastier than the medicine delivered. Ayu, holding the food, looked at the wolf pack, feeling like he was brought as a backup ingredient. Just as things got awkward and tense, a wolf roared, and a more robust, majestic wolf appeared before everyone. Yes, he was the alpha of this Snow Wolf pack, with a swagger that recognized no kin. Amidst the pack's reverence, he walked step by step towards Ayu. This was Ayu's first time seeing the Wolf King, and he trembled looking at the Wolf King, unsure what to do next. At this moment, the Wolf King nudged Ayu's forehead with his nose. Ayu just felt a slight chill, with no other sensation. This was the mark the Wolf King left on Ayu. Afterward, he walked past Ayu. Just then, Ayu's skill book popped out. As Ayu was confused, the skill book automatically opened. Ayu looked, and the Wolf King's skill, Intimidation, was already recorded in the book. Ayu simply copied this skill. This operation was incredibly simple and magical. This is a magical and environmentally friendly idea. Our male protagonist's goal is to raise a giant panda as his pet. Returning to the male protagonist, he was deeply impressed by the replicated skill. He wondered if higher tier pets would let him touch them. At the same time, the protagonist thought, "I can mass produce now." Creating a Snow Wolf King, the protagonist couldn't help but laugh. "I have such strong talent for foresight. I'll definitely sweep everything in the future." The Snow Wolf King, watching the protagonist grin foolishly, wasn't working. He wondered if he had scared the protagonist too much earlier. When did my abilities become so strong? The protagonist sensed the Wolf King's thoughts. He immediately hugged the food and told the Wolf King he wasn't stunned, just happy to see them. Thanks to the Wolf King's mark, Ayu quickly integrated into the Wolf Pack. The Wolf Pack was also very friendly towards the protagonist, allowing Ayu to pet them while petting a Snow Wolf. A prompt sound suddenly occurred. The protagonist thought it was a tutorial prompt. The tutorial showed Snow Wolf Intimidation. Ayu looked at his hand, sighing that his guess was correct. He could manually produce a Wolf King, just as the protagonist was about to try creating a Wolf King to test it. He suddenly thought, if I add another Wolf King, won't the pack go wild? And I might end up as their dinner. After thinking about it, he decided against it. I'll work first. Maybe another time. Until the work was done. The protagonist couldn't replicate any other skills from the Snow Wolves. After all, besides the Wolf King who constantly displayed intimidation, the other wolves didn't use combat skills during meal times. The protagonist happily rode his scooter on the way back, looking at the Qingbai eagles soaring freely in the distant sky as the protagonist enjoyed nature. The skill book reminded him again. New teachable object detected, Qingbai eagle. The protagonist had to exclaim, the skill I just replicated can not only train pandas, but also eagles. The protagonist was very happy, but he still had work to do. He didn't have much time to try it out. On the way back, he saw a giant billboard advertising a special offer for steel beasts. Steel beasts are our national treasure, the giant panda. The protagonist had pre-ordered this type of steel beast. Steel beasts are national treasures on Earth, but on Blue Star, they're just mid-tier extraordinary species. This is because their only skill is hardening, with no other abilities. The protagonist thought the reason for their lack of skills must be laziness. There couldn't be any other reason. Fortunately, on Blue Star, steel beasts' appearance and rarity are still the same. So the protagonist was quite satisfied with his past self's choice. The protagonist thought that with his talent and skills, by bestowing various skills upon the steel beast, It would surely become a princess panda. Thinking this, the protagonist was very happy, looking forward to his future. But right now, he couldn't even afford a discounted steel beast. He'd have to wait 3 months of internship before he could get a loan to buy one and bring it home. In the afternoon, the protagonist quickly arrived at the Kingmian worm experimental area. The afternoon's work was to observe their data. The task was simple. Just observe their behavior and growth data, and record it. The protagonist looked at the somewhat cute and weak young worms. Looking at their data, their evolutionary paths were quite diverse. The protagonist extended a finger for a friendly interaction. "Hello, little guy." The young worm saw this rather ugly. "Human. What does he want?" They all trembled in fear. Just when the protagonist thought he'd succeeded in communicating, the green lotus worms collectively spat a silk mask onto our protagonist. To get to the infirmary, the protagonist faked an illness. Was this all to see the pretty girl? Or was there another motive? This goes back to when the protagonist got that silk mask from the worms and gained the spitting skill. Protagonist, looking at the indignant little guy before him, he felt touched. The intimidation skill could actually be taught. He marveled at how well perception skills match many pets. He also felt his newly acquired skills were accumulating, but not very useful. He didn't have much use for them. The protagonist carefully studied his acquired skills again. Turns out, teaching the green worms again would increase their spitting mastery. The protagonist wanted to try. He looked around, decided it was best not to use it carelessly. The protagonist returned home at night. He found out that the pet base had as many as 51 types of pets. But looking at the skill descriptions, none were the perception skills he wanted. At the same time, the protagonist was pondering a question. Does the second skill have a replication limit? He'd have to experiment himself to find out the result. On the other hand, it's better to focus on acquiring mid-to high-tier skills for now. The protagonist saw a message on his computer. Apparently, their base's medical intern was very famous. Thinking of this, a brilliant idea struck the protagonist. No sooner thought than done. Without hesitation, the protagonist headed straight for the infirmary. One moment he was fine, but the moment he opened the door, he was a severely injured, beautiful youth. Inside the infirmary sat a stunning beauty. This was the infirmary's ace attending physician. After a glance at the protagonist's arm, she said it was nothing serious, just a sprain. A simple treatment would suffice. It wouldn't affect tomorrow's work. Then, a snap of fingers echoed. Green starlight instantly filled the room. A giant dandelion appeared before the protagonist. This was the doctor's specialized pet for treatment. The protagonist watched the dandelion cast its healing spell on him, finding it magical. It was the first time he'd seen a pet heal a person. After the treatment, the protagonist gratefully petted the dandelion. He also praised the doctor's high-level treatment. Meanwhile, the protagonist quickly acquired the dandelion's healing skill. All this happened stealthily. Looking at the skill description in his mind. Skill, rapid healing. Skill level summary. It's a rare, special type of skill. It turns out the protagonist's entire plan was to learn this new skill. He came to the infirmary, not because the doctor was beautiful. The protagonist had already acquired many skills. His internship was complete. He would soon meet his corpse iron beast. Returning to the infirmary, the protagonist watched the dandelion being recalled into space. He thought, indeed, the replication skill could replicate the healing pet skills. Working here would provide many future opportunities. The doctor informed the protagonist his injury was healed. He felt his arm. She also told him. The dandelion reported his injury was minor, not as severe as he made it out to be. The protagonist looked at his hand, then turned and left the infirmary. He thought he'd bring some snacks later to properly thank the doctor. The protagonist lay down, looking at the ceiling. He thought about the intern he just met. An intern who had to take the unified exam for the Intern Association online. Only after passing could they become professional interns. He also thought about his dual intern talent. From intern to official, who knows how long it takes? Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. In these 3 months, the protagonist has acquired quite a few new skills, and also learned that the skill cap is 5. He's also glad he didn't waste time learning DJ skills. New skill 1, superpower, used to enhance visual skills, comes from high-level transcendent birds. New skill 2, absolute sleep, from a certain breeder's high-level transcendent pet, sleep. In a sleep state, physical energy can be quickly restored. The protagonist really likes this skill. because if his pets get injured later, treatment costs will be greatly reduced. The protagonist also wants to quickly improve his level as a pet master. And to improve as a pet master, one needs constant meditation, constant strengthening and modification, expanding his pet space, thereby increasing his level. At the same time, his pets, whether in level or other aspects, will also improve. The larger the pet space, the more pets a pet master can contract. The better the pet space environment, the faster the pets grow, and the more stable the space, the higher the level of contracted pets. Our protagonist has also set a goal for himself, which is to become a professional pet master within a year. Today is a good day. The protagonist has already received his intern certificate. Today he can go pick up the long-awaited iron bamboo beast. The protagonist happily boards the iron bamboo pet base's special vehicle. The country where the protagonist is located is called the Eastern Glorious Ancient Kingdom by other countries. One of the oldest kingdoms, shortened to Dunhuang, and Binyuan City, where he is located, is just a second-tier city in the country. The iron bamboo beast is a specialty pet of Binyuan City, or rather, it's a specialty pet nationwide. While explaining this, our protagonist has already arrived at the breeding base, ready to pick up the iron bamboo beast he reserved. The protagonist looks at the sign of the iron bamboo breeding base. He happily rushes into the base because he's about to get his very first pet. He's a disciplined corpse iron beast. Unlike other beasts who just enjoy life, he constantly trains and strengthens himself. But due to a gap in talent, he's never been able to awaken his innate divine ability. The iron beasts from his generation all awaken their talents at 1 year old, but he's been delayed. The later the awakening, the worse the talent. But his tenacious willpower drives him to keep training, improving himself. This has caused his personality to become different from his peers. This is a very disciplined corpse iron beast. He uses his body strengthening techniques daily just to quickly awaken his hardening ability. Until he met our male lead, Ash. At this moment, his bare life began to change. The events started when Ash laboriously climbed into the pet base. The moment Ash stepped into the base, he was met by a corpse iron beast, as tall as a person. This giant iron beast greeted our male lead with enthusiastic Chinese, while the male lead was still confused. The panda pointed to the badge on its chest and said, "I'm staff, don't be scared." To better communicate with the young iron beasts, all staff members wear corpse iron beast mascot costumes. After learning the story, the iron beast mascot enthusiastically greeted the male lead. At the same time, it suggested that our male lead also buy a mascot costume. Moments later, they arrived at the office. This time, the staff member took off the mascot costume. It turned out to be a beautiful senior student. After processing the registration, the senior student prepared to take our male lead to see the iron beast he was getting. She also informed Ash that this batch of young iron beasts had already been selected, leaving only one. But there's a small issue. The two quickly arrived at the young iron beast area and looked at the little iron beast before them. The little iron beast stared with wide eyes at the two humans, wondering what the annoying humans were here for. The senior student then told the male lead this little iron beast had some issues at birth, so its aptitude is a bit low, but it's a very disciplined panda. It trains its body precisely on time every day. The male lead was happy to hear this. Low talent doesn't matter. I like this kind of motivated personality. He directly told the senior student, "No need to wait. I want this iron beast." The senior student confirmed again, "Are you sure you want this iron beast? Because everyone prefers to get talented ones." Our male lead affirmed and confirmed his answer again. "I'll take it." The senior student was also very happy someone wanted this iron beast. She offered 1 month of iron bamboo for free. The male lead was thrilled. He first thanked the senior student. Why so excited? One word, the male lead is broke. The senior student stepped forward and told the iron beast, "Once you sign a contract with the male lead, you'll have a home. You'll have a home." But our little iron beast has pride. It shouted its slogan, "Iron beasts fear nothing. Never be a slave. I can become strong on my own." But then, our senior student used her turtle spirit to intimidate it. As the saying goes, don't mess with the wife at home. And definitely don't mess with that beautiful older sister. And so, our little panda succumbed to her dominance. It stared with wide eyes at the male lead. The iron beast also gave the male lead its contract requirement. Must provide food and lodging. The male lead readily agreed. He thought, as long as I still have money. And so, the little iron beast agreed to become the male lead's pet. The senior student also praised the male lead, having successfully gained the initial trust of this iron beast. With that, the male lead signed the soul contract with the iron beast. Green starlight gathered slowly between the person and the beast. The stone iron beast saw the green starlight swirling around it. It was very nervous, unsure what to do. As the green golden light slowly rotated, the stone iron beast also slowly disappeared before everyone's eyes. The moment the stone iron beast vanished, it appeared in the male lead's mind space. Simultaneously, in the space, the male lead gave the cute stone iron beast a name. He called it 11. From this moment, 11's transformation began. This was a young worm that loved sunbathing and enjoying life at home. until the moment it met 11. Its rebirth started to change. From then on, its rebirth would be a mix of pain and joy. This all began after our male lead, Ayu, signed the contract with 11. After the male lead finished signing the contract, a warm current flowed through his body. His previously depleted stamina was directly restored. It turned out that 11 was feeding stamina back to Ayu. As the contract's level increases, its master's various skills will also increase accordingly. As long as the male lead's mind space improves, his summon beasts, etc., their levels will also increase. At the same time, the senior student informed Ayu that not only does he need to improve himself, but the food he gives the stone iron beast is also very important. She also told the male lead that the ingredients must be fresh, so he needs to buy them regularly. They offer free home delivery service. Hearing this, the male lead felt his wallet was about to empty again. He then mentioned wanting to bring 11 back often, to get familiar with the previous living environment. The senior student heard that it was all for 11's good, so of course she agreed. However, she informed the male lead that he strictly couldn't freeload meals. The male lead thought that 11's food was essential. For improving its strength, he must work hard and find ways to increase his income. The male lead returned home, which he hadn't visited in a long time. In a moment, although the small courtyard was quite run down, it couldn't dampen his joy of becoming a summoner. With that thought, he opened the summoning array. 11 then appeared before the male lead from the summoning space. She was also very happy to be out. He didn't expect to be summoned to help clean. She affectionately came up to the protagonist, thinking he had a new home. His level would also increase, and he was looking forward to his new life. The protagonist was quite humane, immediately preparing to have Shi awaken his hardening ability. At this moment, Shi extended his short, small hands to inform the protagonist that he had already awakened it after a nap. Shi feared the protagonist wouldn't believe him, so he hardened his right hand to show him. The protagonist was also very happy that he learned it so quickly. The protagonist hadn't forgotten the main purpose of this summon. He directly told Shi to help clean up. As for our Shi, in his young mind, he had never had the concept of cleaning. He had no idea what cleaning was, what it was. Seeing Shi's expression, the protagonist thought about it and decided against it. He decided to try repeated teaching to see how much it would improve Shi. Skill levels are divided into 5 major tiers: beginner, proficient, expert, master, and transcendence. Normally, it takes a month to go from beginner to proficient. If learned through skill teaching, it would improve, but by how much is still unknown. The protagonist would have to explore it himself. The protagonist decided to try the toast skill first. The result was that Shi's compatibility with this skill was 0. For other advanced skills, due to not knowing the stamina cost, he didn't dare to experiment easily. The protagonist looked into the distance at a young worm leisurely sunbathing on a tree, eating leaves. He then directly commanded Shi to begin practical training. He told Shi to catch that young worm from the tree. Shi obeyed and quickly went under the tree, jumping up with a cool hardened arm to break the branch. Where the young worm was, the poor young worm thus fell into Shi's hands. The young worm opened its eyes, seeing the terrifying, hardened hand before it. Its hair stood on end involuntarily. A bad premonition loomed. The young worm had dreams. It immediately jumped from the monster's grip, preparing to escape the terrifying human and beast that didn't look friendly. It was a free little green worm, whose favorite things to do each day were eating leaves and sunbathing, until it met him. Its skill, which hadn't improved in a long time, had suddenly improved again. Everything that happened began from the moment the disliked little panda knocked it off the tree. For convenience, this little green worm, we'll call it Qingxi from now on. Upon seeing you, for the sake of dignity, it sprayed 80 your old Qingxi at our protagonist. It said our protagonist was a highly trained, first.time Qingxi user. How could he possibly be bound by such a simple Qingxi? The result was that the little green worm was once again startled by the protagonist, and our detestable Ayu even threatened a little green worm, saying if it didn't behave, he treat it as Shi's dinner. And our Shi cooperated perfectly, drooling menacingly. Anyway, I've never heard of pandas eating worms, but under the intimidation of the human and beast, the little green worm yielded. This is what the protagonist wanted. He directly picked up the little green worm and began teaching the toast skill. The effect was very obvious. The pattern on Qingxi's skill increased by another stripe, representing a level increase in its ability. And at this moment, Qingxi felt the experience of countless toasts flood into its mind. It felt itself getting stronger. At this moment, it was fearless. It jumped directly from the protagonist's palm to counterattack. No longer a cowardly little green worm, the moment it jumped, its silk binding was executed in one fluid motion, firmly tying the protagonist's hands. With all his might, our male lead strains his bound hands. The red thorns immediately break apart. Doesn't he realize our male lead's been single for so many years? His arm strength is hard-earned. Our little Qing can only submit once more to the male lead's slight pressure. She vows to find a chance to deal with them later. Little King's improvement this time isn't just in skills. Even her own strength and physique have undergone a transformation. She just hasn't realized it herself yet. When our male lead opens his skill guide again, He finds all the skills recorded are now grayed out, unusable. Upon closer inspection, they require an 8-hour cooldown. It's actually a protective mechanism. If there were no time limit for continuous skill summoning, our male lead could easily die from exhaustion. If basic skills are like this, then lower tier ones probably need 1 to 2 days. Mid tier or high tier ones online would likely take even longer. The male lead suddenly thinks, summoned beasts get nutritional supplements, so there must be food for them too. He decides to check the shop when he has time. Turning around, the male lead prepares to make dinner. He has bamboo shoots from 11, perfect for cooking. He tells 11 he can rest now, but 11 is a training fanatic. He insists on continuing his workout instead of resting. He wants to be the boss of the panda world, the king of summoners. The male lead can't do anything about the panda's enthusiasm, so he agrees to let the panda continue training in the yard. So, how will 11 train? The direct answer is to train by headbutting walls. How could our male lead possibly agree to that? He immediately refuses. He suggests focusing on hardening specific body parts first, from time to release in these directions. 11 gives a positive affirmation and begins today's training. The male lead thinks he needs to earn money quickly to buy 11 training equipment. Otherwise, the walls at home are dangerous. Suddenly, the male lead realizes that the heavy thoughts can be utilized well. The high quality is worth the price. Decided I'll do more of this when I have free time. Cultivate it. And so it went until evening. She finally crashed from exhaustion. She fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed. The reason she was like this was her fear of not being strong or diligent enough. Afraid of being abandoned again. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the male lead was fully revived. Before improving Shi's skills, he planned to visit the shop first, see what tonics were available, so he wouldn't faint after teaching. On the streets, it wasn't cars anymore, but people pulling carts. Ashi, seeing this for the first time, was bewildered. Truly green, eco-friendly, and pollution-free. Watching these magical scenes, Ashi arrived at the pharmacy, ready to buy some supplements. Through the owner's introduction, Ashi learned the acquisition standards for insect silk. Higher quality means higher price. They could buy it directly here. The male lead looked at the dazzling array of items, feeling his wallet's thickness rapidly decrease. If he couldn't become a pre-seller within a year, he'd have to go back to a regular job. After shopping, the male lead returned home. He distributed the supplements to Shi and himself. The male lead bought items that could allow pre-sellers to instantly recover their mental energy when in a weakened state, reaching saturation. With these assurances, the male lead immediately went to the yard and activated the summoning array. He summoned Shi. The array finished. A refreshed Shi appeared before the male lead. The first thing Shi did upon appearing was demand 6 hours of training to improve herself. But the male lead told Shi not to rush training and to try the hardening technique first to see how much it improved her. Stars lit up around Shi. The hardening technique was constantly improving Shi's proficiency. Training complete. Separated from the male lead, she immediately took a divine pill to recover, to avoid fainting from overuse of mental energy. Meanwhile, Shi instantly felt her combat power increase. She had boundless energy. Everyone knew Shi's personality. With more energy and such improvement, she just had to test her fists. She threw a punch at the ground. The poor ground cracked into pieces. Clearly, the punch's power had increased greatly. Seeing this, the male lead didn't worry about Shi, but felt sorry for the ground being broken. It would cost money to repair. Shi, not understanding any of this, quickly told the male lead, I've suddenly become super strong. Look, my power has increased again. The annoyed male lead told Shi, all of this is from the improvement I just gave you. Your hardening skill has reached level 2. As the male lead was gloating, thinking Shi, will you still be in a hurry to train now? He didn't realize Shi was also thinking, I improved so much without doing anything. This doesn't feel right. It's too unsettling. The male lead saw Shi's doubt and said he would take back the skill boost he just gave. The skill increase. How could Shi agree to that? He was going to be the king of pre-sellers. He flatly refused the male lead. Shi decided that since he gained this without effort, he would train for an extra 24 hours today. He would stick to self-discipline to the end. Seeing this, the male lead was completely impressed. If I, Z, could be this disciplined at work, I'd probably be close to becoming the richest man. And so, Shi trained himself in the yard. While our male lead researched skill paths, the male lead looked at the hardening skill tutorial. It could only be used again after 24 hours. He was also thinking about what's next. Shi's skill training also needed to be systematized. Training shouldn't be too casual. At the same time, the male lead's own training needed improvement. The most important thing was to improve the pre-selling space. First, increase the strength of the pre-selling space to prepare for adding powerful beings in the future for them to bear. Second, increase the scale of the pre-selling space to contract multiple beasts simultaneously, suitable for team combat, winning by numbers. Third, improve the environment of the pre-selling space. This would increase the efficiency of digesting food and nutrients within the space. the better the environment, the faster the growth. The male lead thought for a moment. The most important thing now was to improve the environment. This way, Shi's growth would be very fast. And so, the male lead began meditating to improve the porcelain space. He needed to give Shi the best living environment. Just a moment ago, the cute little Ching was enjoying life. The next moment, he was so scared he doubted his rebirth, all because a panda in front of him was using its fist to friendly collide with a steel plate on the ground because it wanted to become stronger, to become the most diligent, the most invincible panda. Oh, and that wasn't just any steel plate. It was titanium alloy. After a period of training, and the male lead scale was stole, Shi had improved to help Shi train better, and also to protect the walls at home and the house. He ordered many titanium alloy plates for Shi to use. Seeing that the male lead bought him so many training equipment, Shi was very happy. This brought him one step closer to becoming a strong person. The male lead told Shi, these steel plates, you should lay them on the ground, several layers thick, then strike downwards. Start from the trees, then the roof, harden your whole body and jump down. This was the male lead's creative training method. The falling training method, he also told Shi, one day, if you can jump from the clouds and be unharmed, then you'll truly be invincible. No need to say, 11 would happily hug the male lead's leg tightly to show gratitude. Then came the scene from the beginning. 11 happily and proudly trained every steel plate. At the same time, under the male lead's guidance, he also learned healing magic. If injured, he could just use his skills to fix himself. And if hungry, he could just eat the shattered steel plates. This even saves money on food. What a disciplined panda. Now, due to 11's increased level, eating bamboo no longer provides any benefit to his body. So his food source's toughness is also constantly improving because he also has another name, Corpse Beast. Meanwhile, the king's level has also increased. Proficiency reached level 4. Now, the Earth Silk is comparable in strength to fishing line. The male lead is also experiencing this. As the frequency of use increases, his own physical fitness is also continuously improving and climbing. Now, 11's hardening proficiency has reached the master level. It can be fluidly applied all over his body, at will. Seeing 11's current achievements, the male lead feels it's time for real combat to test his current ability level. 11 is eager for the upcoming real combat, because real combat is also a necessary path for every magical beast's growth. For a magical beast's growth, 3 paths are indispensable. The first is food, the second is training, the third is combat. For now, what's needed isn't a life or death battle, but rather combat conducted in a formal venue, under regulated conditions. Not long after, the male lead took 11 to the Great Dam to head to the nearest fighting arena for real combat training. Upon arriving at the arena, they learned the rules. There are 2 combat categories. One is scheduled combat, where opponents are arranged in advance. They provide the venue, referee, and attire services. The second is random combat. The arena assigns opponents randomly, based on basic information. Similar services are provided. Additionally, random combat is divided into 2 groups. One group is for levels 1.6 based on pre-sale levels. Another group is for levels 7.10. The male lead happily fills out the registration form, then waits in the lobby for his next random match. This student is the male lead's opponent for the next match. He looks like a top student because at school, he can no longer find suitable opponents. He came today precisely to find someone who can help him improve further. The 2 quickly arrive at the battle arena to prepare for the upcoming fight. Will our 11 be defeated right away? Or will he achieve his first victory? With the referee starting whistle, the male lead and the glasses guy simultaneously activate their spirit spaces. 2 battle beasts quickly appear in the arena. Armored Beast, Attribute, Soldier. Race level, Intermediate. Extraordinary growth level, Awaken level 6. Skill, Ice Barrage. Soldier skills are at the Proficient level, Iron Beast, Attribute, Metal. Race level, Intermediate, Extraordinary growth level. Awaken level 5. Skill, Hardening, Master level. High speed healing, Beginner level. Watching from the stands, 2 female students see the male lead and his opponent's match. They recognize the guy with glasses as their classmate, Chen Kai. It turns out Chen Kai is the top student at their school. He's very strong. In the school, few can match him. They also worrying for our male lead, because he also has an Iron Beast. So they know that early stage Iron Beasts are difficult to train and level up. Therefore, they don't have high hopes for the male lead. Back in the arena, 11 and the Armored Beast are facing off in the arena, ready to attack at any moment, following Chen Kai's command. He orders his Armored Beast to use Soldier's Charge. The Armored Beast unleashes its skill, rapidly approaching 11 and attacking. The goal is to finish the fight quickly, before 11 can react. The male lead reacts swiftly. He shouts, "Harden." 11 reacts just as quickly. He immediately uses his skill, hardening his palm. His training wasn't in vain. His speed is incredible. The result, Claws and Iron Fist collide rapidly. Their first clash occurs. Immediately after, the armored beast's scream is heard. Its ice claws shatter, failing to harm 11. 11 quickly hardens his entire body to defend against any further attacks from the armored beast and to test his training results, while Chen Kai is still shocked that the armored beast's attack failed. 11's counter-dot attack has already begun. 11 leaps high into the air. He rapidly gathers his hardening skill into his right fist. Chen Kai immediately gives an order to the armored beast. Quickly use Ice Barrage to defend. The armored beast reacts swiftly, immediately casting its skill. Soon, energy gathers before it, forming an ice shield. This is when 11's fist descends from the sky towards the armored beast. A deafening sound echoes throughout the arena. 11's Iron Fist and the armored beast's ice shield rapidly collide. A fierce sound rings out. The armored beast's defense is broken. The armored beast is sent flying out of the arena by the force of the attack. Chen Kai watches the armored beast's defeat, feeling it's unreal. The armored beast is level 6, and its skills are at the proficient level. It shouldn't lose to a level 5 iron beast, unless its skill proficiency reaches master level or higher. But master.level skills require magical beasts of level 7 or higher to possess. Everything that just happened is too unbelievable. The referee quickly approaches the armored beast, asking if it can still continue fighting. It seems it can't. Chen Kai looks at the injured armored beast. Meanwhile, the referee is also puzzled. This is the fastest fight he's ever seen. He also marvels, how is the ability of this iron beast trained? And the students above are also wondering how he trained. Why is his so much worse? Going home, he decides to give his own beast some serious tutoring. Chen Kai lost here. He feels there are too many monsters outside. Today, his first time leaving campus, he got wiped out. He decides the campus is more suitable for him. Meanwhile, Shaggy is triumphant after his first win, feeling smug. His colleagues are still talking. Have you ever seen steel plates at 4 a.m.? And so, with the referee announcing the victor, this battle came to an end. Chen Kai, unwilling to accept it, steps forward to ask, is the protagonist a student? Upon learning he just graduated, he feels slightly better. If they were all students, it would be too tragic. If they're graduated, it means they have some advantage over him. Suddenly, he thinks of a question. Graduating this year. Graduation isn't supposed to be a month away. The referee informs him that for students in medical care and professional breeding, they intern early, so they graduate a bit sooner. Chen Kai's last shred of hope vanishes. He lost to a classmate who isn't even in a combat major. He thinks for a moment, then gives up. He'll go to the infirmary to treat the armored beast first. He also decides to train hard from now on to improve himself. After the fight at the arena, the protagonist and Shaggy head directly to the Pre-Dot Sale Association to see if there are any Pre-Dot Sale missions to complete. These missions are carefully selected by the Pre-Dot Sale Association, specifically for apprentice Pre-Dot Sale Masters. They are divided into 3 levels, from easy to difficult, classified from 1 star to 3 star missions. The association's core purpose is to train and improve Pre-Dot Sale Masters by releasing missions. Of course, the missions are bound to be complex. The protagonist quickly arrives at the self-service mission application machine. Let's see what missions are available that can improve Shaggy's abilities. Most importantly, finding a Pre-Dot Sale Master of level 7 or higher for sparring. Because Shaggy has only been doing jump dot training at home, it's not a sustainable method. Over time, he fears it might cause mental issues. Judging by Shaggy's training in the arena today, it's clear Shaggy quite enjoys this kind of combat training. The protagonist looks at the mission descriptions. He finds them all quite unbelievable. The description reads, recently, a large organized gang of stray cat bandits has been causing trouble. Capture is urgently needed. He muses, stray cats are forming gangs now and coordinating crimes. Considering that many extraordinary creatures now possess considerable intelligence, it's quite possible. The protagonist looks at the various descriptions on the mission panel. They're all rather random tasks. He can't find any suitable missions for Shaggy. They're all things like escorting in the wild, capturing wild creatures, or catching earth elementals, similar tasks. Capturing wild creatures. This mission must have been posted by a restaurant, because phoenixes are a delicacy and quite expensive. But considering Shaggy doesn't have flight skills, capturing a phoenix would be quite difficult. Also, phoenixes are agile and flock together. Shaggy would easily be mobbed and wouldn't be able to use his true strength. At the same time, the protagonist decides to teach Shaggy the skill of superpower. This will improve his agility and reaction speed. After looking around, only this Catch the Earth Rat quest actually fits 11. Earth Rats are low-level mobs. Skill, Earth Shield. Good at escaping underground. Attack power is just average. Compared to others, it's an easy win. He thought for a second, then took the Extermination quest. Just then, he saw his opponent, Chen Kai, entering the hall too. He warmly went up to ask, "You here for a quest too?" Chen Kai saw him soloing the Earth Rat quest and felt confused, because for this one, teamwork is way more effective. You need backup to catch them properly. So, Chen Kai decided to team up with him. His motive was simple, just to see how 11 usually trains. Seeing his enthusiasm, the protagonist readily agreed. Chen Kai suggested finding 2 more people. It'd make things much smoother to finish the job properly. He promised to find new members tonight. So he took 11 back home. It was time to teach 11 a new skill, the supervision skill. Once activated, visual ability gets a massive buff, easily spotting enemies' weak points. Just like that, 11 leveled up again. But after the teaching session, he fell back into a weakened state. With supervision active, 11 saw everything in the yard clearly at night. 11 was hyped and loved this skill. Because now, even at night, training could continue. Chen Kai returned home and hit up his classmates to see if anyone was down for tomorrow. Then, a girl D met him. Hey, I saw you at the arena today. Chen Kai instantly recalled his defeat and being seen by this classmate. No need to say the whole class, and even the school probably knows. He was taken down by some nobody. And so, the next day, Zhuang Yue and another classmate also came to do a mission because he wanted to know how the others' contract beasts were trained and wanted to learn. Under the enthusiastic introduction of 2 girls, the male lead and the others got acquainted. The male lead could only reply awkwardly. Here, Chen Kai introduced his contract beast, Dingjia Beast, level 6, mastering the skill of soldier formation and soldier block. Zhuang Yu's contract beast, Stone Beast, level 6. Master the beginner. Level hardening, fish spirit, contract beast thorn monster. Level 6. Master the proficient. Level entangle skill. Our male lead introduced his contract beast, Stone Beast, level 5. Mastering the expert. Level hardening skill. This introduction left the 3 people in front speechless. A level 5 contract beast mastering an expert level skill. This all felt too unscientific. The male lead said, when you see 11's training, you'll understand his abilities. Soon, the 4 arrived at the farmland, and to everyone's cheers, began to catch earth burrowers at the same time. The 4 also summoned their respective contract beasts. This is Bingjia Beast and Jinji Guan. These are 2 stone beasts. The small one is our 11. Isn't it cute? Next, they began to catch the earth burrowers in the fields. A panda is still a cat. Its mascot catching ability is no less than that of a professional feline. Let's see how 11 and scientifically catches mice. The 4-person team quickly summoned their pets, ready to start catching the earth burrowers in the fields, and the pets that came out together looked at each other curiously. Meanwhile, the Bingjia Beast was so scared it was trembling. 11, upon appearing, was already rubbing his hands together, excited and ready for a big fight. Soon, everyone found the traces of the earth burrowers, preparing to catch the first earth burrower of the day. The earth burrower was still happily hugging an apple, because it had a bountiful harvest today, thinking it was a good day. Here, the thorn monster disguised itself as a plant, slowly approaching the earth burrower. The earth burrower was still quite alert. Sensing movement, it quickly escaped the vine's coverage. At the same time, the Bingjia Beast launched a freezing attack, preparing to freeze the earth burrower and immobilize it. But the earth burrower leapt, jumping right over the Bingjia Beast's attack range. It prepared to jump into a hole to escape. In this dangerous situation, an accident occurred. A terrifying figure appeared above, quickly descending towards the hole in front of it. It turned out to be 11, dropping from the sky. He directly blocked the earth burrower's escape route home, while the earth burrower was stunned. It was caught by the thorn monster. And all of this was thanks to 11's presence, leading to the successful capture. Soon, everyone divided the areas and began today's mass dog catching operation. Here, our male lead gave 11 today's mission objective. Just catch 20 earth burrowers before noon. Meanwhile, 11 informed the male lead that his goal was to catch 200. The male lead found this unbelievable. The male lead warned 11, I don't care how many you catch, but you're not allowed to damage the crops or fruit trees. If you damage them, you'll pay. It'll be deducted from 11's food expenses. 11 happily agreed, because he just wanted to train. Soon, 11 enthusiastically went to the fields to catch earth burrowers, and very quickly, causing the earth burrowers in the fields to flee in terror. Not long after, 11 had caught many earth burrowers. Proud of his mouse catching ability, he also suggested the male lead give him our shield skill. Meanwhile, the technical elder was quickly recording the number of earth burrowers caught. He also marveled, this stone beast is unlike any I've seen before. The other 3, after some time catching, came to the male lead. They found that 11 was still enthusiastically catching earth burrowers. The male lead proudly told everyone, my stone beast spends its days training besides eating. Compared to its usual training at home, this is nothing. Chen Kai also saw that 11 had already caught 20 earth burrowers, averaging 1 every 5 minutes. This rate is just too unscientific. Still stone beasts might not get tired, but the owner's mental energy is also consumed. The male lead explained, I bought elixirs. Take one when you have time, and your mental energy will be instantly restored. Chen Kai looked at this and thought, I didn't lose unfairly before. Look at their god-like training. Then look at me. There's a reason for the gap. Here, the mission results were tallied. The male lead's team caught 20.2. Chen Kai's team caught 7. Jingjing's team caught 6. And Zhuang Yue only caught 2. Because his stone beast was just too lazy. Upon hearing this, 11 emphasized, don't call stone beasts lazy. They all work. There are still diligent stone beasts. The male lead brought lunch boxes, calling everyone to eat lunch. While everyone was eating lunch, 11 was diligently going back and forth in the fields, training his reaction speed. Zhuang Yue then asked the male lead, why is your stone beast so active? When I went to the base before, why didn't I notice this? Chen Kai also asked the male lead, are people from your school all this dedicated to training? Shou Chang kept training, while the owner constantly took elixirs to maintain his mental energy, spirit. The male lead didn't know how to answer, because his 11 was inherently special, and he benefited from his own special skills. He couldn't reveal all of that. Just tell them it's others' leftovers. Just a lucky find. All pure luck. Chen Kai hears the explanation, decides to learn from 11. Gotta crank up the training intensity. Seeing Chen Kai's determination, he can only silently wish them luck. Chen Kai then asks him if he's aiming for Beast Tamer or the breeder's certification. He thinks for a bit and says he'll go for Tamer first. That's the main long-term goal. He thinks if he became a breeder, with his unique skills, he'd be swimming in cash by now. But if his talent gets exposed, he'd likely end up as a lab rat. Skill tiers are still the mainstream. Might makes right in this world. So he decides power is the only way to go. Before getting strong enough, he must hide his talent. He also decides to study higher tier monsters to level up 11's abilities. Boosting power is key to survival. Chen Kai plans to sign up for the next exam or the one after. There's still 6 months left. For the beast, they must reach level 10 to qualify, but our protagonist is determined to pass this time. He only has enough cash for 6 months. He won't last a year and a half. He needs 11 to level up fast. 2,000 years ago, Binyuan had no snow, so why the name Ice Plain? Where did the surrounding snow mountains come from? The city was quite developed back then. It was a beast tamer tribe's land. Suddenly, an ice dragon flew in and landed on the mountain range. It was incredibly powerful, just by resting there. It triggered a mini ice age. Nearby tribes suffered greatly. Eventually, the Tamer tribe formed a resistance to drive it out. A long, brutal war ensued. The Snow Peaks were born then. Now there's an ice dragon ruin up there. Rumor has it its bones are sealed inside, sealed by the ancient Tamers. Even today, around the ruins, dragon pressure still lingers. But it's been 2,000 years. Even that dragon must be completely gone by now. One theory suggests its spirit remains, haunting the mountain beasts, making them go feral and attack the city. Outside the city, Chen Kai discusses evolving beasts from awakening to extraordinary, but our protagonist knows. For 11, reaching extraordinary in 6 months is hard, but hitting awakening level 10 is doable. He wants the special exam, fighting above his rank. 11 definitely has the chops. With his support, its skill mastery is easily on par with extraordinary beasts. Taking them on should be a breeze. Chen Kai feels totally outclassed. Level 5 11 already. Mastered expert level skills. It's just built different. While they're eating lunch and chatting about the future, alarms suddenly blare. A warning screams through the speakers. City with beast tide. Orange alert. Massive monsters swarm approaching the walls. The threat level is escalating. Hearing the alarm, villagers grab their belongings and head to the shelters. They're calm and orderly, no panic. Clearly, they've done this before. Chen Kai and the others. End of sequence. We're encountering this for the first time. They were very nervous and sure of what to do. The village chief then informed them that with this happening, today's rat dog catching mission was postponed. You can all go back. Chen Hai stepped forward to ask what creeping meant. He had only seen it in books and on TV before. This was the first time he personally experienced something like this. The village chief told him he wasn't very clear on it either. It's probably the animals on the snow mountain that are restless again, looking to come down the mountain for food. He then reminded the 4 of them to hurry back and call for help. The male lead was quite calm. because things are different now compared to 10 years ago. A tall wall has been built between the snow mountain and the town. Inside the wall, there's also the pre.sale city association's pre.sale cores. They are the first line of defense against the creeping threat. There shouldn't be any problems. The alarm is probably just a heads up for everyone. There's no real danger. The male lead suggested that they should still go back and check the situation. The pre.sale association might have accurate news about this creeping event. Soon, the group arrived at the pre.sale association, but they learned that they didn't know the specifics either. They only knew it had happened several times this month. 2 blue alerts, 1 orange alert. At this moment, Teacher Zhang came up to greet them from behind. He was Chen Kai's pre.sale teacher. He happened to be nearby and came to check. They introduced themselves to each other. They also learned that Jingjing and the male lead were their friends. Teacher Zhang then asked them why they were here. Were they perhaps wondering about the creeping alert? The male lead, along with the others, headed to a quieter place. At the same time, he thought that if it were dangerous, he'd prepare to take 11 and run back to the city early. Teacher Zhang told them not to worry. Things are different now compared to 10 years ago. Defenses have been strengthened. Fengxia's cores are also on standby at all times. The creatures on the snow mountain can no longer threaten Icefield City. Hearing this, Chen Kai asked in confusion, so a beast tide could still happen. I also followed up. Aren't the mountain monsters ice dot types? They should love the snow. Why would they come down and start a horde? Mr. Zhang replied. There are many reasons for beast tides, like fighting over food resources or intense competition. Anything can trigger them, but the Snow Mountain Horde and the one from 10 years ago are still highly debated. The exact cause remains unknown, but there is a legend about the origins of Icefield City, tied to the ice dragon sealed on the mountain. The plaza statue actually spoke, and I was the only one who heard it. Wait, is the statue a tamed beast too? And an ancient one at that. This all started when Mr. Zhang was explaining Icefield City's legends to the class. When the students heard the beast tide might have been caused by the spirit of the ancient ice dragon, everyone was pretty spooked. He also mentioned that archaeologists dug up this very statue from the ruins and set it up here, likely an ancient tribal totem. Staring at it, I couldn't help but think this thing defeated the ice dragon. I highly doubted the legend. Right when I was questioning it, a voice suddenly echoed in my head, telling me that wasn't true. I was completely stunned. It reminded me of the Ultraman meme. You have to believe in the light. I wondered if I was about to transform. At the same time, I realized the statue had no signs of life. If something was off about it, it wouldn't be on display here. But that voice just now definitely came from this rock. Well, I was deep in thought. Jingjing came over and asked if I was okay, since I was sweating bullets. I snapped out of it and said I was fine, just admiring the statue's details. Got a bit lost in it. I kept the talking statue a secret. Judging by everyone's faces, I was the only one who heard it. My imagination ran wild. Had this thing been around so long that it actually gained a soul, it's possible. If it was a tamed beast or a monster in a crowded place like this, the tamers would have noticed by now. People with telepathy weren't exactly rare. Mr. Zhang wrapped up his lecture. He had things to do, so he took his leave, reassuring us. As for the beast tide, don't worry about it. Plenty of tamers will handle it. Just focus on your training. Seeing the teacher leave, Chen Kai asked the group, are we still doing the whack.a.mully quest? I told him no. Maybe later. I had stuff to do at home. I was heading out. I made up an excuse and bailed quickly. I even turned down dinner with Chuan Yue and Jingjing, leaving Chen Kai pretty bummed out because he didn't even get my number. I didn't go home. I went straight to the library to check up on Blue Star's history. Blue Star's history is divided into 3 eras. The Mythic Era, the Totem Era, and the Beast Taming Era. The Mythic Era was allegedly when the very first mythical creatures were born and ruled the planet. The Totem Era saw the birth of humanity, struggling to survive by any means in the territories of powerful beasts. The Beast Taming Era was when humans mastered beast taming. It split into ancient and modern times. The turning point was over a century ago, when 7 human nations formed an alliance. But the divisions between these eras have a lot of missing gaps, like why the first mythic beasts vanished, or what Icefield City went through 2,000 years ago. There are no clear records. Reading through these files, I told myself to stop being so curious. In my past life, historical research led me to unknown mythologies. And one sip of coffee later, boom, transmigrated. I reminded myself, no more curiosity. Isn't a simple otaku life good enough? Why risk my neck doing dangerous research? Long story short, I just wanted to enjoy life and enjoy the thrill of making money. Blue Star's history is full of mysteries, with a highly realistic mythic system. I definitely repeat my past life's mistakes. I forced myself to stop overthinking it, but shortly after, I found myself right back at the statue, ready to study this thing properly. To figure out what was really going on. Like a crazy person, I whispered to it. Was that you talking to me earlier today? You were refuting Mr. Jang's history, right? Am I wrong? I kept interrogating the rock like a lunatic. Honestly, before the statue could even reply, a straitjacket would probably find me first. Had I lost my mind? In the dead of night, sneaking out to talk to a statue. It all started because the teacher taught us about Icefield, city's history today, and I heard the statue object. So I came back late to chat, but I just ended up pissed off. Because after all that talking, the statue didn't make a peep. It just stood there stiffly. I really wanted to know the true history. Because in my past life, I was an archaeologist. The history taught in class was mostly guesswork. Nothing was ever proven. He wanted to know the real history. At this moment, he got pissed, filled with rage, and clinging to a final thread of hope. Great statue, tell me. I can uncover the historical truth. This time, the statue reacted. It started trembling violently, emitting a deep rumbling sound, as if answering him. Suddenly, the statue cracked right down the middle. Purple light burst from inside it. Moments later, it completely shattered. A pillar of purple light shot into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. He stared at the unfolding chaos, completely stunned. He didn't get his answers. Instead, an accident happened. The purple beam didn't just flash and fade. It grew even more intense, piercing straight through the clouds, illuminating the whole city, lingering there. Right now, he didn't care about the truth anymore, because he knew he messed up big time. The statue was busted, shooting a purple laser. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. In his past life, his obsession with history got him reincarnated here. No way he was touching his old profession again. This line of work was just too dangerous. People all over the city poked their heads out, staring up at the sky, wondering if it was a beast-tide attack. Some guessed it was a minor earthquake, but their faces were still full of panic. Inside an office at the Beast Taming Association, an assistant was giving the president a report on the anomaly. The president didn't look worried at all. In fact, he looked thrilled because he thought of a possibility. If true, this could actually be great news for them. Meanwhile, our guy sprinted home. He took out all the beast food he had. He urged 11 to eat up, hoping the cub would grow up fast so he could protect his fragile beast tamer. Clueless, 11 the panda was just ecstatic. Normally, food was strictly rationed. Today's happiness came way too suddenly. He seriously regretted being so nosy. Why did he have to go talk to a rock? Now look at the massive trouble he caused. Such a huge commotion, too. He made a decision until things blew over. He would just lay low at home. Unless it was for groceries, he absolutely wasn't stepping out of the house. He figured Zicheng needed some care too. If the bug leveled up, it might be useful. As a result, he dumped a ton of food on Zicheng. This is for you. Zicheng froze, wondering if his master was sick. At the same time, he had a bad feeling about this. This was a magical planet, a world where humans and tamed beasts coexisted. There were countless magical creatures, and many hidden secrets lurking around. Like OMC, Xiaoyu, who curiously whispered to a statue, ending up cracking it and blasting a purple beam into the sky. Terrified, Xiaoyu booked it straight home, seeking comfort from his panda, 11. Right now, 11 was only at awakening level 5, but his hardening skill had already reached proficient level. Usually, even level 10 beasts couldn't reach the proficient tier. Plus, high dot speed healing and super sight were both at entry level. 11 had vastly surpassed his peers. Next, Xiaoyu planned to focus on strengthening the proficiency of his mastered skills. He also arranged for his pet Zicheng to be 11's sparring partner. Zicheng saw the look in their eyes and felt chills running down his spine. Currently, the king's silk spinning wasn't just basic silk anymore. With higher proficiency came many new tricks. Like the current Silk Ray, it was a newly developed skill. Even though the power was slightly lacking, the speed and density were pretty decent. It was perfect for training 11 to dodge tiny, stealthy attacks. It also helped precision train 11's partial body hardening, letting him block attacks with minimal energy loss. These were all solid training methods, leaving the two little guys to train at home. Xiaoyu went out to buy some daily supplies. Walking down the street, he heard people gossiping about the shattered statue, the loud boom, discussing if it was related to a beast tide. He was terrified they'd trace it back to him. Sure, that area didn't have cameras, but there might be some magical beast that could track him down. He definitely didn't want any part in this mess. Meanwhile, the purple beam hadn't faded. After multiple experts investigated, they confirmed it was a secret realm entrance, or basically, an ancient ruin space. This lady was a renowned archaeologist. She had failed to investigate the ice dragon ruins before, but she felt this new ruin held tons of historical secrets. She asked around to see if, during yesterday's incident, there were any other anomalies in the area. The association president informed her that a historical statue in their courtyard had collapsed, the very one sitting right by the entrance. Hearing this, She knew this secret realm wasn't a random event. Someone had actively triggered a trace of history. She couldn't help but wonder, is there another telepath who can listen to the voice of history? Back to 11. High dot speed healing. And Super Sight's ultimate combo was finally mastered. Xiaoyu really wanted 11 to go all out now, to see what level of opponent he could take on. But on second thought, it was better to keep grinding. Good opponents were hard to find anyway, so he went to the supply store to buy mental pills to boost his own spiritual power. The clerk noticed Xiaoyu's buying frequency and the huge quantities. They couldn't help but sigh. Students these days were way too competitive. Just as the clerk was marveling, Xiaoyu casually asked why the association was locked down lately. The clerk's eyes lit up hearing this, because he knew a lot of inside dirt. Leading our MC to think Ping Cheng was about to take off, Xiaoyu was pretty confused, but he let the guy continue. Turns out a secret realm popped up at the association. What he didn't know was that Xiaoyu, had accidentally caused this whole mess. In this beast-taming world, secret realms have existed since ancient times. They hold tons of rare resources, and plenty of fierce beasts live inside. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. But how many people actually know how they form? Or why they hold both loot and lethal threats? Actually, it's just like a beast tamer's taming space. When a weak beast dies, its space collapses with it. But when a powerful beast dies, its space might survive. That's one way these secret realms are born. Any living thing can enter a secret realm. Depending on the tamer, the exploration level varies, but they're all great for beast growth. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was really puzzled. Why are they always ancient? He learned that only ancient, legendary level beasts had that kind of power. Modern beast tamers rarely reach that level. The clerk also told him, even if there's no loot inside, the natural resources are incredibly rich. Plus, it drives up the local economy. Hearing there might be monsters inside, and that it's super dangerous, Xiaoyu instantly lost all interest, knowing his screwed up. Actually brought Ping Cheng a lucky break. He figured it was Owen and headed home. Once home, he stood at the door, muttering an apology to the statue. Because right now, even if he wanted to help, he couldn't get near that secret realm. Honestly, he had zero desire to explore ruins or dig up history. That stuff was way too risky for him. Better wait until he actually leveled up. Suddenly, a knock on the door. Someone yelled they had a gift for him. Xiaoyu lit up. Free stuff, nice. He figured they knew he was an orphan who needed some love, so they brought presents before he could even celebrate. The voice outside yelled that no one was home, and they were gonna breach the door. Terrified, Xiaoyu rushed to open it. Who the hell delivers gifts with explosives? Opening the door, he thought the statue incident was exposed. The authorities had definitely come to arrest him in this world. Or a tracking. Divination, future sight, supernatural creatures. Having these bizarre abilities is completely normal. The courtyard door swung open. Standing there was the history expert, bringing a white demon lion right to his doorstep. Seeing this lineup, Xiaoyu was speechless. The visitor introduced herself as Lu Qingyi, an archaeology PhD from Ancient Capital University and a member of the Dongguan Archaeology Association. She was here to ask him a few questions. An archaeology PhD, and from one of the top 9 universities. He looked at her with pity. She was a pretty girl, if a bit scheming. Why ruin her life with archaeology? Xiaoyu quickly introduced himself. I'm Xiaoyu, an employed apprentice beast tamer, and he welcomed Lu Qingyi inside. In the yard, 11 stared at the stranger and her beast. He was super curious about the lion. Lu Qingyi was straightforward, no beating around the bush. She asked him point-blank, the cracked statue at the association. Was that his doing? She assured him she meant no harm. She just wanted to know, what did the statue say to you? Xiaoyu looked at 11 and the others and asked in confusion, was that statue alive? He learned the statue wasn't technically alive. She explained, you know how, telepathy only works on living things. That's for most telepaths, but some are special because certain dead objects carry heavy things, faith, conviction, and willpower. Over time, they might birth a soul. These are called echoes of history. A tiny fraction of telepaths can actually hear their voices. They're known as listeners of history. Xiaoyu finally caught on. So basically, he might have this rare talent. She told him it was an amazing gift, one that could solve countless historical mysteries, and the best way to uncover the past. Listeners can find historical ruins much easier than regular people, just like how he used his listening skill to unlock this secret realm. She also revealed the real reason she was here, to invite him to join the archaeology team. Because of his massive talent, will our MC agree? Will he walk down the old path of archaeology again? There is a certain profession, with a salary rivaling a CEO, with legendary beast tamers as bodyguards. This job is a historical ruin investigator, and that's exactly how Xiaoyu got scanned into joining the Historical Ruin Investigation Bureau. At first, Xiaoyu completely refused to join because archaeology is what killed him in his past life. He swore he'd never touch it again in this life. His current goal was just to be a beast tamer, make some quick cash, raise his giant panda, find a cute girlfriend, and live a normal, happy, stress-free life. Liu Qingyi watched the beasts playing and clarified that she wasn't inviting him to an archaeology team. It was a special department. She added that in the entire ancient country, counting Xiaoyu, there are only 11 people in total, way fewer than legendary beast tamers. So he was invited to a different department. Judging by his talent, Xiaoyu must also be someone who loves this field. Otherwise, the statue incident wouldn't have happened. Xiaoyu thought about it. So I'm not a regular telepath, but a listener of history, and super rare at that. Doesn't that make me a national treasure? He also pondered the number 11. What a coincidence. His panda is named 11, and he's the 11th listener. Whatever. If the pay is good, I'm in. He immediately changed his expression and asked which department it was and what the salary looked like. Liu Qingyi saw an opening and listed the perks. Even legendary beast tamers don't get it this good. It's actually way higher. Plus, during ruin expeditions, having a legend as a bodyguard is standard. Xiaoyu was blown away because even the Beast Tamer Association president isn't a legend. Joining means hitting the jackpot. He started daydreaming, riding the coattails of the big shots, starting at the very top. Right now, he's just a rookie in debt. To suddenly become someone who can sit at the same table as legends? Wait. Xiaoyu didn't lose his head. He cautiously asked about the catch. The duties and missions must be brutal. Turns out, there are barely any limits. No forced missions or loss of freedom. But he didn't realize that with only 11 people, and so many ruins, they'd never rest. Whenever a new ruin pops up, they're the first ones rushing in. Hearing her answers, Xiaoyu's heart sank a bit, but exploring with bodyguards is safe. And the perks are insane. No doubt, this is a good deal. He happily asked for the department's name, since he was ready to join. It's the National Ruin Strategic Investigation Bureau, known as Bureau 11 for short, or the Historical Ruins Investigation Bureau. Xiaoyu didn't ask more and readily agreed. He was in. Liu Qingyi then gave a quick rundown. Including him, the whole bureau has 11 people. Xiaoyu really has a special connection to the number 11. She finished the intro and reached out her hand. Smiling, she welcomed Xiaoyu. As a reserve member of Bureau 11, Xiaoyu happily reached out his hand, saying nothing, acknowledging they were now colleagues. Suddenly, it hit him. He'd been played. Because he heard the word reserve, meaning he doesn't get those perks yet. This was all a linguistic trap set by this two-faced woman. Too bad it was too late to back out. But there is 10 million in startup funds, plus various beast taming manuals. These are just the initial perks for our reserve member. 1. Our guy Xiaoyu found out his invite to the bureau was only for a reserve spot. He was super bummed, but since he's still too weak, the org giving him a 10 million startup fund for studies and skill upgrades. Next second, all that disappointment vanished. His eyes literally turned into dollar signs. He immediately asked when the money would drop. Because with this cash, he wouldn't need to raise green silk bugs for money. He was set for life. He silently said goodbye to little Qing. Liu Qingyi told Xiaoyu his and funds would arrive tomorrow. But she advised him not to expose his identity so casually, because foreign factions would annoy him to death. Also, the Pingchang Ruin incident is currently highly classified within Bureau 11 before he becomes an official member. Liu Qingyi remains his sole contact. As a crucial talent for decoding ruins, Xiaoyu would easily become a target. Most importantly, he's still. Liu Qingyi then gave Xiaoyu his assessment mission. He needs to uncover the truth of the border city. There's no time limit. Succeed, and he becomes an official member. This mission, even with the listener talent, doesn't guarantee he'll hear everything. It requires a specific catalyst to work. As a local born and raised, it's normal that he can hear it. This mission was practically tailor-made for him. Xiaoyu was thrilled to hear this. He could learn the historical truth. And on the other hand, he gets access to the newly descended ruin. Liu Qingyi said even members have a high chance of entering the ruin. Also, as his sponsor, she prepared a gift for him. He could choose one of 3 options. First, a skill manual for the iron-eating beast. Second, a special evolution method for the green silk bug. Last, a high-tier rare pet cub. Little Qing, sitting on 11's head, heard this. It nervously bit down on 11's fur. Since they hadn't formed a contract, it was technically still wild. It could be abandoned at any moment. Liu Qingyi looked at the bug. She noticed Xiaoyu raised it well. evolving it successfully wouldn't be an issue. She figured he was waiting for it to evolve before contracting it. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was completely torn. He didn't know what to choose. All 3 gifts seemed amazing. He didn't want to give up any of them. Xiaoyu looked down at 11 and Little Qing in front of him. Xiaoyu already had a plan, though he wasn't short on skill manuals. More is always better. Having legitimate skill sources takes the heat off. A green silkworm evolution path would be nice too. He originally planned to release it, but an evolved Little Qing sounded pretty good. He'd kept it for this long and hadn't sold a single strand of silk yet. It'd be a waste to just let it go. If Little Qing evolved into a top tier species, it could fight and make bank. Talk about a beast with potential. As for high level species cubs, those were the stuff of legends. In his past life, taking one out would be a massive flex. Xiaoyu looked up and asked Lu Qingyi, "Do I really have to pick just one?" Lu Qingyi immediately saw through him. He wanted them all. Before she could even reply, Xiaoyu quickly stated his case, saying he was doing it all to contribute to archaeology, hence his choice. Seeing how utterly shameless he was, Lu Qingyi helplessly agreed. She treated it as a salary advance, but she warned him that he couldn't contract a high level cub yet. He'd have to wait until he was an advanced tamer. Trainees can only contract 1 beast. Juniors can contract a second, but for high level species cubs, a junior tamers. Beast space level just isn't high enough to sustain a rare cub's accelerated growth. Xiaoyu pulled 11 and Little Qing back from their fight. He agreed with her advice, since he really couldn't contract a high tier cub right now anyway. Lu Qingyi told Xiaoyu she didn't have iron eating beast manuals on her. She'd give him a recommendation letter tomorrow. He could visit the Bamboo Stone Dojo anytime and learn skills from the master. They hold to secret skills for iron eating beasts. As for the green silkworm's evolution, there are more paths than you can imagine. It could evolve into an ice crystal phoenix butterfly, or maybe a ghost beauty butterfly, or even a goddess of light butterfly. All of this started when Lu Qingyi asked Xiaoyu about his evolution plan for Little Qing. Green silkworms are one of the most malleable pets out there. Every tamer wants to try raising one, because their evolution paths are so broad, depending on how you train it. Its first evolution can turn it into almost any moth or butterfly species. There are dozens of known forms. Almost every evolution researcher uses the green silkworm as their initial test subject, because the growth cycle is so short. Breaking out of the cocoon is like drawing a lottery ticket. That sense of anticipation is amazing. Lu Qingyi currently knew of 3 commander level evolution paths. As long as the breeding succeeds, it could instantly surpass 11. First is the Ice Crystal Phoenix Butterfly. Low level commander, wind and ice dual attribute. It can awaken a top tier racial skill, Blizzard. Second is the Ghost Beauty Butterfly. Mid level commander, dark attribute beast. Specializes in curse skills, master of stealth and assassination. Lastly, the Goddess of Light Butterfly. High level commander, light attribute beast. Can manipulate all kinds of light rays, and is a master of illusions. The evolution direction requires specific materials and food. Worm silk mastery must be at least proficient. Perfect level is even better. That vastly increases the evolution success rate. Lu Qingyi suggested that proficient silk spinning would be enough for Xiaoyu. Aiming for perfect level is too hard given Little King's limited lifespan and talent. Xiaoyu thought about the silk spinning skill. It only needs to be proficient. Putting aside the evolution materials, this was way too easy for him. What if he pushed Little King's silk spinning straight to the transcendent level? Wouldn't that mean its evolution potential would be absolutely limitless? Thinking of this, he asked Lu Qingyi, has anyone ever mastered transcendent silk spinning before evolving? Lu Qingyi thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible. If you find a suitable secret realm for green silkworms to grow and spend a fortune nurturing them, it might work. Another way is for a tamer to reach legendary rank, then come back to raise a green silkworm. There are successful cases domestically, like the one that evolved into a monarch level as Phoenix Moth. Seeing his excitement, she knew he was tempted. She told Xiaoyu not to be too greedy. A higher silk spinning level is good, but the failure rate for high tier evolutions is also extremely high. Therefore, there's no need to obsess over mastery levels, unless there's a guaranteed material that ensures the green silkworm will awaken a powerful new racial skill during evolution. But right now, even top tier evolution planners can't pull that off. Xiaoyu looked at Little Qing in his hand and understood. He now knew its future evolution path. A green silkworm's evolution depends on the cocoon. The harder it is to break, the higher its future potential. To break out successfully, it needs to awaken a new skill inside the cocoon. That makes breaking out much easier. As for how to awaken it, during the evolution process, that requires feeding it suitable evolution materials before it cocoons. What Xiaoyu was thinking was, if this evolution mechanic is accurate, then he could totally forge his own path. Because he has the skill index, if he taught it a skill right before cocooning, what would happen? he wouldn't have to rely on traditional evolution paths. He could just use a skill to guarantee a successful breakout. No risk of failure at all. Using his talent skill index, Xiu can totally break the rules and evolve it using an unconventional method right now. Xiu is really looking forward to Little Green's new form. He tells Lu Qingyi straight up that he's picking the goddess of light butterfly route, even if he doesn't actually choose it. Using it as a reference for materials, it's still super necessary. Lu Qingyi guessed his choice. She reminds him again of the evolution difficulties. He picked the hardest one, so he needs to be fully prepared before letting the green cotton worm attempt it. If you got 10 million, what's the first thing you do? Have a massive feast or go party? But our main guy, Xiu, his first move is buying the newest phone. And that's before the money even hits his account. The story starts with Lu Qingyi detailing the worm's evolution materials, since Xiu picked the goddess of light butterfly route. Lu Qingyi stresses that if it fails, the worm might just die trapped in its cocoon. This evolution requires a proficiency level above expert. Little Green is already way past that, hitting the perfect level. Materials needed: an unripe heart of light, mature sunflower petals, fluorescent and glowing mushrooms, sunlight eye powder, and mature light bearing grass. Mix the formula right, and it forms a cocoon. In 30 days, it awakens a new skill inside, red light. Then it breaks out as a goddess of light butterfly. She looks at these materials. The material ratio and feeding times are all explained in detail, but just the names sound insanely expensive. 10 million might not even cover the whole set. 11's iron bamboo. Even a basic level 1 material was pricey, and these are at least level 3. She thinks about it and tells Little Green, let's just invent an even better evolution route ourselves. This one is way too expensive. After jotting down the info, Xiu hands the phone back to Lu Qingyi, figuring that if all else fails, he can keep this plan as a backup. For now, it's just a reference. Lu Qingyi praises our guy, saying he raised 11 and Little Green very well. Then she takes her beasts and leaves. Watching her walk away, he wonders, is joining Bureau 11 a good idea or not? Then again, even though he resists his old trade, deep down, he still loves it. Or else he wouldn't have resonated with the statue. Thinking about how he'll be rich tomorrow, he decides to splurge a little today. Xiu turns and heads straight to the phone counter. The clerk asks him what features he's looking for. Xiu replies, internet access, energy scanning, and a beast index. The clerk instantly pulls out the matching latest model. It holds data on 6.0 to 9 beast species and can accurately scan the levels of transcendent tier beasts and below. The price is also quite beautiful, 99.99 yuan with a 1.00 yuan credit bonus. Xiu hears the price and winces. It looks just like a phone from his past life, but those built-in features are exclusive. Xiu points the phone at a nearby beast to test it out. Checking the scanner, it quickly locks onto the target and displays the beast's stats: name, level, race, and skills. The details are super thorough. Xiu looks at the screen. He's really impressed. He absolutely loves the index feature, even though he's a top student. He can't claim to know everything, but with this pocket index, anytime he spots an unfamiliar beast, he gets the intel instantly. His hands are shaking. This phone is just too good, just too damn expensive. Buying it now bottoms out his savings. If Lu Qingyi's money doesn't arrive tomorrow, he and 11 will be eating dirt. But hey, he's already here. He tells them to ring it up. She already gave me rare evolution materials. The money is definitely coming. Xiu doesn't even consider if the materials are fake. The fallout would be unspeakably tragic. This guy eating out of a bowl. Yep, that's our main man, Xiu. Raising beasts keeps him incredibly busy. He heads home right after buying the phone. Now he can check the Beast Tamer assignations. Updates on his screen. No more running to the guild. Suddenly, a notification pops up, making his eyes go wide in shock. The Pinchang district ruins are open. Explorers can sign up for the trial. Any loot found inside belongs to the finder. Xiu reads the details and gets it instantly. There might not actually be treasure. Maybe just a bunch of monsters. Plus, it requires a trial, meaning you need real combat skills. So it's definitely dangerous. Over here, 11 and Little Green remind him that they are starving. It's time for dinner, telling their master to stop slacking. Xiu tells 11 and the crew, we're having a feast tonight. Hold on, I'm cooking it up. While cooking, Xiu realizes how fast time flies when you're on your phone. If a phone could evolve, it'd probably awaken a time-manipulating skill very soon. Everyone's dinner is ready. Green leaves for Little Green, a nutritional meal for 11. And Xiu's basic dinner goes without saying. One guy, two beasts. They all dig into their meal. After finishing up, Xiaoyu asked. 11. I'm taking you for some wild combat training. Interested? For the training, obsessed panda. 11. He agreed without a second thought. This was exactly what he wanted, because all of 11's hard training, if not to show off the results, would be completely pointless. The armored beast and earth rat from before couldn't fully test his training. The wine demon lion Lukingi brought today actually gave 11 some real pressure. Only pressure like that is 11's true goal. Previously, at the beast taming base, the snow wolf king there was monarch level. Its oppressive aura and deterrence could instantly one-shot low-level beasts. 11 turned to look at Greenie, inviting him to join the wild training. Greenie trembled all over at the thought. A bad feeling filled his entire body, because Greenie's worm silk right now still has a lot of uses. It's great for climbing and gathering. Leave the fighting to 11, and the gathering to Greenie. It's a pretty flawless combo. The next day, Lukingi dropped off the Ide and a recommendation letter for Bamboo Stone Dojo. Most importantly, the funds hit his account. This Ide grants access to explore most ruins. Like the Pingsheng Mystic Realm this time, he can enter directly with this Ide and the Ice Dragon ruins on the Snowy Mountain. But our guy's skills are still lacking. Even with bodyguards around, going there is still super risky. Lukingi informed him that this Pingsheng Mystic Realm is special. No bodyguards allowed this time. Xiaoyu took the chance to ask, what exactly is going on inside the realm? Thinking if it's too dangerous, he'd rather just sit it out. Lukingi thought for a second, figuring there's no harm in telling him early. She decided to share some details about the realm. The mysterious ruin space has a lot of unstable factors. Currently, only apprentice tamers can enter it normally. High-level tamers can force their way in, but that would cause the space to collapse. Hearing this, our MC Xiaoyu realized, turns out they held back. This ruin space is a challenge-type ruin, artificially modified by some beast tamer, meant to train up their weaknesses. Once rookie tamers enter, everyone gets dropped in a random solo spot. Elemental clones spawn at each location. You have to beat them to reach the next zone. Plus, tamers won't run into each other. It's basically a level clearing game. The Pingsheng Tamer Corps is exploring it now, but their results aren't looking great. If Pingsheng's tamers can't clear it, other cities will take over the ruin space. Based on intel gathered so far, the elemental beasts only aim to attack, not to completely kill, unless the challenger is just too weak. Lukingi suggested Xiaoyu focus on exploring this mystic realm first, and leave the Ice Dragon ruins for later. She also told him, uncovering the truth of this realm doesn't necessarily require a full clear. Clues could be hiding in any zone. Xiaoyu's telepathy talent will actually come in super handy. She also advised him to take 11 to Bamboo Stone Dojo to learn a couple more skills. Surviving on just hardening is pushing it. Watching Lukingi drive off, Xiaoyu felt he should take the realm entrance exam first, because passing that exam is basically a safety check for himself. Even though his Bureau 11 status lets him bypass it and walk right in, it doesn't seem necessary to flex it yet. He was still a bit bummed out, because he promised he'd never touch runes again. Yet here he is, getting involved. But another part of him was hyped and eager. Meanwhile, the departing Lukingi was thinking, even though Xiaoyu is still kind of a noob, and higher ups just want to let him free range, the historical truth of Pingsheng can serve as good training for him. Anyway, she already cleared it with the bosses. As soon as Xiaoyu becomes an official member, he's going to be her assistant. Nobody gets to poach him. She also hopes he passes the pro exam in 6 months. Clutching the Ide in his hand, Xiaoyu happily told 11 and Greenie, the sugar mommy is gone. Now it's our time to grind and level up. He thought to himself, a lot of guardians and totems here are tied to mythical creatures. Understanding them, deciphering their secrets, is exactly how beast tamers reach the mythical domain. He also chuckled at how he'd only been here a few months, and somehow ended up in this cursed archaeology, industry's top department, feeling pretty excellent and confident about it. Suddenly, 11 glowed with a green light. His energy levels spiked. 11 let out an excited howl. Xiaoyu patted him, thrilled, because 11 had leveled up again. He grew a bit taller and chubbier, too. Being his owner made him super proud. 11 rubbed his plumper physique and his noticeably bigger belly, thinking to himself that his food portions better go up this time. Xiaoyu instantly caught on and quickly served up the best ingredients for him. After all, he was a rich man now. No need to pinch pennies anymore. Greenie and 11 happily chowed down on big chunks of food. It was the best lunch they'd had in a while. Xiaoyu checked their growth levels on his phone. 11 had reached awakening level 6, and Greenie hit awakening level 4. He figured their levels were pretty standard, but their skill count and proficiency were way ahead of their peers. What kind of score will they get in the exam? Not long after, Xiu arrived at the Tamer Association to sign up for the field exam, but he didn't expect such a massive crowd. The association wanted to use this exam to send promising tamers into the mystic realm. That way, over time, they'd gain a bunch of pro-tamers. Everyone was whispering and gossiping about the mystic realm, while also hoping they'd get the chance to enter. Remember this haggard-looking guy? He's Chen Kai, the one who lost a match to Xiu earlier. What on earth happened to him? It started when Xiu got notified about the 3-day trial at Mount Tianming. After paying his entry fee, Xiu went home to prep for the trial. During the exam, a pro team would handle grading and security. 3 days later, at Mount Tianming, tons of trainee tamers showed up for the test. Xiu looked at the sea of people, marveling at the massive turnout. Suddenly, someone called out from behind. Xiu turned around and got a jump scare, which brings us to that opening scene. He'd been grinding non-stop since his defeat, and ended up looking like a zombie. Chen Kai insisted, "It's me, Chen Kai." He told Xiu to chill and look closer. Xiu finally recognized him, asking why he looked so wrecked. "You gotta balance work and rest, man." Turns out, Chen Kai's grinding paid off. Now, his armored beast was already at level 7. Xiu also learned that most of Chen Kai's class was here. Chen Kai even mentioned that after they left, the stone statue vanished that night. Xiu thought to himself, wild, isn't it? Since he was the one who solved the mystery. Xiu looked at Chen Kai, still worried. He advised him not to burn out. But Chen Kai felt he and his armored beast had more potential to tap into. He also had a feeling about this exam. He was going to crush it. He wanted to be the star of the show. He told Xiu that each trial site takes in 100 people per batch, and the top 20 get into the ruins. Seeing Chen Kai looking a bit unsure, Xiu hyped him up. "You're a top student. You'll definitely make the cut." But Chen Kai was thinking, "Sure, I'm great at school, but out here, Xiu wiped the floor with me. I don't feel superior at all." But then again, if an iron-eating beast has combat power, that exceeds its growth level. His armored beast could too. That thought cheered him up a lot. He then asked if Xiu had ever done a wilderness trial. Xiu replied it was his first time. Makes sense, being a breeding major. It's totally normal he hadn't gone before. Xiu looked at the rocky terrain ahead. Since crossing over, this was his first time in such a dangerous feeling place. He realized he was quite the thrill-seeker. He was way more hyped than he expected. Xiu asked about Zhuang Yue and Jingjing. Did they come? Turns out Jingjing's parents kept her home for safety reasons. As for Zhuang Yue, his iron-eating beast catches too many rats, so he figured it was too much hassle. Chen Kai's classmates called him over. He told Xiu they'd team up later and jog back to his squad. Xiu watched the security tamers nearby. Matching uniforms, matching beasts. He felt a surge of admiration because he used to share that dream. The Tamer Corps covers food and housing, and even issues you a beast. Plus, you get a paycheck. Aside from the grueling training, everything else is great. A whistle blew sharply. An imposing, buff guy stepped up. He held some files and demanded silence. "Line up and sign the safety waivers." He also introduced himself as the head of the trial. His name was Zhou Wanchen. The guys next to him were the examiners. He rushed everyone to sign so they could kick off the trial. That's right, this absolute unit. This muscle-bound beast is Panda 11. Our MC decided to evolve cute little 11 in this direction. It all traces back to the moment the event had handed out the manuals. Mount Tianming is crawling with fierce beasts and rare resources. Every single catch gives you points. The amount of points you rack up determines your rank. Also, the organizers gave everyone an SOS and tracking device to keep them safe. To quit, candidates just hit the call button. Any loot you score can be handed straight to security. They'll tally your points right there. You've got 3 days to hoard as many points as possible. Top 20 get tickets to the Mystic Realm. The adjutants nearby envied their youth because they also wanted to join the draft, enter the realm, and score some loot. The boss saw his deputies daydreaming. He sternly warned them not to slack off. Make absolutely sure there are 0 casualties. Meanwhile, she skimmed the manual. Hunting an earth rat gets you 20 points, but hunting a level 10 awakened python bags you 4,000 points. The officials strongly advised against it, though, because it's insanely dangerous. But Xiu noticed the python's berserk skill was pretty sweet. It boosts all stats and skills when used. The only catch is you lose your mind. He wondered what would happen if 11 learned it. If he leveled the proficiency up to perfect, could it override the mind-losing drawback? And there was another level 10 beast. It's the electric slime. Its racial skills are size alteration and discharge. Hunting it also yields 4,000 points. Xiaoyu takes a look. They actually brought in creatures from other regions. He's also super interested in the size alteration skill. With this skill, you can change your body size at will. In a shrunken state, it maximizes stamina conservation and speeds up physical recovery. Conversely, turning giant drains energy fast, sacrificing speed for pure power. Seeing this, Xiaoyu decides he must learn this skill no matter what. It's practically tailor-made for 11. The supervisor officially announces. The trial begins in half an hour. You can go to the shop nearby to buy supplies. His relative definitely owns it. Absolutely. Xiaoyu quickly arrives at the shop and buys a bunch of insulating gloves, prepping for the electric slime. He sighs, wishing he had spatial gear. It would be so much easier. Xiaoyu ponders. The Mystic Ruin is basically a spatial pocket, containing living creatures and more. So could his own beast space be manipulated the same way? While Xiaoyu is deep in thought, Chen Kai walks over and calls out to him, interrupting his spatial theories. Chen Kai's goal is simple: to invite Xiaoyu to team up. Their class plans to group up and hunt wild horses. They'll use the ice armor beast to freeze them. Then the rest of the class will follow up with direct attacks. Xiaoyu is highly skeptical about whether their plan will actually work. Chen Kai is pretty laid back about it. Even if it fails, there are plenty of rare resources around. Xiaoyu hears this and passes. He turns Chen Kai down, mentioning he has other targets before walking away, because Xiaoyu considers that their teamwork might lack efficiency. Going solo would actually be much faster and way more convenient. Chen Kai feels let down. He really wanted to see Xiaoyu's new tricks. Soon, the instructor's fierce voice booms, announcing the official start of the event. A flock of mechanical birds is released to patrol and record across Tianmeng Mountain. They stream live footage. The supervisor returns to the command center, instructing the team to keep a close eye on those 4,000 point beasts. He's worried some reckless kids might actually try to challenge them. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu summons 11. 11 is incredibly hyped, ready to find a worthy opponent. The little panda is super active, searching the forest for a fight. Xiaoyu keeps a close watch on their surroundings. What will their first beast be? And what role will Little Gold play? It's a vicious spiked boar. Earth attribute. Its skill is Petrifying Fangs. Once those fangs hit a target, the enemy gets petrified. Today, the spiked boar is acting normally, foraging in the woods for lunch. But little does it know, a guy and his beast are watching from the bushes. It's none other than our protagonist Xiaoyu and his panda. The duo is thrilled to have found a training target, and the boar spots them right back. A boar's pride cannot be trampled. Today, it plans on dining on bear paws and ham. Xiaoyu thinks, oh, well, it even planned the menu. He steps out and sends 11 into battle, warning him to avoid those fangs at all costs. To prevent petrification, the boar's attack pattern is simple. It relies purely on charging forward, facing the incoming rush. 11 doesn't back down. He quickly activates his skills to prep. As the skill flares up, the charging boar senses something is wrong. But it's too late. 11 has activated a mid-level skill. Proficiency level, Super Sight. It predicts all enemy attacks in advance. Just like that, 11 smoothly dodges the boar's fierce charge. The boar's attack fails to touch a single hair on 11. Hard training combined with Super Sight results in 11's flawless performance. 11 quickly spots an opening, hardens his right hand, and delivers a heavy blow. The boar doesn't have many defensive skills. It can only use its body to forcefully tank this brutal hit. The boar is knocked back into a tree, losing all its appetite for ham. Xiaoyu calls out from a distance, don't forget to finish it. Deliver the final blow. The shivering boar glares at this awful duo in pure terror. But Panda 11 is a good boy. He leaps high into the air and unleashes an aerial strike. Iron headbutt. With a massive crash, his hardened head meets the boar's head in a very intimate collision. Just like that, 350 points are secured. 11's combat power is proven once again, while Little Ching spits silk to tie up the boar. A delighted Xiaoyu thinks Chen Kai could probably win this too, but it would definitely take him longer. Our clever Xiaoyu tells 11, we can't slack off on training. Next, you'll drag this boar as weight training. As expected of Xiaoyu, even a defeated boar is used as a training prop. Meanwhile, back in the monitor room, they watch Xiaoyu's team drag the boar away, amazed that he soloed a wild boar. Staring oddly at this man-and-beast duo, how did a panda cub take down a boar so easily? And looking at Xiaoyu, they are actually heading straight into boar territory. Security is hoping Xiaoyu is smart enough to change his route. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu has quietly locked onto 4 wild boars. He figures 11 can easily 1v for now, while 11 is just itching to charge in. Xiaoyu thinks about it. 11's hardening is already at proficient level. He can fight with full body hardening. The boar's attacks won't even leave a scratch. So he sends 11 over to give these boars a good old-fashioned, friendly diplomatic chat, while he hides safely behind a massive tree. Meanwhile, the control room is losing it. An apprentice beast tamer with a panda cub is actually challenging for wild boars. They wonder if winning once went to his head. Even a level 10 beast would struggle solo against 4 boars. They are seriously sweating for Xiaoyu's safety. That's right. These two are our MC Xiaoyu and 11 the panda. They basically become the boar's worst nightmare. Yep, absolute demons in the eyes of the boars. This all started when 11 walked into the herd solo, looking for a little hard dot heart, but the boars weren't exactly chatty. So what will 11 do? Will he act like this? Just shamelessly showing the boars how cute he can be. Adorable. Is this still the battle.crazy 11 I know? Back to the point. The boars are furious at this sight. Is this friendly communication? Is this off-friendly chat? This panda cub is clearly mocking them. The boars absolutely cannot tolerate this. They launch a savage charge from multiple angles. A blind spot free strike straight at 11. Seeing this unfold on the monitors, the security team presses F for 11, but on the scene, 11 doesn't panic. Instant full body hardening. A metallic gleam coats his fur. Fully hardened, 11 delivers a savage flying kick, sending the closest wild boar flying out to catch some rays. Another boar successfully rams its tusks right into 11, waiting for him to break to trample him. But 11 doesn't even flinch. Instead, with one flap, he sends this smug boar flying off to join its buddy in the sun. 11 doesn't take a break. He hits the next boar with a brutal shoulder tackle. Whelp. That boar is sunbathing now too. The surviving boars look at their sun-bathing pals, then look back at 11 standing there, shivering intensely. Suddenly feeling very chilly today. The 2 boars think it over. Let's skip the free tanning session from 11. Better just go home and hide. Meanwhile, back in the control room, seeing 11's terrifying combat power, they seriously doubt if 11 is actually a panda. Then they realize 11 has reached proficient level hardening. They're completely baffled. They see the beast tamer's name is Xiaoyu, yet on their VIP watch list, this guy's name is nowhere to be found. At the same time, seeing Little Green skillfully spit silk to tie the boars, they are even more shocked. An apprentice beast tamer actually has a second pet. Another guard points out it might be an uncontracted green silkworm, but they are already beyond surprised. Seeing that a green silkworm's silk could actually manage to tie up a wild boar, they figure its level can't be low either. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, is thrilled. He tells 11 this is a massive haul, racking up 1.75 points in one go, wondering if these boars are edible. Working out definitely made them hungry. 11's stomach is growling like a drum. Xiaoyu stops debating the boar's edibility. He pulls out a bento to solve the hunger crisis, taking advantage of the break. He checks the map to lock in their route, getting ready to head to their destination, the electric slime zone. Right in the middle of their break, cries for help echo from nearby. Without a second thought, Xiaoyu sprints toward the sound. 11 stops eating too, dragging the captive boars along. He follows right behind Xiaoyu. Arriving at the scene, they see a herd of red-eyed boars, using fierce, untouchable pride, chasing frantically after 2 very disheveled beast tamers. Xiaoyu looks at the boars in front of him with zero fear or urge to flee. He's just calculating the odds of 11 winning a 1v10 fight. But the moment the boars see Xiaoyu and 11, they instantly know who it is. The legends currently haunting their herd, the boar butchers, the man and beast duo hunting their kind. The boars aren't stupid. They turn and bolt. Keep fighting. What a joke. Didn't you see their tied-up comrades behind 11? Numbers won't change the outcome here. The 2 crying for help and their pets see the boars run away, realize they just dodged a massive bullet as they step up to thank Xiaoyu. They can't help but marvel that Xiaoyu bagged so much loot in such a short time. Full of respect, they ask for hunting tips. Xiaoyu drops some master-level advice. Pick off the stragglers on the outskirts. Just handle them one by one. Soon, Xiaoyu and 11 reach the rest area, ready to hand the boars over to security, take a quick breather, and prep for the electric slime zone. When this guy and his pets enter the rest area, every trainee there goes crazy with envy, all because of the loot dragging behind him. Spiked wild boars. These injured trainees are all masterpieces of those boars, and it usually just takes one boar to do it. The wounded lying in bed. While admiring Xiaoyu's power, we're also super jealous, wishing they had attained beasts like 11. When Xiaoyu saw the crowded rest area, he was pretty shocked too, because he usually keeps a low profile. But now he was the center of attention, worshipping the strong and respecting power. That never changes. Now all the wounded, strangers or not, were eagerly greeting him. Panda 11 totally loved the adoration and showed off his absolute cuttest side. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was thinking, who knew a single thorn boar would cause all this mess? If it were a level 10 beast, he didn't even want to imagine. A security guard pushed a cart over, ready to tally up Xiaoyu's hunting points. The guard was more than happy to help. He'd seen their skills on the monitors and was super impressed, but Xiaoyu hadn't forgotten. Can we eat the boar? So he straight up asked if they could roast it. The answer was yes, but it required a ton of prep work to be edible. Way too much hassle. Hearing that, Xiaoyu opted for instant noodles. Just then, the leaderboard updated. Xiaoyu took first place with 1.750 points. The security team noticed the new rank 1 and got pretty hyped, knowing the real competition was about to begin. The captain looked at Xiaoyu's hunting log and was absolutely thrilled. Finally, a competitor worth watching. While the guard was logging the data, he sighed, noting his own panda was 5 or 6 years old and still hadn't reached master proficiency. Figuring this Xiaoyu was no ordinary guy, he decided to ask his master if Xiaoyu was his new junior brother. Meanwhile, Master Lin was sipping tea, enjoying a relaxing moment, when he got a call from the guard telling his master he met a 2-year-old panda today that actually mastered master.level hardening. Is this Xiaoyu my junior brother? Master Lin thought about it. Among all his disciples, none were named Xiaoyu. But that wasn't the point. The crazy part was, a 2-year-old panda actually mastering master-level hardening. He even wondered, is this kid messing with me? If such a panda existed, he'd know about it. Then, something clicked. He double-checked Xiaoyu's name and remembered Lu Qingyi's recent visit. She mentioned a relative of hers wanted him to come learn beast taming skills and brought a ton of gifts, making it impossible to refuse. He quickly pulled up Xiaoyu's adoption file for 11. Seeing 11 was barely over a year old, adopted for less than a month, and already hit master proficiency, Master Lin's curiosity was completely piqued. He then confirmed with the guard, is Xiaoyu training at Tianmeng Mountain right now? The guard, clueless to his master's shock, asked again if Xiaoyu was his junior brother. Master Lin replied, not right now, but he definitely will be. He told him to guide Xiaoyu to the magnetic mountain area to lay the groundwork for his training early. The guard was stunned. He hadn't even officially joined yet, and he was already getting the dojo's secret techniques. Hanging up the phone, the guard walked over to Xiaoyu and said, I suggest you train at Magnetic Mountain this afternoon. There's electrical ore there, a great food source for pandas. Xiaoyu knew about electrical ore, but it wasn't highly recommended in the breeding manual. The guard then pulled Xiaoyu aside to a quiet spot. Do you know the iron-eating beasts' evolution pads? They don't have as many pads as the green silkworm, but once trained properly, their power is unimaginable. The world-famous Bamboo Stone Dojo got its name from training them. Their trained beasts have two ultimate secrets, Thunder Palm and Cannon Punch. Xiaoyu finally understood why the guard pulled him aside. The guard explained, one condition to learn Thunder Palm is for the iron-eating beast to consume metal ores with electrical properties. But just eating them isn't enough. You also need the Bamboo Stone Dojo's secret manual to actually master it. Xiaoyu was super grateful for the tip, but wondered why he was telling him this. Master Lin from the dojo requested it. He said, Xiaoyu realized Lu Qingyi had pulled some strings. The guard added that Master Lin suggested he train at Magnetic Mountain. It would hugely benefit 11's future evolution. As long as 11 keeps eating electrical ore, his body will adapt early, building a foundation for lightning resistance. It's a huge head start for learning Thunder Palm. The guard was hyped to see full body hardening, combined with Thunder Palm in combat. Xiaoyu was absolutely stoked. He originally came for the multiplication skill. Now he had another undeniable reason to go. He quickly summoned 11 again, promising him some tasty treats. A thrilled 11 had no idea his next meal was literally going to be rocks. As he popped out, 11 asked Ziqing what they were having. How would little Ziqing know? And just like that, the trio set off for another hunt, leaving the wounded guys sighing. They're strong and they grind so hard. It's just insane. Xiaoyu's team soon reached the Magnetic Mountain area, but things weren't going so well upon arrival. Due to the strong magnetic field, they felt pretty dizzy, and their limbs felt weak. But for the electrical ore and the electric slimes, they pushed through. For 11 to get stronger, 11 told Xiaoyu this was part of his training. Soon, Xiaoyu and the others found an electric ore deep in the valley. 11 looked at it, wondering if it was actually edible, because the electric ore was constantly crackling with electricity. It felt incredibly dangerous. Xiaoyu crouched down and told 11, break a piece off and taste it. 11 thought to himself, you're really making me eat rocks, master. These are electrified rocks. What if I get a stomachache? What if it ruins our upcoming battles and training? But Xiaoyu continued to gently coax him. Figuring Xiaoyu was always right, he decided to trust him one more time. He slowly stepped forward, but the moment he touched it, electricity coursed through his body. He gritted his teeth and broke a piece off anyway. Xiaoyu watched this with a grimace. He's so fierce in battle. Why is he so cautious just mining a rock, holding the electric ore? 11 still didn't have the guts to eat it, because he could already imagine what would happen if he took a bite. It would hurt. The smart 11 was pretty clever. He handed the ore to Xiaoyu to try first. Xiaoyu took one look and immediately refused. He reminded him, you have high dot speed healing. That electricity can't hurt you. 11 heard this and thought it made sense. Besides, Xiaoyu had never lied to him. He opened his mouth and started eating the rock, but a moment later, 11 was full of energy. He felt like he'd never tasted anything so good. He was confident he could eat a mountain in 3 days. This was way better than those rusty iron plates at home. He felt so incredibly happy. Xiaoyu watched 11 happily munching away. Seeing that he was fine, he told 11, let's keep looking for more electric ore to eat. 11 excitedly decided his goal was to eat half the mountain today. Panda 11 became the bully of the mine. That's right, a bully. No one could stop his path of cultivation. The moment he ate that first piece of ore, he was hooked on its delicious taste. The hardworking bear decided to eat the mine empty, because after eating it, his body would gradually master the lightning attribute. If he ate some fire or ice, or later, he might even develop brand new attribute skills. Right now, 11 was focusing on awakening his lightning attribute. If they used the index to max out his hardening to transcendent level, combining the two would make him invincible. Just imagine an iron fist wrapped in lightning. Hitting the enemy would look so badass. If he awakened a few more skills later, like a fire and lightning dual combo, a strike with sparks and lightning, the enemy wouldn't even know what hit them. But the electromagnetic mine wasn't empty. There were still many lightning scorpions absorbing energy to train. They were also the guardians of this zone. They wouldn't tolerate anyone plundering resources. Too bad they ran into 11 today. Xiaoyu saw the scorpions and told 11, your mining opponents are right ahead. So what should you do? You act like a warrior and wipe out all enemies. Any magical beast blocking his training was just a stumbling block on the path to growth. Kick them all aside. As a training maniac, how could 11 tolerate them? He charged right in with his massive fists. A scorpion on the left, a scorpion on the right. 11 spun around at high speed in every direction, finally sending them straight to their maker. Meanwhile, the folks in the monitor room saw 11 clearing the beasts and snatching their food. It looked exactly like a bully taking over, because they saw that almost all the beasts in the mine had been handled by them. The craziest part was, they weren't mining the ore for points. They were eating all the electric ore. 11's strength seemed completely illogical. They also realized that their target was the level 10 electric slime, but 11 was only level 6. Fighting a level 10 would be pretty tough. Then again, thinking about it, this iron dot eating beast could already harden his entire body. There was actually some hope for victory. The head of security stressed that they keep a close eye on them. They needed to ensure Xiaoyu's safety if anything went wrong. That was something they absolutely did not want to see. Even though slimes moved slowly, as long as your stamina was decent, you could outrun them. But accidents still happened from time to time. After all, the electric slime was a lightning dot attribute beast. It had immense piercing power, coupled with the level gap. There was still a real risk of danger, because even proficient level hardening might not block the lightning's piercing ability. Even if it worked, injuries would be inevitable. After the security chief said this, he ordered everyone to watch closely. He also prepped the rescue team to move out at a moment's notice. But before they could finish prepping, a surprise occurred. Xiaoyu and his pet actually found the electric slime on the monitors. Xiaoyu had 11 tracked the scent of the electric ore. They quickly located the slime. The duo immediately entered the cave and saw the glowing, crackling slime. With 11's warning, Xiaoyu swiftly dodged the slime's sudden sneak attack. Having dodged it, they were thrilled. They finally found the electric slime they had been searching for. Xiaoyu then pulled out all his prepared anti-dot electric gear. They were going to teach this slime exactly what an iron dot eating beast was, and what it meant to be a national treasure panda. He was the battle dot happy panda 11, not some weak captive panda abroad. 11's goal today was to fight this alien slime. The electric slime was level 10. Its ultimate moves were discharge and multiplication. It was the absolute boss of the electric mine. Xiaoyu and Panda 11's biggest goal for coming here was this very beast. He wanted to use the index to learn its skills, so he came fully prepared for this battle. That meant insulated gloves, the $1 pair kind. Putting on the gloves, 11 had zero hesitation. He charged right at the electric slime, but the powerful current still made it tough for 11. It felt completely different from the mining current. Xiaoyu cheered 11 on from behind, commanding him to grab the electric slime and make it drain itself by discharging. Meanwhile, the crew in the monitoring room saw they actually brought insulated gloves. They thought the supermarket outside sells those. They also marveled at Xiaoyu's quick thinking, actually making targeted preparations in advance. Looks like the points for this slime are in the bag. The highly experienced captain reminded everyone to watch out. The electric slime doesn't just discharge electricity. Xiaoyu saw the battle was pretty stable, thinking victory was guaranteed if they just held on. Being held tight by 11, the slime was very angry right now, and the consequences were severe. It wanted to teach this panda a lesson, so its body kept rapidly expanding. It wanted to crush 11 with its massive size. 11 painfully looked to Xiaoyu for help. Seeing the time was right, Xiaoyu immediately told him to use full body hardening to fight back. The moment 11 got the order, he instantly hardened his whole body. He was going to show this arrogant, foreign slime what a Chinese panda really is. And so, the giantified slime collided head-on with the fully hardened 11. But 11 used all his strength to throw the massive slime far away, letting it know he wasn't some pushover. The furious slime bounced right back, grumbling non-stop in its head. Is this how you treat international friends? Though 11 was struggling a bit, he still won the first clash. It just took a lot of energy. The monitoring room watched the whole fight. Both sides were heavily drained. The final outcome was still hard to call. Staring at the screen, the captain muttered that it might end in a draw. Too bad they didn't know 11 had another skill, high speed healing. Getting hurt is no big deal when you can heal yourself. And so, the second clash began. The angry slime launched its strongest electric attack, straight at 11. 11 dodged and got right back in the slime's face to drain its energy once again. Their goal was to win through a battle of attrition. 11 was constantly blasted by powerful currents. Hard to say if willpower kept him going, or if the hardening skill was truly working, or if the electric, or he just kicked it to build up his resistance. Holding his ground, 11 headbutted the slime with his hardened head. As a result, the slime couldn't hold on anymore. The giantification wore off. Its energy was completely drained, and it weakly fell to the ground. The grounded slime was still held tightly in 11's paws. Seeing the battle end, Xiaoyu hurriedly ran over. He comforted 11, saying he did a great job. Xiaoyu also told 11 that they had won another battle. Xiaoyu reached out his right hand to touch the slime. As long as he sees a beast use a skill and touches it within 20 minutes, he can acquire that skill. The discharge and giantification skills were directly recorded into the index. His goal here was perfectly achieved. Giantification is a high level skill that can shrink or enlarge the body. In a shrunken state, strength decreases, but recovery speed increases. Giantification is the exact opposite. These poor slimes actually became Xiaoyu's free labor, underfed and forced to discharge electricity constantly. After the battle, Xiaoyu finally captured the electric. Slime, the man, and the beast were thrilled. Their goal was finally complete. This whole series of battles left everyone in the monitoring room in absolute awe. The craziest part was Xiaoyu actually manhandling a level 10 creature himself, because Xiaoyu's performance was downright terrifying to them. Who had ever seen a rookie like this? A level 6 beast challenging a level 10 and actually winning. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, looking at the abundant electric ore in the cave, told 11 he could eat his fill this time. Whatever he couldn't finish, they'd pack up and take home. But 11's training couldn't be forgotten. He gently told the slime that every day he'd give it some electric ore, but it had to discharge electricity twice a day for 11. As long as it kept shocking 11's body, he could use the lightning to train. That way, learning Thunder Palm later would be a breeze. The slime was complaining non-stop in its head. I might not be human, but Xiaoyu is a real monster. Oh well, beggars can't be choosers. The man and his panda found a new training method. They were thrilled. It's just that nobody cared about the slime's feelings. Hearing Xiaoyu's training method, the monitoring room was even more speechless. They did tell him eating electric ore could boost his body's electrical resistance, but they didn't tell him to use an electric slime as a training tool. They never expected this. Normal people couldn't pull this off anyway. Only a powerful telepath could. The next day at the electric ore mountain, all the slimes suffered an ambush by Xiaoyu and 11. All 3 slimes were captured. They all became Xiaoyu's workers, with insulated gloves and the full body hardening skill, plus their usual brutal training. Which slime could withstand this freak of a panda? These captured slimes only needed their food restricted, so they wouldn't have any combat power. Even together, they can't make a splash. The 3 slimes can only watch 11 eat their food. Even their lightning attacks are just free training for 11. After constantly eating electric ore and taking lightning baths, 11's body is actually changing. Something seems to be awakening. That's right, an awakening. It actually unlocked a mid-tier Thunder Palm early. Normally, it hasn't met the conditions for Thunder Palm yet. Seeing his panda awaken Thunder Palm, Xiaoyu was totally caught off guard, because awakening Thunder Palm requires other materials and specific training. This completely defies common sense. He doubted if it was even Thunder Palm. Did something go wrong somewhere? He rushed 11 back to the lounge to ask the security guard and see what he thought about it. Soon enough, the 2 frantically found the security guard. Their sudden arrival gave him a jump, but the moment he saw 11 shooting lightning from its paw, he completely lost his chill, because this was his dream skill. Seeing 11 actually awaken Thunder Palm, he was left absolutely speechless. In just a single day, eating, ore, and fighting, 11 just straight up unlocked Thunder Palm, because theoretically speaking, munching on electric ore and taking lightning strikes shouldn't trigger an awakening this easily. This is way too unscientific. If it were this easy, the Bamboo Dojo wouldn't have so few pandas with Thunder Palm. He couldn't help but sigh. Why couldn't his own panda awaken skills this easily? But when Xiaoyu told him the secret was just working hard enough, the guard felt even more depressed. Am I just not trying hard enough? Xiaoyu ignored the guard's existential crisis. He double checked if the skill was Thunder Palm. and got a solid yes. Xiaoyu figured the fast awakening might be due to high dot speed healing. Healing is all with dot type skill, meaning growth, and thunder is also with dot aligned. So combining the two naturally sparked the Thunder Palm skill. 11 accidentally unlocked Thunder Palm, but Xiaoyu still wasn't entirely sure. So he took 11 back to the lounge to ask the guard for confirmation. The guard watched 11 demo the skill, though the power was a bit weak. It was definitely Thunder Palm. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was ecstatic. He originally planned to copy the skill here. Never expected 11 to figure it out early. On second thought, it must be how the skills connect. They seem to have a hidden synergy. Once you master a certain skill, learning related ones becomes much easier. Xiaoyu decided not to overthink it. He handed over the slimes for points and got ready to head back out for training. After logging the points, the guard called his boss to tell the dojo master about 11. Meanwhile, the master was chilling with his tea. He picked up the phone. The guard blurted out that 11 ate the entire mountain's electric ore and caught 3 slimes to spar with. He detailed how it already mastered Thunder Palm. The master was too shocked to speak. Forget everything else. You don't just awaken Thunder Palm in a day. Of course he was freaking out. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and 11 headed out, ready to explore some new areas. Little Ching has been tagging along lately and hasn't had a proper meal yet. It was time for a treat. The evolution materials for Little Ching aren't super useful right now. They're only needed for the final cocoon stage, because at that exact moment, it has a high chance of learning a new racial skill, allowing it to evolve into a brand new species. Speaking of evolution paths, 11 is being raised as a combat pet. Being a powerhouse is all that matters, but Little Ching has way too many options. The traditional path is a hard pass. Evolving into a support butterfly with light manipulation or illusions isn't bad. Another evolution route is fusing it with mythical bloodlines, raising it as a mythical beast, jumping straight to a monarch level species. The final evolution path focuses on spatial and time elements. It could go anywhere it wants. Just a quick teleport and poof, it's gone. With the materials for these evolutions, even standard ones are rare and pricey, let alone the ultra rare stuff. Better put these crazy ideas on hold for now. The priority is leveling up Little King's bug silk skill. In this zone grows a plant called dragon whisker grass for monsters with silk type skills. It's their absolute favorite food. It buffs the silk's toughness and soul strength. Goal set, they headed straight out. One guy and one beast quickly scanned the area for the grass. It didn't take long to spot some. Little King's dinner was finally sorted, but what they didn't realize was, just a short distance away, a pair of eyes was watching them closely. Right as Xiaoyu stepped up to pick the dragon whisker grass, a spider lunged out of nowhere. No standoff, no warning signs at all. The spider instantly shot a web attack, blasting right at them. Caught completely off guard, 11 was wrapped up like a burrito, faced with this sudden ambush. Will our overpowered duo actually meet their match here? What is Xiaoyu going to do next? Deadly Evolved Spider, Awakening level 10, Perception enhanced Fierce Beast, worth 4,000 points. It's silk, has the toughness of steel. Too bad. It ran into Xiaoyu and 11 here today. They actually wanted to pick the dragon whisker grass it was guarding. The wolf pig didn't hold back. It shot Silk to tie 11 up, trying to make him today's snack. Xiaoyu ordered 11 to quickly use hardening. Use his steel dot-like hair to slice the silk. 11 hardened his entire body instantly and easily shredded the steel dot tough silk to pieces. Xiaoyu used this perfect chance to test out Thunder Palm's power. He ordered a Thunder Palm strike on the pig. 11 launched a rapid Thunder Palm, clashing with the rather ugly wolf pig. The result, he got swatted by its front legs and sent flying far away. Xiaoyu looked at the ground at 11. Just like the security guard said, Thunder Palm wasn't quite strong enough. Xiaoyu's brain clicked. He told 11 to grab the next web and hurl the pig into the air. When the time comes, while it's mid-air, use the hardening and Thunder Palm combo. Perfect target to test this combo skill. 11 immediately struck a combat pose, meditating for the right opening. Soon, the ghost-faced wolf pig found its chance and spat an even thicker web. 11 snapped his eyes open, dodged the web he'd been waiting for, grabbed a silk with both hands, queuing up the luxury windmill spin. The poor wolf pig experienced flight for the first time. Very quickly, 11 sent it flying even higher. Enjoy the ride. Xiaoyu quickly issued the command. 11, hardening and Thunder Palm. Energy surged wildly through his body, keeping Thunder Palm active in both hands. He spun and launched himself like a missile. The hardened 11 spun relentlessly, creating a lightning dot-infused mini tornado. Yep, this was Xiaoyu's envisioned combo. 11 rapidly closed in on the airborne pig. The result was a massive thunderclap in the sky. Brilliant lightning and sparks formed a very unique firework. 11 smoothly landed back on the ground. The incapacitated wolf pig dropped right after him. Now at awakened level 6, 11 was tougher than a wild level 10 beast. Through this battle, Xiaoyu felt like 11 needed a danger dot sensing skill. Meanwhile, on the points leaderboard, Xiaoyu claimed first with over 10,000 points. Over in the monitor room, they watched their entire fight, amazed and fully validating their abilities. A level 10 beast is a high god tier threat in MT Tianmeng. Yet these beasts could no longer pose a threat to Xiaoyu. 3 days flew by. Countless mechanical birds announced from the sky, notifying everyone the trial was over. Hearing this announcement, many students almost cried tears of joy. Grinding points for 3 days. They were practically eating tree bark. Some were thoroughly feasted on by mosquitoes. As for Xiaoyu, he planned to buy himself a nice reward back home. To treat himself, Xiaoyu looked at the returning crowd. Way fewer than the 100 who signed up. The missing ones either couldn't handle the wild, or got injured and had to quit. The base director told everyone this trial was all walk in the park, since everything was artificially controlled, nowhere near the real danger of wild environments. He also told them to check their own rankings, adding that if they couldn't handle this, forget about future trials and explorations. After 3 days of surviving the wild, back in the city, what's the first thing you do? First thing, a nice, comfortable hot bath, of course. Second thing, definitely a massive feast to reward your stomach. And then, the third thing, your soft, luxurious big bed. Yep, that's exactly what Xiaoyu thought. Right now, he figured once he got rich, he'd assemble a mechanical pet. One that can fight, turn into a plane or a car, and ideally, turn into a house. The reason Xiaoyu rushed back so fast was because when the leaderboard dropped, he was actually in first place. All the students were wondering who this top-ranked Xiaoyu guy was, just as they wanted to worship this mystery expert. Xiaoyu Lodaki turned around, getting ready to leave. He really didn't want to get mobbed by a crowd of fans, but Shenkai, who recognized him in the crowd, spotted him. Like a true loyal fan, he called out, ready to chat. Instead, the students swarmed Shenkai, asking for intel on Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Shenkai felt Xiaoyu slipping further and further away. Still, he patiently explained to everyone that Xiaoyu was an elite school tamer, the guy who suggested buying pills to train pets. Oh boy, hearing about this secret method, everyone decided to try it at home. By this time, Xiaoyu had reached the training ground exit, just needed to sign out and head home. And the guy signing him out happened to be the security guard who helped him before. While entering the data, the guard told Xiaoyu he'd mentioned him to Master Lin. Master Lin said to drop by when he's free. He has some special food over there and some insights on the Thunder Palm skill ready for him. Xiaoyu happily agreed, saying he'd visit once he was done with stuff. The security guard watched Xiaoyu walk away, thinking about the moment the master sees him. He'd definitely question his life choices, because this apprentice is going to be tough to handle. One slip got up and he might surpass the master. Xiaoyu, meanwhile, thought about making time to visit. Maybe there's some high dot level skill he could copy while he's at it. Well dot fed, Xiaoyu quickly returned home, thinking about the ruins expedition in all week. The little angel in his head told him to train more before going. Well, the little devil whispered, be a man, don't hold back. You have to go. Thinking about it just made him super irritable. He decided to check it out. Lukingi said it wasn't dangerous anyway. If there's danger, just run. But how to soothe this restless mood? Online shopping, of course. He grabbed his phone to check the store. As for Little Green's evolution materials, he'd just go to the ruins to see if there are any good materials, or figure out an evolution path later. When Xiu entered the beast store for the first time, the items inside really opened his eyes. Like this premium Mystic Bean worth 100.00. The recovery effect is incredibly good, and the price is equally good. There are also things like Silkworm Baby's Whiskers, 100 Flower Queen Bee's Honey, or the Wyvern Races, Sky Dragon Frog's all excellent materials. Of course, the prices are also beautifully out of reach. Take that premium Mystic Bean. It can instantly restore a beast tamer's mental strength. She stared at the price, his face twitching, thinking he should still buy one to test it out. With this Mystic Bean, 11 could try learning high dot level skills, like the absolute sleep skill on hand, or deterrence. He could learn one first. With the Mystic Bean, he wouldn't worry about running out of mental strength, since he didn't know the exact effects of each supplement. Xiu didn't dare buy too many at once. After careful selection, he chose 3 supplements, buying a bit of each. 5 Silkworm Baby Whiskers for 250.00 yuan. Minimum order of 5. A small bottle of Queen Bee's Royal Jelly, worth 300.00 yuan. 5 mediocre Mystic Beans for 500.00 yuan. Minimum order of 5. She spent 1.05 million in an instant. Even with discounts, 1/10 of his 10 million capital was gone. Xiu's heart ached. How could he be so reckless? But thinking that these supplements could help him teach 11 high dot level skills and max out a few skill proficiencies along the way, he accepted it. Money is meant to be spent anyway. Plus, spending $1 million on food and nutrition for 11 might not be as effective as buying supplements for himself. And these were the cheapest batch. After placing the order, Xiu sighed and went to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already night. Staying up late to meditate or play on his phone might ruin his condition for the next day. Xiu decided to keep sleeping. The problem was, after sleeping all afternoon, he wasn't tired anymore. So, after making dinner for his 2 beasts, Xiu had no choice but to face the yard and teach the green cotton worm in the birdcage the worm silk skill once. After his stamina dropped, the drowsiness finally returned. This skill index seems to cure insomnia, too. Nice. The next day, under the bright sun, Xiu woke up feeling completely refreshed. For today, he planned to visit the Bamboo Stone Dojo. But a text message changed his mind. The supplements he bought yesterday were out for delivery. They had arrived in Icefield City and would be delivered today. That's some fast efficiency. In that case, he'd just wait at home today. In the morning, 11 practiced Thunderpalm in the yard. Little Green kept sleeping, and Xiu was meditating. Around noon, just as Xiu was about to make lunch, there was a knock on the door. Delivery for you. Remembering the last community welfare incident, Xiu quickly replied, afraid his house would get blown up again. He opened the door and saw a young guy in a blue courier uniform. The courier. Next to him was an armored giant bird. Over 2 meters tall. It had bulging muscles, gorgeous golden brown feathers, and sharp, piercing eyes. But despite looking so badass, it was just doing grunt work right now, carrying a massive delivery box strapped to it. Name, Gale Wing. Element, Wind. Race level, High Transcendent. Skills, Wind Wings. Rending Claw, Supervision, and Wind Blade. The young courier took the box of supplements out of the delivery bag hanging on the Gale Wing and handed it to Xiu. Please sign here. Xiu thought, using a transcendent beast for deliveries. The Gale Wing is among the transcendent tier beasts, with the highest coolness and overall power. Bro, are you a pro beast tamer? Xiu asked casually while signing. Yeah, just started this year. Please excuse any rookie mistakes. After the courier made sure Xiu got his goods, Xiu felt totally crushed. These days, is the bar for the delivery industry this high? But the pay must be great. After all, the resources this site delivers are all high-end goods. After signing, Xiu handed the slip back. The courier took the slip and glanced at Xiu. This young customer is just a trainee tamer, right? Why did he buy so many high-level supplements? Even a pro like him wouldn't use this much. Whatever, not my business. No way he's already physically burnt out at this level. Have a great day. Thanks. After Xiu and the bird courier thanked each other, the delivery was officially completed. Back in the yard, Xiu carefully took out the supplements one by one, handling them with extreme care, terrified of breaking or scratching them. First, he pulled out a bottle containing 5 little green beans. After glancing at the instruction manual, Xiu called out, 11, hurry over. A woo. 11, who was playing with electricity, trotted over, now armed with top-tier supplements. Xiu felt a surge of excitement. Multiplication skill, level, advanced. Description, special ability, can shrink or enlarge the body. Shrinking reduces physical strength, but accelerates energy recovery. Enlarging dramatically increases energy consumption and boosts physical strength. Status, teachable. Xiu decided to teach 11 multiplication first. As for why he didn't choose Deterrence, which grants the aura of Aking, or Absolute Sleep, which would boost their training efficiency. Simple, because multiplication is way more fun. Besides, with all these supplements, there are only 3 advanced skills anyway. Teaching it now or later makes no difference. So Xiu picked a multiplication skill he found interesting. Enlarged, 11 gets a massive combat power boost. Shrunk, his stamina recovery speeds up. Learning this skill is an absolute win. Xiu popped a divine bean into his mouth. Skill index teaching, as he initiated the transfer. His right hand glowed with a familiar white light. Seeing this classic setup, 11 froze in panic. Was his tamer about to give him free gains again? He had just mastered Thunderpalm on his own, and now his tamer was using cheats to corrupt his pure, hardworking soul. It was just too much. 11 willingly offered his head. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. He could always train twice as hard later to make up for it. Just like that, the white light carrying multiplication flowed straight into 11's body. Meanwhile, Xiu's legs instantly turned to jelly. Cooldown time, 168 hours. No-level worm silk took about 8 hours. Low-level skills took around 20.4. Mid-level skills were about 40.8. Xiu assumed advanced skills would be 70.2. Turns out it more than doubled. In this state of extreme weakness, Xiu genuinely felt like he was going to die. He quickly swallowed the divine bean. The very next second, a surge of energy coursed through his body. Just like the description promised, In an incredibly short time, the bean unleashed massive nutrients, rapidly nourishing Xiaoyu's drained body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, strength flooded back into his limbs. Cooldown reduced to 48 hours. Though it didn't fully heal him, it instantly dropped the toll down to a bearable level. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt like he hadn't just taught an advanced skill, but merely a mid-level one. Based on his extensive teaching experience, the weakness from mid-level skills was manageable. Xiaoyu felt alive again. It seems advanced skills are his absolute teaching limit right now, until his physique gets a massive upgrade. Even with better supplements, he absolutely cannot touch super-level skills. That would actually kill him. Xiaoyu let out a long breath. Ignoring the dirt, he slumped right onto the ground and looked over at 11. 11 currently had his eyes half closed, digesting the experience of the advanced skill. Xiaoyu stared at him for nearly a minute before 11 finally snapped out of it. Got it down? Xiaoyu asked. 11 nodded firmly. Then get big. Let's see. At Xiaoyu's words, the chubby panda nodded seriously. His eyes turned fierce as he activated multiplication. The next second, invisible ripples seemed to radiate from 11. Along with the ripples, his body began to vibrate slightly, then matching the frequency of the clear ripples. His body started expanding, layer by layer. Woof, it wasn't an instant pop, but a proportional, gradual growth in size. His limbs and torso, head and fur, everything transformed at once. Oh, a moment later, still perfectly round, looking exactly the same as before, except his height, size, and overall build had completely doubled. 11 now loomed in front of Xiaoyu. At this moment, 11 slowly swung his unfamiliar massive arms, feeling his internal energy draining rapidly. But at the same time, his physical strength had spiked significantly. It was roughly equivalent to a baby panda compared to a full-grown adult panda. In this state, 11 felt that if he ran into those long-tusked boars again, he could slap them dozens of meters away. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Grumble, however, his stomach had zero spirit. 11 groaned weakly. In less than 10 seconds, he started getting dizzy and seeing stars. After all, the earlier training had already drained him. All right, shrink down now, Xiaoyu urged. It's called multiplication. If you can go 2 times or 3 times, then obviously you can go half size, or quarter size, meaning the shrunk state. As his beast Tamer, after feeling the sheer power of 11's enlarged form, Xiaoyu quickly told him to shrink and recover. The next second, 11 deflated like a balloon, shrinking rapidly back to his normal size. Around 1 meter tall. But he kept on shrinking, quickly compressing into a half-meter tall, short, round, absolute ball of fluff. In this state, he looked exactly like his infant self. Completely harmless and adorable, those big eyes radiating pure innocence. Awoo, 11 rubbed his tiny belly, letting out a pathetic squeak. Shrinking didn't cure his hunger. It seems entry-level multiplication doubles your size, and shrinking to half size is the limit. It's still a ways off from Shia's dream of a new LTRAMAN-sized iron-eating beast, or a KYCHAN-sized one, that could sit right on his shoulder. It still needs more proficiency, but this is pretty good too. After all, he just learned it. Alright, time to eat. Seeing the tiny beast, Xiu felt great. Just say like this when you eat from now on. It'll probably save a ton on food bills, he joked. 11 squeaked. Wow, 11 finally learned his first high-level skill. 11 was quite pleased. Even though it's far from the legendary super skills that can move mountains and drain seas, or those mythical abilities that can rewrite reality itself. It's a long road ahead, but this is still a massive leap forward. However, looking at the 40.8 cooldown, Xiu fell deep into thought. He didn't immediately go prep lunch for 11 and the others. Instead, he grabbed the bottle of divine beans. 1 bean clears 120 hours of weakness. If I take another one, will I instantly bounce back to full health, or even feel better than before? The manual says, divine beans can be taken repeatedly, while in a weakened state, until you're perfectly restored. He bought the lowest grade of divine beans, so he didn't have to worry about overdosing. Popping 2 or 3 at once should be totally fine. Awesome, this is a joy that's synthetic. Mind-clearing capsules could never provide. But just as he was about to eat the second bean, Xiu quickly hesitated. Its effect clearly exceeds 40.8 hours. Eating a whole one now would be a huge waste, and the manual doesn't say if I can split it. If I just swallow it, I'd basically be throwing away tens of thousands. One divine bean costs 100,000 yuan. Ginseng baby roots are 50,000 a pop. So maybe I should switch supplements. No, even ginseng baby roots aren't safe. She took out the 100 Flower Queen Bee Royal Jelly. It was also kept in a small vial, though it has queen in its name. It's not actually a monarch class creature. It's just a commander class beast. These creatures grow by absorbing nectar from various exotic flowers. This so-called royal jelly has many names, like queen bee extract or royal nectar. It was a supplement in his past life too. But in this world, the nourishing effects are way stronger. Xiu fetched his goji berry thermos, dumped out the contents, and started brewing a new supplement. This little vial of royal jelly costs 300,000, but it can be split into many servings. Just mix with warm water and drink. So theoretically, using this first is the easiest way to control the dosage, making sure not a single drop is wasted. Xiu brewed a third of the royal jelly. After mixing it well, he took a small sip and waited. The effect kicked in much slower than the bean. Xiu waited a few minutes before his body finally reacted. Cooldown 40.6 hours. Just one tiny sip shaved off 2 hours of weakness. Xiu was thrilled. It's so good to be rich. I gotta say, you really get what you pay for. The mind.clearing capsules he buys at pharmacies never have this kind of effect. Those capsules just use chemicals to forcefully restore his mental state, and they definitely wouldn't make the cooldown drop in such massive chunks, like numbers jumping off a page. At best, they just assist recovery. Nothing like this. Seeing the big cooldown numbers drop felt like a brand new lease on life for Xiu. Guess I'm done with pharmacies from now on. No more dealing with the clerks. Weird, judgmental stares. Asterisk gulp asterisk. Xiu chugged another mouthful and carried the thermos with him. He planned to clear the cooldown entirely today, then teach another skill tonight. Pay.to.win feels amazing. Teaching efficiency just skyrocketed. Looks like this 10 million startup capital won't be splurged on 11 and the cotton worm. It's way more cost-effective to spend it all on supplements. To bring out this kind of effect from supplements, he's probably the only tamer who can do it. That night, Xiu drank about half a cup of his happy water, and his teaching cooldown finally hit 0. Xiu was happy, sure, but not that happy, because that cup cost a third of his royal jelly. Half a cup is worth about 50,000 yuan, yet it only cleared 40.8 hours. Meanwhile, a 100,000 yuan divine bean cleared a massive 120 hours. Which one is more cost-effective? The answer was obvious immediately. Wait, that math isn't quite right. After all, divine beans mainly restore stamina and energy, but royal jelly, aside from doing that, also prevents diseases. Xiu couldn't be bothered to calculate. The problem now is, after popping supplements all day, he's heavily overdosed on energy. He probably won't be able to sleep. For a nighttime teaching skill, worm silk is definitely the top choice. Worm silk's 8-hour weakness period is perfect for sleeping. Xiu immediately went to find the green cotton worm and taught it the expert level worm silk for the 4th time. The proficiency did go up, but there wasn't a qualitative leap. Looks like hitting perfect level worm silk will require more teaching. That's fine. From now on, just firing off a worm silk lesson every night will be his knee sleep aid. It should hit max level in no time. It boosts worm silk's proficiency and prevents insomnia and all-nighters. It promotes good sleep, ensures physical and mental health, an absolute win for weight loss. Early morning, August 2nd. Xiaoyu takes out another magic bean and the remaining half bottle of soda, planning to teach 11 another high-level skill. After 11's morning workout and breakfast, he's called over by Xiaoyu again, making him a bit nervous. To be exact, he has a pretty bad feeling about this. Sure enough, under 11's gaze, Xiaoyu's right hand lights up again. What's the little trick this time? The iron-eating beast is speechless. This time, it's a skill that boosts training efficiency. Skill, absolute sleep. Skill level, high category, mental skill. It puts the user into an ultra-deep sleep to rapidly restore all physical states. Status, teachable. The skill absolute sleep might not seem like much at first glance, but it's actually incredibly strong. In fact, when a pet enters the beast space, its state is very similar to absolute sleep. You could say, if a wild beast masters this skill, it's almost like carrying around a partially functional beast space. and a high level 1 at that. Generally speaking, even an entry level absolute sleep has a stamina recovery effect on beasts that should be greater than a trainee beast tamer's beast space. If 11 learns this, barring some special circumstances, he basically won't need to return to Xiaoyu's beast space to rest at all, unless Xiaoyu levels up his beast space. But Xiaoyu has a feeling that the speed he upgrades his beast space might not be as fast as 11 leveling up the proficiency of absolute sleep. Anyway, once 11 learns this skill, as long as there's enough food to ensure his nutrition, paired with absolute sleep and high speed healing, 11 can completely train on his own, and the training efficiency will be off the charts. At the same time, with 11 not relying on the beast space for rest, Xiaoyu, as a beast tamer, will have more time and energy to strengthen the beast space itself, thus raising his own beast tamer level. This is exactly how it should be. Beast tamers should grow alongside their pets. Otherwise, when 11 hits the transcendent level, his beast tamer level would still be trainee, and that would just be embarrassing. After Xiaoyu finished explaining the skill, 11 opens his eyes. This skill is awesome. Not only that, once the skill proficiency gets higher, it can even be used mid-battle. Low proficiency absolute sleep recovers stamina relatively slowly, with low recovery efficiency, but high proficiency absolute sleep might only take a brief nap to recover a massive amount of stamina. Then, when facing enemies, just pop size alteration and harden, and smash them with Thunder Palm. Just go all out. If you get hurt, use high speed healing. Out of stamina, shrink down and go to sleep. Wake up from a hit and keep fighting. Did you get all that? 11 nods furiously, getting it instantly. Got it, got it. This tactic is legit. That day, Xiaoyu snacks on his magic beans, drinks his soda, watches 11 train independently, and rests up. He sums up a life lesson. Pay to win. Double quotes is always a win now that they have money. Both Xiaoyu and his two pets are clearly living their best lives. 2 high level skills taught in just 2 days, and they can even pop another worm silk every night. This was unthinkable for Xiaoyu before. By August 3rd, Xiaoyu originally wanted to repeat yesterday's routine and keep teaching deterrence as well. However, even with the supplements, trashing his body like this for 2 days straight is honestly a bit much to handle, mainly for psychological reasons. Whatever, let's take it easy today. I'll teach a low level skill to relax. Besides, he promised earlier to visit the Bamboo Stone Dojo when he had time. It's been 2 days and he still hasn't gone. It's about time to check it out. After all, the dojo over there seems to have training resources ready for the iron-eating beast. Might as well take free stuff. The Bamboo Stone Dojo is also in Pingcheng. If Xiaoyu takes a cab, he can get there in under half an hour. But before heading out, Xiaoyu looks up the dojo's phone number. He plans to make an appointment first, so he doesn't show up to an empty house. That would be a total waste of time. The Bamboo Stone Dojo is one of the iron-eating beast headquarters in the ancient state of Donghuang. Its master, Lin Hongmian, is one of Pingcheng's rare master-level beast tamers around, although he didn't rely on the iron-eating beast to get his master title. And his strongest pet isn't the iron-eating beast either, but his signature pet is undoubtedly the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast was Lin Hongmian's very first contracted pet. Because of this bond, he has always hoped to find better cultivation methods for the iron-eating beast, and even evolutionary paths. Unfortunately, due to racial limitations, the iron-eating beast has struggled to break through a certain bottleneck. Even though he researched too highly suitable non-racial skills for the iron-eating beast to learn, it was the same. As time went on, even after Lin Hongmian contracted stronger pets, he could never let go of this obsession. Ultimately, Lin Hongmian didn't give up. After inheriting his family's iron bamboo breeding base, he chose to open the Bamboo Stone Dojo and recruit disciples. As long as a beast tamer has contracted an iron-eating beast, they can join the Bamboo Stone Dojo to learn. Apprentices with outstanding talent even get a chance to learn Thunder Palm and the Cannon Punch skill manual. He hopes this method will train more top-tier iron-eating beast tamers once more people are raising them. Maybe someone more talented than him can find a better evolutionary path for them. Bamboo Stone Dojo, inside the training grounds, 10 apprentices of all ages are currently training with their iron-eating beasts. The dojo only takes in apprentice-level tamers, providing them with basic training. Once they become professional beast tamers, they basically graduate. However, there are dropouts like Xiaomi and Qi who fail the pro exam and give up halfway. Of course, that's just for regular apprentices. For the truly gifted ones, Dojo Master Lin Hongmian takes them as personal disciples, teaching them everything without holding back. Sadly, other than his own daughter. No iron-eating beast tamer has earned that personal disciple treatment yet. Despite training tons of pro beast tamers, Lin Hongnian still hasn't found a single disciple worth going all out for. Until Lu Qingyi came to him and asked him to look after someone. Since he accepted the request, no matter the guy's talent, Lin Hongnian definitely plans to give it his all. After all, his 2 mid-level skill manuals are practically nothing to someone like Dr. Lu anyway. But right after that, Lin Hongnian heard from Shang Yanqi all about Xiaoyu. Under a month, a genius with proficient level hardening, plus being connected to a prodigy like Dr. Lu, his future is limitless. He could easily raise an iron-eating beast to monarch rank. A genius beast tamer like this, even without Lu Qingyi's connection. He'd want to teach him everything anyway. That was what Lin Hongnian thought at first, but when Shang Yanqi told him that Xiaoyu's team learned Thunder Palm in one day, Lin Hongnian had an epiphany. Sorry, he's just not worthy. Even he wants to know how to use electric slimes and electric minerals to master Thunder Palm in a single day, up on the dojo's viewing platform. Lin Shuju looked at her dad watching the floor below and whispered, "Let's eat out for lunch. Let's go to Dragon Palace Seafood." Lin Hongnian frowned. "Are you done with your daily training?" Lin Shuju was speechless. Lin Hongnian looked at his rebellious daughter, feeling a wave of regret. Under his guidance, Lin Shuju had passed the Pro Beast Tamer exam at just 18. She had such a bright future. She might have even surpassed him and raised an iron-eating beast to monarch rank. However, who knew she'd choose the breeding major and even take evolution research as a minor? Wanting to research how iron-eating beasts evolve, he didn't know what possessed him back then to actually agree to it. The result, Lin Shuju have asked both. Her combat strength fell behind, and she hasn't found any evolutionary path either. Finish your training first, then we'll talk. Lin Hongnian was strictly by the book, speaking with a stern face. But mom is the one craving fish, Lin Shuju argued. Not me. Lin Hongnian paused. Just this once, don't slack off on training anymore. Just as the father and daughter were debating what to eat for lunch, a dojo apprentice ran over in a hurry. Master Lin, a beast tamer named Xiaoyu, says he might drop by today, asking if you have time. Xiaoyu, right, that's the name. Let him come. Lin Hongnian replied, kids finally willing to visit the dojo. The apprentice nodded and immediately went to reply. Meanwhile, Lin Shuju, standing nearby, felt the name sounded vaguely familiar. You know this Xiaoyu, right? Lin Hongnian asked his daughter first. I remember you mentioning him before. A highly disciplined iron-eating beast was adopted by someone named Xiaoyu. The first time Lin Hongnian heard Xiaoyu's name wasn't from Lu Qingyi, but from Lin Shuju. It's just that, because Xiaoyu was just an apprentice tamer. He didn't bother remembering it until Lu Qingyi mentioned him and he looked into it. Did he realize it was the same guy? Lin Shuju said, it really is him. You still remember, Dad? What's up? Is he joining the dojo? Lin Hongnian shook his head. No. Someone just asked me for a favor to help guide his growth a bit. By the way, after he left, do you know how that iron-eating beast has been growing? Lin Shuju shook her head too. No clue. But I did tell them. They can always come to the Iron Bamboo reading base for advice. Since he hasn't come back, I assume everything's perfectly fine. Fine, yeah, right. It's way beyond fine. Lin Hongnian paused, then said that Xiaoyu and his iron-eating beast competed in the Beast Tamer Assocation's MT Tianmeng survival trial a few days ago, and they took first place. Lin Shuju froze, barely processing what he said. Then her eyes went wide. Impossible. That cub was only awakening level 3 a month ago. At that level, it couldn't even beat a wild boar. Even if she had high hopes for that iron-eating beast, believing the highly disciplined little 11 would definitely achieve great things, she clearly didn't buy what her dad was saying. There's no way it grew that fast. I'm having a hard time believing it too, but he'll be visiting us in a bit. We'll find out the truth soon enough. Lin Hongnian looked at the hopeless apprentices training in the yard. If only they were half as good as the rumors about Xiaoyu. Level 6 growth, master level hardening, and learning Thunder Palm. Unbelievable. What about lunch, then? Lin Shuju asked the real pressing question. Put the absurd rumors aside. Eating is the real priority. I'm not going. Lin Hongnian replied, I'll stay and wait for Xiaoyu. Even though they hadn't met yet, he already favored this genius beast tamer more than his own daughter. It's just like those parents who constantly praise other people's kids. He couldn't wait to see just who the Xiaoyu and his iron-eating beast really were. But I already told Mom you were coming. Lin Shuju gave her dad a weird look. Her dad was actually growing a spine today, daring to defy the Queen Mother. Wasn't he afraid of sleeping on a bamboo mat tonight? Lin Hongnian calmly turned around and told Lin Shuju, "Tell Xiaoyu to come back this afternoon. I'm suddenly a bit hungry." This afternoon, Xiaoyu heard from the apprentices that Master Lin would be in later today, knowing someone would receive him. He stretched expectantly. Might as well. He'd grab a good lunch on the way before heading over. Around 10 in the morning, Xiaoyu set off. To save time, he flexed his newfound wealth and took a cab. After arriving near the dojo, he found a fancy-looking restaurant and ordered a feast, including the wild boar meat he missed out on last time. After eating and drinking his fill, Xiaoyu checked the time. It was almost 1 o'clock, so he headed straight to the bamboo stone dojo. Outside the dojo, "Excuse me, anyone home?" Xiaoyu knocked on the main door. A moment later, it opened. Someone in a very familiar outfit stood there. Xiaoyu looked them up and down, subconsciously thinking of the panda base. Wait, breeder Lin Shuju. The one opening the door was indeed Lin Shuju, wearing her signature panda shorts and T-dot shirt. "Hello there, we meet again." Lin Shuju smiled at him. "Yeah," Xiaoyu nodded. When he bought the iron-eating beast, he had a feeling something was up with her, only to find out later she was actually Lin Hongnian's daughter. In short, another rich second-generation tamer. He just got 10 million from Lu Qingyi, and now he was collecting resources from her. Guess he was destined to be a sugar baby, living off that easy money. Speaking of which, his loan wasn't fully paid off yet. He originally planned to pay it monthly. Does he even need to pay it now? "Follow me. My dad is inside," Lin Shuju said, leading the way. Soon, Xiaoyu was invited into the guest room. Finally, Xiaoyu got to meet the man Chen Kai. And Zhuang Yue called the potential #1 tamer in Pingcheng, Lin Hongnian, inside the dojo master's room. Lin Hongnian, dressed in a gray martial arts suit, gestured for Xiaoyu to take a seat, feeling Master Lin's aura. Xiaoyu thought he definitely looks like a pro, since he's an expert. I wonder if his other tamed beasts have any rare skills to copy. Xiaoyu sat down politely, while Lin Shuju, who brought him in, casually sat across from him. She still didn't buy what her dad said earlier about Xiaoyu's battle records. After all, she practically raised 11. What level was 11 a month ago? She knew better than anyone. Plus, during lunch, she asked her dad what was going on, but even he couldn't give a straight answer. "Just saying Xiaoyu had some special encounter. How outrageous, Doctor. Lu already briefed me. If you plan to study at the Bamboo Stone Dojo, I'll teach you everything I know. However, based on what I've gathered, when it comes to raising iron-eating beasts, it seems there's not much left for me to teach you. Among our dojo's training methods for them, the most valuable are undoubtedly the secret skill manuals for Thunder Palm and Cannon Punch. Aside from those, things like specially formulated supplements, even though they're super expensive, still pale in comparison to the manuals. They don't quite match up, and there are plenty of alternatives. Since Xiaoyu's team had already self-taught Thunder Palm, no wonder Master Lin said he didn't have much left to teach. "You're too kind." Xiaoyu insisted he was just a newbie. "How about this? From now on, all 3 of the dojo's training grounds are freely open to you. Use the equipment however you like. As for iron-eating beast resources, the dojo will provide everything." Shuju should have already given you the basic breeding manual, right? Later, I'll give you an advanced training guide for your reference. If you run into any training issues, feel free to come ask me anytime. You don't need to join the other apprentices for standard dojo training. How does that sound? Geniuses deserve special treatment. Xiaoyu's iron-eating beast already mastered master-level hardening and Thunder Palm. There was absolutely no need for him to grind through the daily routines of regular apprentices. Because of this, Lin Hongnian gave Xiaoyu plenty of perks, privileges that other apprentices, even his own daughter, never got to enjoy at the start. Thank you, Master Lin. Xiaoyu said, this actually suits me perfectly. Free food, free training ground, and no restrictions on my freedom. Plus, having a master.level beast tamer around to answer questions anytime. This deal is absolutely perfect. Great. Looks like that 10 million could be spent entirely on supplements. 11's trading resources were completely sorted. It was just that 11 ate a ton. He wondered if the dojo could handle his appetite. Normally, it was fine. He just worried 11 would use multiplication to eat more. As for the green silkworm's food, wasn't it literally everywhere outside? Looks like joining Bureau 11 was definitely the right choice. Otherwise, he'd still be resting up right now. If I'm not mistaken, your iron-eating beast had learned Thunder Palm, right? Also, its hardening proficiency has reached the proficient level. Xiaoyu nodded. Correct. Lin Shuju thought, you guys sound more ridiculous by the second. Then let's focus on training Thunder Palm first. Thunder Palm is easier to learn than Cannon Punch. Don't bite off more than you can chew. If you want to learn Cannon Punch, I suggest mastering Thunder Palm first. Xiaoyu nodded. It was true. Don't bite off more than you can chew. He barely had enough points to upgrade 11's current skills. As for Cannon Punch, forget about it. A normal iron-eating beast might need it, but his beast absolutely didn't. Having Thunder Palm was enough for that type of skill. No need to add off-fire-based Cannon Punch, just to expand its strike coverage. Even if he needed to, he would definitely wait for a higher level skill later. Outside records on Thunder Palm are extremely rare. Next, I'll take you to the training ground and break down the Thunder Palm skill in detail. Before that, I'll introduce you to the other apprentices. Since you'll be coming to the dojo, you're bound to run into them. As for the various training facilities here, I'll let Shuju show you around later. Lin Shuju had tons of questions, but she didn't dare interrupt her father. The family hierarchy, mother greater than father greater than her, it was too real. Speaking of which, Master Lin looked at Xiaoyu. Although Yanshou told me about you, I feel like I still don't fully understand your exact situation. Mind having a sparring match with an apprentice, so I can see exactly where you stand. Sure, Lin Shuju answered for him. The sparring match was great. She also wanted to see exactly what level Xiaoyu and 11 were at. The dojo was massive. It had 3 stadium-sized training grounds alone. But there weren't many apprentices around right now. Usually, only inner circle apprentices stayed full-time to undergo rigorous training. Lin Hongnian led Xiaoyu to a rooftop training ground. This is the basic training area, used for post-meal activities by the apprentices and beasts. Down below, beast tamers and their iron-eating beasts were jogging on the artificial turf to warm up. The tamers were fine, but the pandas looked completely reluctant, whining non-stop. They had just finished lunch. It should be nap time. Running right after eating was pure panda abuse. But with their beast tamers' strict orders, they had no choice. Iron-eating beasts were naturally lazy. This had to be slowly fixed through daily training. Otherwise, in a real battle, it would cause major problems. Lin Hongnian stated. Lin Shuju chimed in. But 11 is probably super disciplined, right? Xiaoyu nodded. Yeah, usually. He won't eat until he hits his training quota. Otherwise, he feels guilty eating. Lin Hongnian looked at Lin Shuju. There's an iron-eating beast like that? Lin Shuju also turned her head in surprise. Why did this sound even more absurd than when he was at the breeding base? What exactly did Xiaoyu do to 11 after that? She stared at Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu looked completely innocent. Maybe he used too many cheat skills on 11, and it provoked the bear. 11 felt getting something for nothing was shameful. The cheats his beast tamer gave him, he had to train desperately to earn them through sweat. After warming up, they'll stay right here for basic hardening training, pairing up to practice against each other. Lin Hongnian looked back down. Hardening bees, hardening, saved a ton of money on steel plates, unlike 11, who could only train hardening with gravity and steel plates. Their beasts are mostly around level 8 to 10. I'll just randomly pick one of them. Who happens to be the strongest? Lin Hongnian continued, randomly picking the strongest. Right now, the 10 apprentices down in the field had just finished warming up, ready to pair up for hardening practice. Led by a tall young man with a buzz cut, they quickly formed groups. Zhang Rui. Master Lin shouted. Just now, the tall, buzz.com guy organizing everyone. That young man, John Rui, looked up. Come on, let's head down, Lin Hongnian said. Moments later, they arrived at the training ground below. Master Lin, what's up? John Rui and the other apprentices all looked over. They glanced at Lin Hongnian, then at Xiaoyu, but quickly looked away. Their attention entirely locked onto Senior Sister Panda. Oh yeah! Senior Sister Panda came to the dojo today. Suddenly, they were all fired up to train. Teenagers at this age were right in that awkward, crush-prone phase. After day of boring training, they really needed something to heal their souls. As Lin Hongnian's daughter and a famous genius, Lin Shuju was incredibly gorgeous. Plus, that panda T-dot shirt really highlighted her curves. She was the absolute goddess of all the apprentices. Even the 2 girls among the 10 apprentices secretly envied Lin Shuju's figure. They looked down at themselves and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Let's pause your training for a bit, Lin Hongnian said. Let me introduce someone. This is Xiaoyu. He'll be studying at our dojo from now on. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes finally turned to Xiaoyu. They were wondering who he was. Turns out he's a new student. A newbie is great with a newbie here. The one getting scolded by the master for not adapting to the training intensity would be the newbie instead of them. This is called redirecting the aggro. Everyone's dojo status instantly went up by 1. They all suddenly found Xiaoyu very pleasing to the eye. The dojo atmosphere became very harmonious. Hello everyone. Xiaoyu smiled kindly. Everyone nodded back. Then Zhang Rui spoke up. I'm Zhang Rui. Come to me if you have any questions. Zhang Rui, hold off on leading the training. Have a spar with Xiaoyu, Lin Hongnian ordered. Zhang Rui was the strongest among the 10 apprentices. So, whenever Lin Hongnian and the other teachers were away, Zhang Rui usually led the basic training. Zhang Rui pointed at himself, surprised. That's right. If you lose, you and your iron-eating beast will do double training. Zhang Rui's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized it was just guiding a newbie. How could he possibly lose? Got it, he nodded quickly. As for the other apprentices, they all looked like, why not me? They understood Master Lin's intention. Wasn't it just to show the newbie who's boss, and let him see the strength of the apprentices here? At the same time, Master Lin probably also wanted to gauge what this newbie was capable of. They could have done that too. A chance to show off their training results in front of the master and the senior sister, and look totally badass in front of the newbie. How did Zhang Rui snatch it away? Damn it, so jealous. Because Xiaoyu and Zhang Rui were about to spar, everyone's training was temporarily halted. The apprentices and their beasts were secretly thrilled. At Lin Hongnian's signal, the bystanders scattered to the sidelines to watch, clearing the field for the 2. Xiaoyu, send out your pet, Zhang Rui said warmly. As he spoke, his iron-eating beast stepped forward, since they were just warming up. This iron-eating beast had been out the whole time. It was a big guy, about 1.5 meters long. Its growth level was definitely much higher than 11's. Alright, Xiaoyu nodded, and connected to his taming space. Whoosh whoosh. A second later, ripples appeared in the space around him, stirring up a faint breeze. The grass on the ground swayed gently. Points of light outlined out of thin air in front of Xiaoyu, revealing the full form of a transparent summoning array. From the water like ripples, 11 gradually stumbled out. He came outside and looked up at the big guy in front of him. 11's current normal height, without using his giantification skill, was barely a meter. Compared to Zhang Rui's, this iron-eating beast was clearly still a kid, and very young. At this moment, as 11 appeared, the dojo apprentices, who all raised iron-eating beasts, immediately judged 11's growth level. He looked to be around awakening level 6. Definitely a rookie. Zhang Rui's level 10. Iron-eating beast, with its proficient hardening, would probably win with ease. You can attack first, Zhang Rui said after a brief silence. If he attacked directly, Master Lin wouldn't be able to properly test the newbie's strength. Better to go easy on the new guy. 11, Xiaoyu didn't hold back either. He directly ordered 11 to attack. Awoo, instantly. 11 fiercely charged at the opposing iron-eating beast. At that moment, Zhang Rui was extremely confident in his beast's hardening strength. Even though this little iron-eating beast looked highly explosive, it was still a cub after all. Zhang Rui's beast showed off a bit, standing perfectly still in place. He chose to use full body hardening directly, waiting for the little beast to approach. With the little guy's strength, its hardening couldn't possibly deal any damage. Zhang was absolutely sure of it. Fight, fight. Xiaoyu was totally calm. I'm invincible. Do your worst. And it was true. Even knowing 11's hardening was definitely stronger than this iron dot-eating beast, Xiaoyu wasn't sure if 11 could critically injure the opponent with it. The issue lay in their base stats. Although 11's skill proficiency was very high, his raw strength was definitely weaker than this level 10 beast's. Having high hardening strength without the muscle to back up the attack obviously wouldn't deal much damage. However, right now, 11 wasn't just relying on hardening to fight. SBZZZT. Just as Zhang Rui and his beast confidently used proficient level hardening to test the newbie's strength. 11 pounced close, but didn't act like everyone expected. He didn't attack with hardened claws or use a hardened headbutt. Instead, after closing in on the opponent, he instantly pulled his arm back. The next second, a blast of interwoven blue and white light burst violently from his palm. A high-intensity electric current surged through 11's hand, forming a chaotic, destructive sphere of lightning, SBZZZT, chirping like 1,000 birds. Mid-tier skill, Thunder Palm, bathed in the lightning. 11's entire body was enveloped in a blinding glare, unbelievably dazzling. This scene instantly short-circuited Zhang Rui's brain and fried the minds of the other apprentices too. Their eyes went wide, finding it completely absurd, because this skill absolutely shouldn't appear on an iron-eating beast below the transcendent level. Focused high-voltage currents made 11's paw act like a sharp blade, with insane piercing power, way better for attacking than hardening. Meanwhile, due to proficient level hardening, full body hardening left it unable to move. Zhang Rui's beast could only watch helplessly as the crackling thunder palm thrust forward. It was too late to drop hardening and dodge. Asterisk bang, asterisk. With a roar of thunder, blue and white electricity surged instantly. It bypassed the hardening on Zhang Rui's beast, violently invading its body. Asterisk bam bam bam, asterisk. A split second later, electricity arced wildly. The beast was completely paralyzed. Its body instinctively slumped over, though it hadn't lost its comeback capability yet. It definitely took massive damage. Aside from a silent Lin Hongnian, everyone else, including Lin Shuju, all the dojo apprentices dropped their jaws, watching the little iron-eating beast cautiously step back, in total disbelief. It really is Thunder Palm. Lin Shuju stood next to her father, staring at 11 in shock, compared to hearing it second-hand, seeing it with her own eyes. Hit way harder. The Thunder Palm skill, a level 6 cub actually, managed to master it. Impressive, Lin Hongnian nodded. And it's a Thunder Palm with actual power? Seems like after mastering it, it put in some serious practice. While it might not be down for the count, taking that hit head on Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast is probably fully paralyzed. Lin Hongnian assessed the ring and noted. Asterisk BZZZT asterisk. Zhang Rui's beast was crackling with static. Right now, Zhang Rui's mind was blank. He was dumbfounded. How is this possible? This makes zero sense. While Zhang Rui was buffering, his paralyzed beast roared to snap him out of it. The fight isn't over yet. Hearing the roar, Zhang Rui finally snapped back. He hastily ordered an attack. He couldn't lose. Losing to a newbie is whatever, since they literally used Thunder Palm. Who the hell calls that a newbie? But if he loses, the double training will actually kill his panda. To avoid double training, even while fully paralyzed, it still flared up with defiant fighting spirit. Following its tamer's command, it lunged at 11, shedding sparks. But in its paralyzed state, its speed was severely crippled. 11, having created some distance, locked on with its super sight. Zhang Rui's beast's attack was full of openings. Don't dodge. Tank it head not on, then counterattack. Xiaoyu commanded at that moment, not giving super sight a chance to shine at all. 11, though easily able to dodge using super sight, remembered what Xiaoyu's goal was. It was to show Lin Hongnian 11's current proficiency in hardening and Thunder Palm, not to flex its super sight. Since the tamer gave the order, what else could 11 do? Just like Zhang Rui's beast earlier, it planted its feet, full body hardening, proficient level hardening. Seeing 11's transformation, the dojo apprentices gasped again. Not only did it master Thunder Palm, its hardening proficiency looks crazy high too. Makes sense. One of the prerequisites for Thunder Palm is proficient level hardening. Well, everyone marveled at this little cub's monstrous talent. Zhang Rui's beast clawed toward 11. Zhang Rui's beast mainly trained its claw hardness in daily sparring. The hardened skin of other apprentices' beasts was often torn apart by its hardened claws, but this time attacking the much younger 11. Zhang Rui's beast's claw strike merely left a white scratch on 11's hardened skin. It completely failed to break its defense. It was basically a flesh wound. How is this possible? Zhang Rui felt it was utterly ridiculous again. A second later, something even more absurd happened. After tanking the claw, 11 maintained full body hardening and brutally body slammed his opponent. Since its stored electrical energy was limited, 11 couldn't pull off a second high power Thunder Palm right now, so it had to rely on a hardening tackle. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Assuming the opponent only had proficient level hardening, Zhang Rui and his beast had 0 guard up, which resulted in them eating the full damage of that tackle. Asterisk thud, asterisk Zhang Rui's beast was sent flying. A max power Thunder Palm plus a full force hardened tackle instantly knocked out his iron eating beast. Thanks for the match, Xia Yu said sheepishly. At this point, Zhang Rui and the apprentices had their entire worldview shattered. Master, level hardening. This is a freaking level 6 cub. Even the seniors who passed the pro exams, the beasts they raised, probably only have loadouts like this. Asterisk roar, asterisk meanwhile, seeing its opponent go down, 11 let out a victorious cry, though it still felt a bit unsatisfied. The Bamboo Stone Dojo's apprentices were a bit weak. Among all awakened stage pets, probably only those at commander rank or higher could actually threaten 11. Zhang Rui, you lost. Double your training when you get back. Master Lin Hongnian chimed in. Zhang Rui felt he lost completely out of nowhere. This rookie? He stared blankly at 11 and Xia Yu, then looked at Master Lin Hongnian and Lin Shuju. He seriously suspected this was Master Lin's secret son. Otherwise, how could he be so ridiculously strong? The other apprentices were just as clueless. But reaching this point in the battle was enough for Lin Hongnian. Zhang Rui, go heal your iron eating beast. The rest of you, keep training. Xia Yu, come with me for a sec. Alright, Lin Hongnian turned and left. Xia Yu called 11 to tag along. As for Lin Shuju, she was still standing there, lost in thought. Was this really the 11 she knew? Senior Sister Lin, who is that guy? The other apprentices swarmed Lin Shuju. She snapped back, you all double your training too. She then hurried after her dad and Xia Yu, leaving the apprentices totally bewildered. That wasn't some bottom-tier rookie. That was a monster sent to humble them. Absolute try-hard. Inside an empty training hall in the Bamboo Stone Dojo, Lin Hongnian brought Xia Yu here. Walking alongside him, Xia Yu observed this weird uncle leading the way. He looked kind of familiar. 11, Lin Shuju called out as she caught up. 11 turned and saw her. He was pleasantly surprised. Big boss. Yeah, in 11's eyes, Lin Shuju, who always wore a panda suit, was one of his own. 11, long time no see. Lin Shuju rubbed 11's head and pulled him into a tight hug. Yep, still the same old 11. But what exactly happened? How did he get so strong so fast? You've raised this iron eating beast exceptionally well. It's the best one I've ever seen. Lin Hongnian didn't hold back his praise. Awoo, 11 broke free from the suffocating hug, pumping his fists in agreement. Obviously, Xia Yu also remembered who this uncle was. They'd met at the breeding base. Just couldn't pinpoint exactly who he was. Thanks, Xia Yu nodded politely at the praise. Hey, it was all thanks to his top-tier training, right? Anyway, your future is limitless. Lin Hongnian sighed deeply. Too bad there isn't much I can teach you. Next, I'll demonstrate the trading paths for hardening and Thunder Palm. Just for your reference. After saying that, beside the old man, a blue summoning circle appeared. A 2-meter tall adult iron eating beast stepped out. It had a fierce expression and bulging muscles. Looked ridiculously buff. None of the usual laziness of an iron eating beast. Not cute in the slightest. Looks like under Master Lin's training, this pet had overcome its natural habits and became a standard battle machine. The markers for different hardening proficiencies should be clearly recorded in that basic manual. As for Thunder Palm, Lin Hongnian looked at his beast and nodded. The next moment, under Xiaoyu and Eleven's gaze, the iron dot-eating beast's palms surged with high dot intensity, blue and white electricity. Asterisk BZZ, 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 asterisk lightning wrapped around its hands. The muscular beast sparked wildly. Looking exceptionally dazzling, your iron dot-eating beast Thunder Palm proficiency is currently at the entry level. One solid hit releases a chaotic, high dot intensity current that can severely paralyze the enemy. But the penetration is still lacking. Otherwise, it could have shattered the hardening layer earlier. And one dot shot the opponent. The hallmark of proficient level Thunder Palm lies in its piercing and penetrating effect. Asterisk BZZ, 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 asterisk. As Lin Hongnian spoke, on his beast's palms, the chaotic blue and white lightning began to flow. It looked like the intensity leveled up. The beast casually swung its arm. As the electricity flashed, the lightning seemingly formed a sharp blade. The penetration power visibly spiked. The air started to hum. At this proficiency, even solid steel can be pierced and shattered by the lightning. As for expert level Thunder Palm, if I guessed correctly earlier, your iron dot-eating beast ran out of steam after using just one Thunder Palm, right? Xiaoyu nodded. The hallmark of expert level Thunder Palm is making the skill a passive state. After Lin Hongnian spoke, his iron dot-eating beast moved again. This time, both palms were completely covered in lightning, and it continuously maintained this state. Not only does the lightning act like gauntlets, constantly covering the hands, you can also use Thunder Palm with both hands simultaneously. This is the hallmark of expert level. And finally, he finished, looking at his iron dot-eating beast. This is the state when Thunder Palm is trained to the perfect level. A will, the muscular, iron dot-eating beast roared. The lightning on its palm spread across its entire body, infusing right into its flesh. Asterisk BZZ, 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 asterisk under the surging electricity. Its mouth and eyes seemed to glow with lightning. In the next split second, its fur stood on end, as if turning into a bolt of lightning itself. In an instant, it appeared 50 meters away in the training hall, and then instantly zipped back to its original spot. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving only a scorched trail on the ground. Perfect level proficiency uses the intense current to stimulate the whole body, generating explosive instantaneous power, granting speed the eye can't even track. Train Thunder Palm to the perfect level, and then, combining the lightning's piercing power and your speed, you can even slice through real lightning. This feels so familiar, Xia thought to himself. After Lin Hongnian finished speaking, Xia was pretty chill about it, but 11 next to him was already looking at Xiu, totally pumped. This looks so awesome. Xiu, upgrade me. I'll work hard to make up for it later, but that's nothing. Lin Hongnian wasn't done yet. This is what you should be aiming for. This time, Xiu also perked up and looked at Lin Hongnian. A mastery level Thunder Palm. What kind of effect would that have? Obviously, he overthought it. Even Lin Hongnian, a master tier tamer, hasn't trained his iron dot-eating beast Thunder Palm up to that level yet. Right now, his iron dot-eating beast dispersed the lightning and entirely entered a hardened state. Then, it threw its head back and clenched its fists. Boom! Underneath its metallic texture, its body pumped out even stronger electrical currents. The weaving of black and white, and the flashing of blue lightning, made it look like it was wearing thunder armor. Boom, crackle. In this state, the iron dot-eating beast was bursting with power. Its attack, defense, and speed all hit their absolute peak. The crackling sound of the thunder armor felt like it could shatter an enemy's will. A combo skill of hardening and Thunder Palm. She gaped slightly. Yes, but way stronger than a normal combo. Beside him, Lin Shuju didn't expect her dad to go this far with the demo. Successfully combining to normal skills is called a combo skill. But my dad's iron dot-eating beast's hardening and Thunder Palm proficiencies are both at perfect level or higher. In the master domain, tamers take to skills at perfect, proficiency or higher, and the flawless combo they form. They call it an ultimate. What you're seeing right now is one of the ultimates it mastered. Thunder Armor. Relying on this ultimate, it can briefly fight monarch-level creatures. Combo skills are super tough. It's not like just knowing hardening and Thunder Palm means an iron dot-eating beast can combine them. Even just simultaneously overlaying hardening and Thunder Palm on its paws isn't something easily done. First, you have to consider if the beast can even use two skills at once. Second, you have to see if the energies of the two skills will clash. To resolve these conflicts, without a doubt, you definitely have to level up the skill's proficiencies. Only when the proficiency is high enough, and the beast is extremely fluent in a skill, is it possible to coordinate that skill and combine it with others. The higher the skill proficiency, the better the combo's completion rate. There's a saying in the Tamer world, a combo skill might not be the strongest, but the strongest skill is definitely a combo. Therefore, based on this saying, high-level beast tamers give combos made of 2 or more perfect-level skills a specific name. Ultimate, whether a beast can master an ultimate, and how powerful that ultimate is often the most critical factor. For higher ups to evaluate a tamer's nurturing skills, the word ultimate, for someone who isn't even a pro tamer like Xiu, is obviously a bit too early. Honestly, even for pro tamers, it's still way too early. After all, even a normal pro tamer might not be able to train their beast skills to perfect proficiency. But because he valued Xiu's talent, Lin Hongnian still chose to open his eyes to it early. He hoped Xiu would work towards this goal. After Lin Shuju explained the Thunder Armor Ultimate, Lin Hongnian suddenly glanced at Xiu, waiting for his shocked expression. A genius is a genius, but compared to an experienced veteran like him, he was definitely still lacking. This experience would serve as a good reference for Xiu. However, Xiu's next sentence made Lin Hongnian's heart skip a beat. This Thunder Armor feels like it could be improved. Xiu had spotted Thunder Armor's flaw. Why do you say that? Lin Shuju was confused, because an iron-eating beast's eyesight isn't great at that kind of speed just now. Can it really control its movements properly? The buff iron-eating beast beside them froze. Lin Hongnian also froze. There's no such thing as a flawless ultimate. Having this move to deal with large, slow opponents is already amazing enough. She added, if it had a sensory skill to predict the enemy's movements or clearly track their exact location, Thunder Armor's effect might be even stronger. He looked at 11. Perfect hardening plus perfect Thunder Palm plus perfect supervision? Now that feels like the perfect Thunder Armor ultimate, but that's basically a 3-skill ultimate. As for facing large opponents, perfect hardening plus perfect Thunder Palm plus perfect enlarge. Wouldn't that be even better? The key issue is, iron-eating beasts can't easily learn sensory skills. Lin Hongnian's face darkened with exasperation. You think learning skills is that easy, just learning whatever you want. But your logic isn't bad. No ultimate is absolutely perfect. They all have their own flaws. Integrating new skills into a combo ultimate, can definitely boost its overall power. Of course, that's still way too far off for you. Your current goal should be training your iron-eating beast to level up its Thunder Palm proficiency. And then, try a basic combo of hardening and Thunder Palm. Raising Thunder Palm's proficiency isn't easy. After all, this skill isn't. A racial skill for iron-eating beasts, going from beginner to proficient. Requires the palms to have extreme endurance and lightning resistance. From proficient to mastered, requires the pet beast to have insane energy control, along with a massive stamina pool to back it up. As for going from mastered to perfect, one single mistake during training, will leave the beast covered in injuries. The training process is incredibly dangerous. Every step requires precise execution. Anyway, if you run into any training bottlenecks later on, just come find me. Lin Hongnian said, even though he had just shown Xiaoyu the characteristics of Thunder Palm at every proficiency stage, actually practicing in that direction still involved a lot of hidden tricks. Alright, I'll do my best. Xiaoyu nodded. Next to him, the little iron-eating beast, 11, felt like these two weren't on the same wavelength at all. And he was absolutely right. What Lin Hongnian envisioned was mastered hardening plus proficient Thunder Palm, forming a localized, basic combo. Just this one trick alone would be enough for Xiaoyu to pass the pro exam later. But what Xiaoyu was thinking was, when can I get perfect level? Hardening plus perfect, Thunder Palm plus perfect multiplication. Instantly unlock Thunder God Armor mode and one-shot a city. The skill index really is a beautiful thing. JPG. Next, Panda Senior took Xiaoyu to familiarize them with the dojo's facilities, equipment specifically designed to train an iron-eating beast's base stats. They had it all here, but 11 still felt it lacked a little kick. Didn't seem as hardcore as the jump building method. There was one particular room, specially made for iron-eating beasts, to train their lightning resistance. The electricity training room could provide up to transcendent level shocks. There was also an electrified swimming pool nearby, which trained their aquatic combat skills, while passively boosting lightning resistance. 11 actually really loved this one. Other than that, The cafeteria and clinic were standard setups. After taking a look around, Xiaoyu nodded in approval. Using the equipment here is definitely more scientific than solo grinding and provides a much more well-rounded workout. But most importantly, the food and drinks are free. To properly test out the dojo's catering, Xiaoyu specifically stayed until dinner time. Her dad, Lin Hongnian, was busy summarizing his insights on raising iron, eating beasts, planning to give them to Xiaoyu before he left. Right then, Lin Shuju knocked and walked in. Are they done eating? Lin Hongnian asked. Did it suit their tastes? Lin Shuju looked thoughtful. It should be perfectly fine. Xiaoyu was normal, but that little iron, eating beast ate a ton. Lin Hongnian laughed. If it's as disciplined as you say, and exercises that intensely, eating a bit more is totally normal. Lin Shuju replied, electric or iron bamboo, ironwood, spirit mineral water, plus our dojo's special made, double quotes metal lightning dual attribute energy crystal combo meal. He ate double the portion of a normal post training beast. Lin Hongnian raised an eyebrow. That is quite a lot, but still within reason. But this was just from their afternoon, single, solitary battle. Their food intake with zero actual training volume. Lin Hongnian fell deep into thought, feeling like the dojo's food reserves might need to be scaled up, but it shouldn't be a big deal. It's just food. They have plenty. It's just an awakening, level iron, eating beast. No matter how much nutrition it needs, could it really eat his own commander, level iron, eating beast? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was taking a stroll around the dojo. He was in a great mood. With absolute sleep and the beast taming space's accelerated digestion, he really didn't have to worry about 11 overeating. His body could absorb all those nutrients perfectly. At this rate, he was confident that within a few months, he'd raise 11 to the transcendent level. In this world, an iron, eating beast's average lifespan is around 35 years, usually a wild one with ample nutrition and good growing conditions. Needs about 10 years to naturally reach the transcendent level. By that age, an iron, eating beast would already be a fully grown adult, hitting its physical prime. That's considered a normal growth rate for their species. But a tamed iron, eating beast can accelerate this entire process. Like 11, it looks completely possible to hit transcendent level before he even turns 2. As for the pro exam, he didn't need to worry about 11's level at all, but my own level. Xiaoyu stopped in his tracks. Looks like I need to check out if there are any cultivation resources specifically tailored for beast tamers. Supplements alone won't cut it. That evening, Xiaoyu planned to say his goodbyes to Lin Hongnian and Lin Shuju, then head home for the night. After all, he still had a certain worm at home to feed. Before he left, Lin Shuju handed the iron, eating beast advanced care manual over to Xiaoyu. It contained detailed records of the training methods for every stage of Thunder Palm. Keep them safe. Good luck. Lin Shuju handed the skill manual to Xiu and pumped her fist. He could tell that her father pinned all his hopes on Xiu, hoping Xiu could train the iron, eating beast to break its limits. Xiu took the skill manual. He looked at Lin Shuju and said, don't worry. As long as the dojo provides enough food, 11 won't let anyone down. Otherwise, he'd feel bad eating it. 11 isn't like me. I can accept freebies with zero guilt. They say when a tamer and a beast bond for a long time, their personalities start rubbing off on each other. Xiu was quite curious. Who would influence who more between him and 11? When Xiu got home that night, the green cotton worm was still asleep. This little guy did nothing but eat and sleep, even more than 11, an actual iron, eating beast. Since it was asleep, Xiu decided not to wake it for dinner. After a quick shower, Xiu prepped his supplements and called 11 over. Woo, after so many times, 11 knew exactly what Xiu was going to do, just from his tone of voice. 11 obediently trotted over to Xiu, spending the afternoon at the bamboo dojo, really opened his eyes. The sheer presence of Lin Hongnian's iron, eating beast deeply captivated little 11. Come on, 11, let's see where your limits are. You're accepting this way too easily now. Xiu was speechless, but in 11's mind, he was just reaping the rewards in advance, overdrawing on training and sweat now, and paying it back later. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Skill, Thunder Palm, level, intermediate. Electric type skill, gathers high intensity electric currents on the palm, turning it into a sharp blade. With extreme piercing power, also causes paralysis. Status, teachable. Xiu took it easy today. He just planned to teach one intermediate skill. Xiu bumped up 11's Thunder Palm proficiency. It went from entry level straight to proficient. After drinking less than half a cup of royal jelly, Xiu fell right asleep. 11 glanced at Xiu, dragged him to bed, and tucked him in. Then he immediately ran out to the yard. The long night was just beginning, but with absolute sleep. Did he care? Not at all. Tonight, he was going to grind and try to combine Thunder Palm with hardening. Tonight, and every night after. Early morning, August 4th. A starving Xiu woke up. Being physically weak does that to you. Skipping one meal makes you ravenous. You gotta stay full all day. He let out a yawn. After stretching, Xiu got out of bed, putting on his cat slippers. Xiu pushed the door open. In the courtyard, Xiu wasn't sure if 11 slept at all last night. The moment he stepped out, he saw 11 sitting under a tree, deep in thought, pondering his bare life up in the birdcage. The green cotton worm watched 11 quietly. Since it didn't sleep as heavily as Xiu, it got woken up by this noisy bear. The bug shed a tear. Not only had it seen steel plates at 4 a.m., now it saw an iron-eating beast discharging electricity all night. Under the moonlight, the lightning was dazzling, sounding like 1,000 chirping birds. How was it supposed to sleep through that? What's up? Xiu asked casually. 11 turned his head and held out his paw. Meaning, it's too hard to combine hardening and Thunder Palm. Expert hardening plus proficient Thunder Palm. Even a basic combo seems a bit tough. He studied it all night. Late night snacks, absolute sleep, and endless attempts. He still couldn't pull off the combo. That just means your proficiency isn't high enough yet. No worries, let's eat first. I'll level it up for you later. Hard work now, upgrades later. What an understanding Tamer. During breakfast, Xiu let 11 and the cotton worm polish off all the remaining food in the house. After this, they could just eat at the dojo. But the dojo was pretty far away. Going there every day was a waste of time. Besides, he didn't necessarily need to use the dojo's training gear every single day. He'd go ask later and see if they offered takeout or delivery. Later that day, she went back to the dojo. But this time, not only was Panda Senior missing, dojo master Lin Hongmian was also heading out. That made sense. Panda Senior spent most of her time at the breeding base researching iron-eating beasts, and Master Lin, as a master-rank tamer, couldn't just stay cooped up in the dojo all day. Xiu, you signed up for the Mount Tianmeng trial. You must be aiming to explore the ruins. Master Lin asked before leaving. Xiu nodded in confirmation. According to reports from the Tamer Corps' trainees, those ruins are indeed great for training. With your strength, you might stumble upon some unexpected gains. John Rui and the others are also exploring the ruins this time. You guys could have a rematch. Master Lin looked toward the snowy mountains. He sighed softly. I'll be leaving Pingcheng for a while. If you have any questions at the dojo, you can ask Shuju directly. Master Lin left in a hurry. Xiu didn't even get a chance to ask if the dojo offered food delivery. Left with no choice, he had to run to the cafeteria to ask himself. The supply uncle in the cafeteria said, of course. Not just in Pingcheng. Most iron-eating beast supplements in Icefield City and food are mostly ordered from here. We definitely offer delivery. Master Lin said, you're free to use the dojo's training resources. They even support home delivery. You just need to tell me the quantity, address, and delivery time. Alright, thanks. Hearing about the home delivery, Xiaoyu instantly felt relieved. Then for every day, let's set it to 3 times a normal iron-eating beast's meal. But looking at it this way, Panda Senior's family is way wealthier than he thought. True, what normal family could afford to run a private giant panda breeding base? After booking a 3-day supply of food, Xiaoyu left the dojo. There are 3 days left until the Beast Tamer Assocation's ruin exploration. 3 days to go. On August 7th, Xiaoyu can follow the main group and enter the ruins together. Since he heard it's a trial-type ruin, Xiaoyu decided to use these 3 days to desperately boost 11's strength again, gradually upgrading his skills. Now with all these supplements and nutritional foods, 11's strength is definitely going to see an explosive surge. After getting back, Xiaoyu immediately prepped all the supplements and started teaching 11 deterrents. He planned to teach all high-level skills first, before helping 11 level up his Harden and Thunder Palm proficiency to perfect the combo skill. 11 covered his eyes, leaving a tiny gap, silently enduring this burden. Skill, deterrence. Skill level, high category, mental skill. It can intimidate with sheer aura, shock and dominate targets, and even knock out much weaker creatures. It symbolizes having the potential of a king. Status, teachable. at a certain level. The deterrent skill is actually quite a generic skill. Transcendent creatures at the monarch level and above can all awaken it naturally, but during the awakening stage, or transcendent and commander stages, if a pet can master deterrence, that's incredibly impressive. Not having reached the monarch level, yet mastering deterrence early, basically means this pet has monarch level potential. The Bingyuan City breeding base, as the largest official base in Bingyuan City, really is full of hidden talents. It seems that Snowball's master is no simpleton either. Xiaoyu doesn't know much about deterrence. He only knows its benchmark effects for the first 3 proficiencies. Entry level shocks the opponent, weakens their fighting spirit, and boosts one's own willpower, has a ruling effect on the same species. Proficiency level can directly crush an opponent's will, stun them, and deal mental damage. Mastery level capable of wide range intimidation. A single glance, relying on mental pressure, can knock out countless creatures. As for perfect and transcendent proficiencies, he couldn't find them on his phone, but Xiaoyu could guess a thing or two. Anyway, since it's classified as a high level skill, its potential goes without saying teaching. From today on, you are the Panda King. 11. Xiaoyu reaches out to pet 11's head. Light flows in as Xiaoyu swallows the magic bean with difficulty. He finally catches his breath. Meanwhile, in the empty yard, as Xiaoyu finished teaching, 11 closes his eyes to absorb the experience. Time seems to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a moment later, 11 opens his eyes. Fallen leaves on the ground tremble without wind. There's clearly no breeze at all, yet every leaf rustles in unison. The scene is incredibly dramatic. At this moment, 11 doesn't seem like a cub anymore. Instead, his every movement radiates immense authority. A young king of beasts is still a king. 11 opens his bright eyes. Every gesture naturally exudes a domineering aura and terrifying beastly wildness. That's it. However, 11 soon breaks character. Facing doubt from his beast tamer, Xiaoyu looks at the awkwardly cute iron eating beast, feeling zero dominance. Damn it. The iron-eating beast cub just looks too harmless, even with the mental deterrence buff. The current effect is pretty limited. Seems like 11 needs to grow up or use size alteration to actually be visually capable of striking real fear into enemies. 11 cancels the hard to control deterrence skill and shows a wronged expression. This skill doesn't feel that useful. He doesn't even get what it does. Chirp, but just as Xiaoyu and 11 are roasting the deterrence skill, saying it needs upgrading, caught in the crossfire while watching from the tree, the green silkworm drops down with its eyes rolled back, looking at the fainted green silkworm on the leaves. Xiaoyu and 11 fall into deep thought. Xiaoyu, doesn't the deterrence skill only have a mental shock effect after reaching the proficiency level? But this green silkworm, his mouth twitches. Then he realizes, the ultimate weakling of the pet world. As expected of you, you even got scared by this. For the current 11, the practical value of the deterrence skill is temporarily lower than the same tier absolute sleep and size alteration, of course. Compared to the Harden and Thunder Palm combo, its value is also inferior for now. So after some thought, Xiaoyu decides to stick to the original plan. To help 11 perfect his first combo skill, by standard definition, a combo of 2 perfect level skills is called an ultimate art. This standard is still a bit too early for 11, mainly because Xiaoyu's body can't handle it, and the supplements might not be enough. Therefore, they plan to just aim for a normal combo skill first. Theoretically speaking, if the skills are at proficiency level or above, as long as they are compatible, there's hope of forming a combo skill. Dojo Master Lin Hongmian told Xiaoyu, the minimum requirement for a hardening and thunder palm combo, standard proficient, level hardening, and skill level thunder palm. 11 has currently met this threshold. But even at the exact same proficiency level, there's definitely bound to be a gap. Although they reached the bare minimum, after working hard all night, 11 realized he's still lacking the spark to pull off the combo. So what else can they do? Keep training. No, keep adding skill points. Xiaoyu is going all in. After teaching deterrence, he swallowed a divine bean and chugged down some happy water, downing the remaining half of the bottle from yesterday in one go. With that, of the 5 divine beans, 2 are left. The queen bee jelly and happy water are down to a third. As for the 5 ginseng baby roots, they are untouched. By the evening of the 4th, Xiaoyu had recovered, planning to teach 11 Thunder Palm once again. In the courtyard, Xiaoyu and 11 stood facing each other. After half a day of solo training, 11 looked at Xiaoyu and took a small step back, although he said he wanted to test his beast tamer's limits. But looking at Xiaoyu's current state, he's really afraid Xiaoyu might suddenly drop dead. The frequency of teaching skills lately has been way higher than ever before. 11 took another small step back, then turned around. Never mind, better just train by myself. Time to slip away. Not a big deal. Xiaoyu reached out and yanked 11 back. He can still hold on, having a cheat and not working hard. How is that any different from being a slacker? Mostly, the strengthening feedback from the skill index makes his recovery excellent every time. So as long as he has supplements, he can keep pushing through. The skill index isn't just a cheat for his pet. It's a cheat for himself too. After using it for so long, every time he recovers from a weakened state, Xiaoyu can feel himself slowly getting stronger. It's not just the beast taming space's attributes within the tamer system getting stronger, but Xiaoyu feels his actual physical body improving, waking up full of energy after every weak phase. Although a single boost isn't as obvious as the feedback from a pet leveling up, the sheer frequency makes up for it. After all, a pet leveling up isn't easy, but teaching a skill and recovering from the weakened state takes less than a day or two. It looks like every time he teaches a skill, Xiaoyu is just resting and recovering. But if you convert this process into exercise volume, it's actually a massive workout. So frequently using the skill index and supplements isn't just Xiaoyu leveling up his pet. He's also strengthening his own body in the process. Even though the current feedback effects don't offer a huge boost, his physique hasn't undergone a qualitative change like a pro tamers, but it all adds up. After all, it hasn't even been a full month yet. Xiaoyu's ultimate goal is to be like the MC of a certain anime, able to physically tank pet skills with his bare body. By then, he'll basically become a super earthling. And when he does something stupid, his safety will be greatly increased. Wait, why did he subconsciously think about doing something stupid? Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. Maybe because, even though it's dangerous, it's just so much fun. Anyway, with so many supplements on hand, it'd be a waste not to use the skill index. Not just to make 11 stronger quickly, but also to build a solid body for himself. The only cost of this physical buff is the annoying weak state beforehand. Xiaoyu sighed softly, then opened the Thunder Palm page again, and selected to teach it. He slapped his hand onto 11's head. Teaching complete. Xiaoyu's eyes immediately became sunken. He was sleepy, way sleepier than when he taught Worm Silk, wishing he could just sleep forever. It scared Xiaoyu so much, he quickly chewed a ginseng baby root to calm his nerves. This thing restores energy so slowly. With the teaching done, Xiaoyu stared at the cooldown timer, feeling like it's ticking slower than Happy Water's effect, as expected at the cheapest supplement he bought. But even at its cheapest, it still cost 50.00 bucks. Xiaoyu compared it to the price of the divine beans and queen bee jelly, and figured the ginseng baby root should at least shave off over 40 hours of the weakened state. Next up is just waiting quietly for his body to return to peak condition. Xiaoyu glanced at the sky and decided to wait it out in his sleep. At this moment, 11 had almost finished absorbing the Thunder Palm experience. His Thunder Palm was previously at skilled level. Now, its proficiency has taken another step forward. If Xiaoyu's guess is correct, the next time he teaches Thunder Palm, it will push his Thunder Palm's proficiency up to proficient level right now. Feeling a brand new understanding of Thunder Palm, 11's eyes lit up, radiating energy. He couldn't wait to test out the combo skill. However, a certain pet seemed to be suffering from the birdcage in the courtyard tree. The newly recovered green silkworm looked at 11 with grievance. Don't come any closer. Is it really that hard to just get a good night's sleep? Buggy shed a tear. He looked up at the round moon and cast a pleading gaze at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu finally made a decision. 11 really was pushing himself a bit too hard, even though, as long as there's enough food, absolute sleep can quickly restore his stamina. His mental state can't always be strung tight from training. Alright, Xiaoyu grabbed 11 again. Since you have absolute sleep now, you don't need to return to the beast taming space. Take the night off. I've been wanting to use a panda pillow. While Green Silkworm watched with gratitude, Xiaoyu dragged a dazed 11 into the house. Inside, Xiaoyu's hands were a blur as he gave 11 a thorough petting. Then he shook his head. He had 11 use multiplication to shrink. Xiaoyu felt the fur again. The texture was much better now. The size was perfect, too. Tonight, I'm treating myself to a panda pillow. Some other day, I'll treat myself to a giant panda bed. 11 initially wanted to protest and go train, but Xiaoyu was already fast asleep. Slumped right on top of him. 11 froze. He knew training was off the table tonight. To avoid waking his exhausted beast tamer, he slowly relaxed his body, making himself as soft as possible. Eventually, he drifted off as well. 4:00 a.m. the next morning. I hate this. Xiaoyu stared grumpily at 11, who was ready to train. He rested his chin on his hands and just watched him. 11 gave him a dead serious look. You've rested enough. Time to train. Let's go together. What a nightmare. Xiaoyu rubbed his eyes. 11 didn't need the beast space anymore, but he turned into a literal alarm clock. Still, since he felt recovered, Xiaoyu sighed and decided to get up. August 5th, Xiaoyu taught Thunder Palm again. 11 finally reached proficient level. He could now use Thunder Palm with both hands, controlling the electrical energy with ease. However, due to his growth level, his stamina was lacking. He couldn't maintain the palms for long. Xiaoyu realized he needed a physical enhancement skill for 11. As if answering his thoughts, while no new skill appeared, 11 underwent a breakthrough that day. He finally reached Awakening Level 7, from Level 3 to Level 7 in just 1 month. Incredible speed, but that wasn't the biggest win. Once Thunder Palm hit proficient level, without much extra effort, Hardening and Thunder Palm fused into a combo. Asterisk ZZT, crackle, asterisk. In the courtyard, 11 stared at the sparks on his hardened paw. He was thrilled. Hardened strength plus lightning penetration. It was a dual physical and elemental attack. To test the power, the leftovers of those nasty steel plates became the guinea pigs. Against the steel, 11 could now punch straight through. Looking at the shattered metal, 11 let out a triumphant roar. He was feeling himself. If he met that elite iron-eating beast again, he definitely one-shot him. The Panda King only fights the elite. His name is John Rui, not elite. Eat it, don't let it go to waste. Xiaoyu nitpicked from the side. He had money now, but he had to stay frugal. With the combo skill basically complete, Xiaoyu used another ginseng whisker to recover. That afternoon, he taught hardening again without hesitation. This was the third lesson, on top of 11's proficient hardening. After this, Xiaoyu dialed back the intensity. The ruins open the day after tomorrow. I have supplements, but I still need some restraint. Constant exhaustion takes a mental toll. A good physique isn't enough. Xiaoyu felt drained. Being a beast tamer is hard work. Sipping energy drinks until night, Xiaoyu taught Worm Silk one last time before sleeping. August 6th, Xiaoyu slowed down even more. Only one hardening lesson during the day, plus one Worm Silk at night. With the supplements, he was back in peak condition. All in all, in the week after the MT Tianmeng trial, Xiaoyu mostly stayed home, grinding for levels. Aside from a few dojo visits, he didn't go anywhere else. The results were phenomenal. Name, Iron-Eating Beast. Level, Awakening Level 7. Skills, Hardening, Proficient +4. Thunder Palm, Proficient, Super Sight Expert, High Speed Healing Expert, Deterrence Initial, Absolute Sleep Initial, Multiplication Initial. Name, Green Silk Worm. Level, Awakening Level 7. Skills, Worm Silk Proficient +6. By now, 11 had mastered 2 proficient skills, 2 expert skills, and 3 high-level initial skills. 1 proficient skill was mid-tier, and though the other was low-tier, it was 11's racial skill. Plus, after reaching proficient, it had been taught 4 more times, even though 11 was only level 7. In terms of combat power, Xiaoyu felt he could rival Monarch.level cubs, the absolute peak of his level. As 11's tamer, Xiaoyu really wanted to lean back and brag. Invincible in his rank doesn't even cover it. At this rate, before 11 even reaches transcendent level, he might be able to fight. Overlord. Level cubs. As for matching mythical cubs, Xiaoyu didn't want to get ahead of himself. He didn't actually know how strong a mythical cub was. Honestly, his knowledge of Monarch and Overlord cubs was pretty limited too. As for the green silkworm, after so many worm silk lessons, its growth rate has naturally exploded. Once its silk reached proficient, it gained a growth level every 2 lessons on average. Its growth speed far outclasses 11's. It caught up to 11's level in no time. Part of that is just its nature as an insect. But even with the level boost, its actual combat power is, well, you know, Xiaoyu didn't even pay much attention to its level changes. After all, before evolution, a green silkworm's level is practically meaningless. Once I enter the ruins, I'll look around for suitable evolution materials. If I find anything good. On the morning of August 7th, Xiaoyu spoke to the lethargic worm. If we get lucky, I should probably take the time to train Buggy properly. If I can evolve it into a creature with a Monarch. Level racial grade, then for its evolved form, my second contracted beast will be set. Then it and 11 can be the Iron. Wing combo. Xiaoyu was met with a cry, full of very mixed emotions from the worm. Today was the day Zhou Wanchen mentioned at the MT Jianmeng training base. The professional beast tamer would lead the qualified candidates into the ruins. Xiaoyu had spent the last 2 days digging for info on the site, combined with Lu Qingyi's intro. He now had a better grasp of it. This ruin space only allows stable entry for level 1 intern beast tamers. Aside from them and their contracted beasts, any other life form entering either destabilizes the ruins or finds themselves unable to see or interact with anything inside. Based on the intel he gathered, Xiaoyu gave it some thought, and like the previous training session, he wouldn't bring the worm as deadweight since they lacked a beast space connection. He couldn't guarantee the worm could even enter the ruins, let alone stay by his side. Honestly, these ruins were weird. So weird they seemed tailor-made for him. He couldn't help but wonder if someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, waiting for him to explore. It was like an unknown entity was controlling the place, trying to put him to the test. At least, that was his guess. After all, no matter how you look at it, he was the one who woke it up. Of course, it might not be a living being, but a spirit like Lu Qingyi mentioned, the sentient traces of history. Spirits are conscious entities that no one has fully deciphered yet. Early that morning, Xiaoyu recalled 11 into the beast space at home. He headed to the association with high hopes. Whatever secrets these ruins held, as a mythologist, archaeologist, and intern beast tamer, Xiaoyu was determined to see it through. I summoned it, so I'll finish it. The day is finally here. His archaeological soul was buzzing again. Nothing beats the thrill of a risky outing. I'll focus on steady growth after this, I swear. Live a quiet life. That morning, at the association's designated spot, roughly 80 people had gathered. These 80 were all the elites among Pingcheng's interns. Their beasts were mostly at awakening level 7 or higher, with high racial grades and proficient level racial skills. Most were geniuses who passed the association's training assessments. Besides those who earned slots via tests, there were direct recommendations from local dojos and schools. For instance, Zhang Ri and others from the Bamboo Stone Dojo. They were here for this direct exploration. Technically, this was the Pingcheng association's 3rd attempt. The first was right when the ruins appeared. Beast tamers of all levels flocked here to study it. That time, they discovered that only interns could truly uncover the secrets. The second attempt saw the association deploy elite soldiers from the local corps. They were sent in to scout. From that, they got a general idea of what kind of ruin it was. This is the 3rd large-scale exploration. The Pingcheng Association brought together top intern tamers from every field. This mission is both a trial and a gift for Pingcheng's interns, based on previous experience. There are rare resources inside. Though hard to obtain, it's a real chance for any explorer who can seize the moment to boost their own strength. I wonder if anyone in this batch can actually crack the ruins. High up in the association building, the president, dressed in a gray suit, silently watched the latest group of explorers assemble below. These ruins manifested in Pingcheng. Per the Donghuang Ruins Law, the local association has priority. But if they fail to crack it within a certain time frame, control over the site will be opened up to surrounding cities. Right now, priority still belongs to Pingcheng. But in a month, if they still haven't cracked it, trainees from other districts in Binyuan, or even the city proper, will be allowed to explore. Everyone will want a piece of the pie. If it remains uncracked after a while, then beast tamers from outside Binyuan City can also stick their noses in. By then, any resources found won't belong to Pingcheng or Binyuan anymore. That's why the president of the Pingcheng Association desperately wants someone from Pingcheng to be the one to crack it, because that way, the local association and the city can maximize their benefits. If they miss this chance for rapid growth, who knows when another stroke of luck like this will strike again? 3 familiar faces out of only 80 people. If I look closely, they shouldn't be hard to spot. Outside the association, Xiaoyu spotted the star student, Chen Kai. That guy got lucky. He barely made the top 20 in the assessment. Besides Chen Kai, he saw Zhang Ru from the Bamboo Stone Dojo, along with 4 other apprentices. Since he'd only fought Zhang Rui, that was the only one he really knew. Aside from them, Xiaoyu also noticed a surprise guest, the young doctor from the Herbal Hall Pharmacy. Turns out this guy is a trainee beast tamer, too. He was actually the one who told Xiaoyu about the ruins. Xiaoyu didn't expect him to show up. Actually, there was one more semi-familiar face, the referee from his match with Chen Kai. Bai Shai wasn't that old either. Somewhere in his 20s, he must be a trainee beast tamer as well, but to be a referee at the battle arena. He wasn't just a referee. As an arena management graduate, he definitely had some skills. Is everyone here? Right on time. A squinty-eyed man in a gray suit walked out from the association. At the sight of him, all 80 trainees stopped talking. The Pingcheng Beast Tamer Association president, a master.level beast tamer. Time to head out. He squinted and spoke to his secretary. A moment later, a large vehicle parked outside the association roared to life. All right, everyone, board in an orderly fashion. We're taking you to the ruins. Entry point. Xiaoyu followed the crowd onto the bus. Chen Kai and Zhang Rui saw him, too. But since they were with their own squads, they just gave him a quick wave. The young doctor from the pharmacy was alone. So he walked over and sat next to Xiaoyu. He blurted out, "No way. What are you doing here? Can your body even handle this?" Even though it had been 2 weeks since Xiaoyu last bought supplements, the doctor still had a very vivid impression of him. "My body is fine." "Never been better," Xiaoyu said. The doctor just chuckled. He clearly didn't buy it. How could someone with that waist frequency be fine? But he was surprised Xiaoyu managed to qualify for the ruins. Guess he's an overachieving trainee. Actually, it's pretty weird. I don't know why, but refreshing capsules have been flying off the shelves. Same at our shop. I was worried we'd be out if you came by. The young doctor sighed. They were indeed out of stock for a few days, but luckily Xiaoyu hadn't shown up. Xiaoyu was speechless. Flying off the shelves, Chen Kai was one thing. But it couldn't all be because of him, right? Yeah, definitely unrelated. Xiaoyu was about to say something when he was interrupted. The Pingcheng president followed the trainees onto the large bus. Standing at the front, he looked like a friendly tour guide, smiling at the newcomers. "It'll take us about 40 minutes to reach our destination. During the ride, I'll go over a few ground rules for ruins exploration. You are all the elites among Pingcheng's trainees. I truly hope you all come back from the ruins with great spoils." A valley on the outskirts of Pingcheng district. A heavy blockade had already been set up here, guarded by the beast corps. Additionally, over a dozen professional beast tamers were stationed here. Their goal was to protect the ruins entrance found in the valley. Outside the silent valley, the soldiers stood as still as towering rocks. At their posts, they only turned their gaze when they heard the rumble of a vehicle, recognizing the association's transport. An officer gave the command to let them through. The blockade opened up, and the bus carrying Xiaoyu and the others entered. After a bumpy ride, the group from the association finally reached their destination. On the bus, Xiaoyu looked out the window, the surroundings entirely unfamiliar. He'd never been to this place before, but from the look of things, it seemed untouched, unlike Mount Tianming, which showed signs of man-made changes. Places like this were often far more dangerous. I'm starting to get excited. Besides Xiaoyu, the young doctor's heart was racing. Ruins, man. Never thought I'd get to see one. I was planning to sell medicine my whole life. Looks like my luck is finally turning. If I come up empty-handed this time, I'm done struggling as a pro-beast salesman. I'll just head back to my hometown, marry my fiancé, and live a quiet life. Qiaoying glanced at the photo of his fiancé in his wallet. He turned to Xiaoyu and asked, I bet you're single, right? I mean, you look so frail. What girl would ever like you? Xiaoyu shot him a look. Do you even realize what you're doing right now? Back where I'm from, this is what we call stacking death flags. Usually, people who do this don't make it back alive. The guy was actually flexing his love life on him. Doesn't he know archaeologists are basically team wipe engines? Xiaoyu hadn't expected this doctor to be even better at raising flags than he was. The doctor clearly realized he had jinxed himself a bit too much. He started feeling nervous. Hey, the association already confirmed that this ruin isn't very dangerous. Should be fine, right? He thought to himself. Anyway, the setup of this ruin really puts those soldiers at a disadvantage. He quickly changed the subject. The Beast Legion relies on teamwork, but this ruin requires solo exploration. It really nerfs their effectiveness. No wonder they couldn't clear it. The young doctor looked outside at the Beast Legion interns and soldiers standing guard or resting in the camp. They're well-rounded and fit. But when it comes to pet training, they might not have the edge over us. These days, the beast tamers who join the Legion usually come from struggling backgrounds. They take the pets the association gives them, undergo standardized training, and use strictly rationed resources. They're great at coordination, mental toughness, and following orders. But still, the association's resources for the grunts are limited compared to those rich tamers who spend a fortune on their pets. They're bound to fall short in some areas. Of course, there are some tamers who are both rich and willing to endure the grueling military drills. People like that are absolute monsters. But if they existed, they'd be in the elite urban special forces training camps. They wouldn't stay in a tiny place like Pingchang. If a bunch of Legion interns could just steamroll through this ruin, the association wouldn't be pinning their hopes on interns like us, picked from various different fields. I guess Xiaoyu was about to speak when he was cut off. All right, we're here. Let's head out. The car stopped just outside the central exclusion zone. As the association president stood up to speak, the hearts of the interns on board began to race with excitement. One by one, the beast tamers began to disembark. Earlier on the bus, President Feng had briefed everyone on the valley's environment and the data gathered by the soldiers who entered the ruin. So by the time they stepped out, they were somewhat mentally prepared. So cold, despite the warning, the environment in the valley's center still made the interns shiver. It was as if the sun couldn't reach here. The air was thick with freezing fog. Everything looked hazy and blurred to the group. In this place, the sun was just a pale, blurry smudge on the horizon. The mountains, trees, and plants were all coated in a thin layer of frost, and that was with the camp's heating facilities running. Without them, it would be even more frigid. According to President Feng, the ruin was dominated by ice-type elemental creatures. Right now, the ruin and our world are in a state of semi-overlap. That's why the internal climate is leaking out. It wasn't just the temperature. Everyone stared at the 6 stone statues, each several meters tall, and the totem-like structure in the center. Lost in thought, these manifested once the ruin overlapped with our world. The 6 stone statues, guarding the central totem, serve as the portal into the ruin. As for the 6 giants, they look like guardians, yet they're clearly inanimate. Wait. The moment Xiaoyu saw the statues, he felt a surge of anxiety. I mean, these things look a lot like the one back at the association. I hunted that one already. Are these like its relatives or something? Looking at the 6 giants, it was obvious that the first 2 were glowing, while the other 4 remained dim. President Feng of the Pingqing Association stepped forward, based on our theories. These 6 statues represent the exploration progress. When our Legion Tamers passed the first 2 trials, it triggered a reaction in the statues. So we believe there are 6 stages in total, as you can see. We are currently stuck on the 3rd one, even though President Feng had already explained this on the bus. Seeing the statues in person filled everyone with doubt. If the military interns could only pass 2, how much further could they realistically go? After hearing the intel on the bus, most of them lacked the confidence to even clear the 3rd stage, let alone the mystery stages that followed. President Feng smiled at the group. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. For every stage you clear, the ruin provides a reward. This is a great chance to level up. Besides, this isn't your only shot at entry. Over the next month, you can enter at any time to retry the challenges. The nearby camp has an infirmary and fully equipped rest areas. All logistics have been prepped by the Pingqing Beast Tamer Association. Your mission is to push through as many stages as possible. Get stronger. Now, tell me, do you have what it takes? President Feng's squinted eyes suddenly snapped open. He shouted at the crowd. The sudden shift startled many of the apprentice beast tamers. Most instinctively shouted back, "Yes, sir." "Excellent," President Feng said. "Get yourselves ready. You can apply to enter the ruins once you're set. Remember the precautions I mentioned on the bus. Your safety is the top priority." He finished speaking. The newly arrived apprentices all nodded in unison. Around the perimeter, the guarding soldiers remained silent and expressionless, though they didn't speak. They seriously doubted if these green apprentices could really do better than the trained military. Xiaoyu listened quietly from the crowd, maintaining his mental focus. His gaze drifted over the stone statues, concentrating every now and then in an attempt to hear those echoes of history again. But there was only silence. After observing for a while, he eventually gave up. He decided to just head inside and see. Man, I thought I'd awaken a giant of light and have all 6 statues bow to me. Wishful thinking. I don't know about the final stages, but for the undefeated 3rd stage, maybe I have a shot. Having analyzed the situation, Xiaoyu calmly walked over to register. He wanted to enter immediately. He wasn't the only one. Almost all the newcomers were eager to start their exploration. Passing the trials meant rewards and the prestige of proving one's strength. With perks like that, everyone was raring to go. I bet that guy will actually pull off something great. He might even clear the 3rd stage. In the crowd, Chen Kai searched for Xiaoyu among his classmates. He thought to himself, that monster is definitely clearing stage 3. John Rhee and the others from the dojo also tracked Xiaoyu with their eyes. Word was that the 3rd trial was an ice-armor giant at awakening level 10, with a low-level commander racial grade. It was an elemental-type transcendent creature, formidable, and its racial skills were all at the proficient level. While this might not be much to the geniuses in big cities, for apprentices in a small place like Pingcheng, it was a massive hurdle. It didn't take long. Registration was done. The first person stepped onto the glowing teleportation array. With a blur of light, they vanished on the spot. Xiaoyu didn't waste any time either. He stepped up to the center of the statues. As he took his place, several pairs of eyes followed him, including President Feng. So this is the guy with the top iron-eating beast and expert level hardening. Lin Hongmian told me to watch him, said he'd give me a surprise. Let's see what kind of surprise that is. As Xiaoyu vanished from the platform, President Feng looked toward the mountains. This year sure is chaotic. First the monster tide, now the ruins. I wonder if they're connected. Besides the 80 new explorers, the soldiers who entered before would be heading back in soon. The association had hand-picked that team and given them intensive training. Everyone's combat power had been boosted. To crack these ruins, Pingsheng's association was going all in. Meanwhile, on the platform, bathed in light, Xiaoyu felt his mind go hazy as he stepped into the unknown. Clear the 6 trials to claim ownership of the ruins and the key to history. In his days, Xiaoyu couldn't tell if it was just a whisper. A second later, the world shifted. Space warped. He had stepped into another dimension. Xiaoyu opened his eyes. He was standing on a vast, white glacier. It was small, hemmed in by spatial barriers. Before he could react, ice elements converged in the distance, forming a giant creature. Name: Froststone Giant. Attribute: Ice. Racial grade: High Transcendent. Skills: Ice Hammer. Chilling Breath. A variant of the Stone Giant, an ice-stone elemental. Its frozen hammer has immense power, and its breath can easily freeze anything. The first trial was an ice field. It was just Xiaoyu. Inside stood a level 8 Frost Stone Giant. This was trial number 1. 11. Beside Xiaoyu, the little iron dot-eating beast leapt out. Looking at the enemy, he gave a Panda King roar. On a vast, white glacier, Xiaoyu spotted something 100 meters away. A frost stone giant was floating toward them. Though called a giant, it hardly looked human. It had no lower body. Its torso was an irregular cylinder, bulky and thick, like a small hillside. Being an elemental creature, it could hover just above the ground. Its most striking feature was a massive arm nearly as long as its height. That's the main tool for its ice hammer skill. Since it was his first time seeing one, Xiaoyu actually cracked a smile. He locked eyes with the single eye above its huge mouth. A glowing energy crystal. He spoke politely. Hey friend from the Stone Clan. We're not actually here for a fight. Your big stone brother invited us in to uncover the truth of history. So let's skip the violence. If there's a reward, just hand it over. 11 was stunned, having been all geared up for a big brawl. No fighting. 11 was still too naive. Why fight when you can just talk it out? However, while Xiaoyu tried to negotiate via telepathy, the frost-stoned giant launched an attack. No sportsmanship at all. It opened its mouth from dozens of meters away, exhaling a freezing chill. In an instant, a blast of concentrated icy mist swept toward Xiaoyu and 11. The glacier beneath the mist instantly froze over with an even thicker layer. It looked like a supercharged fire extinguisher. The blue frost breath spread out like a widening beam. Luckily, this giant's frost skill was only at the entry level. The projectile speed was slow, and the icy power lacked punch. Strong? Not really, but it'd still be a handful for most. Tisk, no reasoning with it. 11. Take it out. Xiaoyu stepped back and gave the order. 11 was speechless. Why didn't we just start with that? 11 looked up, focused his mind, and activated supervision. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The frost breath's range was narrow. It was only dangerous within a few meters. Beyond that, the energy was just like a blast of cold air. Tough-skinned 11 didn't even need hardening. He chose to charge right through it. The giant floated closer while breathing ice. 11 lunged at the giant like a wild beast. As they closed the distance, the frost grew more intense. Using supervision, 11 easily dodged the concentrated chill at close range. He circled to the giant's side, giving the slow creature no time to react. Boom! 11 pounced. Master level hardening was channeled, slamming a palm into the frost stone giant. Crack with just one hit. The 3-meter tall giant shattered from the point of impact. It instantly crumbled into countless ice elements, vanishing before their eyes. At the same time, a blue energy crystal fell from its disintegrating body. Nearby, on the glacier, a glowing teleportation circle appeared. Just as Lu Qingyi said, these aren't real living beings. They're more like elemental clones. Watching the giant dissipate, Xiaoyu stood his ground. He watched the ice elements in the air while observing the surroundings. He hadn't forgotten his main goal for coming here. What was this place trying to tell him? In Icefield City's most famous folklore, an ice dragon once descended, triggering a mini ice age. Then, in ancient times, the beast Tamer tribe settled here and went to war with the dragon. Does this icy environment simulate the world after the dragon's arrival? As he wondered, Xiaoyu's mind suddenly blurred. A cacophony of sounds filled his ears. Fighting, voices, shouting. His head throbbed. Just like when he heard the stone statue. He had triggered a trace of history, with the voices intertwining. Xiaoyu saw flashes of brief images. Ancient youths in traditional clothes, defending against a beast tide. The vision was short, gone in a blink. Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, standing there in silence. What was that? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, was that something that happened long ago? If he wasn't mistaken, his talent for listening to the voice of history had just kicked in again. He saw ancient beast tamers, battling froststone giants, snow wolves, and other mountain beasts. But that was all, nothing else. Xiaoyu fell into deep thought again, piecing together the clues he'd seen. Based on what he knew, he reconstructed the city's history. A tribe of beast tamers lived a normal life around here. One day, an ice dragon arrived, causing a mini ice age. This changed the entire landscape and devastated the tribe's way of life. So the tribe decided to slay the dragon. But because the dragon was too powerful, they had to use special means to seal it within the snow mountains. Yet, even with the dragon sealed, the environment didn't change back. The tribe had no choice but to adapt. Even their totem, the stone giant, began mutating into the frost stone giant. Meanwhile, the creatures around the snowy mountains evolved due to the harsh climate. Ice-type creatures surged in number, influenced by the sealed ice dragon. The mountain beasts became incredibly violent, constantly triggering beast tides. For the next century, the tribe of beast tamers fought tirelessly to hold back the tides. This continued until today. The ice dragon ruins remain, and so do the beast tides. However, that tribe of tamers has long since vanished. This current ruin was created long after the dragon was sealed. A dying legendary beast tamer built this realm to train his kin. That's why the environment here is a frozen wasteland. Is that how it is? Xiaoyu looked up, but there was no response. At that moment, 11 picked up the blue energy crystal and came waddling back. Loot. 11 was thrilled. He'd seen and eaten these before. The iron dot eating beast meals at the dojo sometimes included thunder or frost energy crystals. Energy crystals are formed when elemental energy reaches a certain density. They're common resources for boosting elemental power, but they're quite rare. The higher the quality, the harder to find. While the effects are narrower than most foods, they are highly efficient, making them very expensive. 11 had only eaten level 1 crystals before, and this ice crystal seemed to be level 1 as well. So the reward is just this? Never mind for now. I can't tell if that voice was a sound or a vision. Xiaoyu looked at the crystal. It's decent, I guess. If he'd found an ice crystal in the past, he would have been overjoyed. Even if the element didn't match, selling it could buy a lot of iron bamboo. But now, they aren't exactly short on low-level resources, but considering this was only the first trial, and almost anyone could pass it, it makes sense. The later rewards will definitely be better. Whatever, since there's no response, let's keep going. Maybe we'll find something new. My theory earlier seemed to connect a few dots. But the truth is likely more complex. There's a secret involving the ice dragon. The rest is probably standard. After all, the dragon part of that famous historical story was already debunked by the statue. Setting the lore aside, this really might be a training realm for fighting beast tides. I'm just lacking key information. Xiaoyu looked ahead at the teleportation array that looked like a summon circle. He planned to take on the second trial. But before that, Xiaoyu took the crystal from 11. You can't eat this. You'll get an upset stomach. Give it to me. I'll trade you for ice cream at home. The second trial space was also on a glacier. The environment was similar to the first. This time, the elemental creature appearing before them was still a frost stone giant. However, its energy level was clearly higher. This was a growth level 10 frost stone giant. It even had the skill frost hammer at proficient level. Unlike the previous one, which only had entry level skills, this would be tough. A frost stone giant's body is already harder than steel. Add to that its ranged frost breath and the destructive frost hammer. Level 2 would be the limit for most challengers. Even if the giant's clone lacked intelligence and moved slowly, few would be able to win. But obviously, that's for normal people. For Xiaoyu and 11, a level 10 versus a level 8 giant made no difference at all. Facing this stronger giant, 11 still won, using only supervision and hardening. Compared to the last one, it was just the difference of one hit versus a few hits. This time, the giant also dropped an energy crystal. It looked higher quality than before. A level 2 energy crystal. It could be sold for much more. Did my talent stop working? In this new environment, Xiaoyu tried to use his listener of history talent again. Sadly, no visions appeared this time. Whatever, let's just keep going. The truth can wait. I'll clear more stages and grab the loot first. A level 1 crystal isn't much, but a perfect level 2 crystal could fetch a 6-figure price. Xiaoyu was starting to enjoy this. He wondered what treasures awaited in stage 3. No one had cleared the 3rd stage yet. I wonder what will drop. It better not be another crystal, even if these are valuable for their tier. He wanted rare resources. Ideally something you can't buy outside, something priceless, like space.type or time.type materials. Only then would the green silkworm's evolution be unique. If the rewards are all ice.type, unless the worm evolves into an ice crystal butterfly, these will be useless. Wait, I'm thinking too small. An ice phoenix moth is ice.type too. But even if it's that, or even an ice dragon butterfly, felt a bit underwhelming to Xiu. So they kept moving forward. Still the same old glacial environment, but this time, the thing appearing before them wasn't an ice frost stone giant. As the ice element condensed, a humanoid figure emerged. It had limbs and a head, but besides the shape, it looked nothing like a human. Clad in a suit of frozen mail, the ice armor giant appeared. Name, Ice Armor Giant. Attribute, Ice. Race, low-level commander. Skills, Ice Hammer. Ice Armor, Ice Regeneration. Info, possesses indestructible, top-tier defense. Its body is made of eternal ice. Even if shattered, it can consume energy to fully regenerate. As the 10-foot tall giant stood its ground, Xiu and 11 both felt the pressure. This guy was going to be a handful. A woo, 11 instinctively released his deterrent skill, hyping himself up. According to reports, the giant's 3 skills are all proficient, even though it's only level 10. The Tamer Corps' trainees were absolutely no match for it. That makes sense. Think about it. Even another level 10 iron-eating beast with expert hardening might not be able to take this thing down. First, its defense is nearly impenetrable, and even if you crack it, it just reckons. There are only 2 ways to win. Drain all its energy, or deal a massive, instant wound that it can't regenerate from. Proficient ice regeneration has its limits. This was Xia's first time facing off against a commander-level creature. Its racial skills were way stronger than transcendent ones. Xiu was really eyeing that ice regeneration. If Bug evolved into an ice-type, it would be a killer combo. He just wasn't sure if he could copy it here. 11. At Xiu's signal, 11 hardened his entire body and slowly closed in. Opposite him, the ice armor giant took a sprinter's stance and charged straight at 11. Actually, it swung its massive arm for an ice hammer. Using ice hammer, the indestructible armor grew another layer of ice, covered in a thick frost. The giant's arm was essentially packing triple buffs. It carried massive, heavy force. The giant slammed its arm into the ground, shattering the glacier instantly. Ice shards flew everywhere. 11 used his supervision to track it, rolled to the side, and used expert hardening to strike the giant's leg. Crack! The ice armor dented and cracked. He broke the defense, but not completely. As ice elements gathered around, the damage was instantly repaired. The giant ignored the punch and kicked. 11 was shocked. Finally, a real opponent. She thought the enemy was absurdly tough. Its skill set was even cheaper than 11's, worse than he expected. Shrink, Xiu commanded. The giant kicked wildly. They were too close. So even with supervision, it was hard to react. Luckily, Xiu's command was on point. 11 shrunk, making the giant miss completely. Gigantification, hardening, thunder palm. Xiu barked out orders again, wanting to end this fast. In an instant, the tiny 2'11" suddenly shot up in size, reaching nearly 7 feet tall. He was still shorter than the giant. But at least, the gap wasn't as insane as before. 11's strength soared after growing. His aura exploded. As he launched a counterattack, his body hardened from the palms up. Then, blinding blue and white light engulfed his hand. An expert hardening and thunder palm combo. Boosted by gigantification. Gigantification is the ultimate combo piece. It works perfectly with almost any skill. 11's hardened thunder palm pierced right toward the giant's gut. But the giant wasn't slow either. It swung its ice hammer, boom! 11's thunder palm ripped straight through the giant's torso, leaving a gaping hole in its stomach. A wound like that wouldn't regain easily. However, despite the lethal blow, 11 also got clipped by the ice hammer. The sheer power and level suppression broke through even his expert hardening. 11 was sent flying. His hardening faded, and he reverted to normal size. He tumbled across the ground before recovery. Yip yip. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled up to watch as his opponent began to crumble away. Yeah, it was history. 11 won. Seeing 11's reaction, Xia spoke up. Cool guys, don't look at explosions. Your first priority should have been using high dot speed healing. In a real match, you could even play dead. To sneak in an absolute sleep, I'll give you a heads up on the enemy's status. Got it? 11 nodded vigorously. Got it, time to recharge. Xiu didn't care what the giant dropped. He grabbed his bag and ran to 11. He pulled out an energy crystal he'd prepped earlier and fed it to 11 before falling into thought. They won, sure, but it was way tougher than they expected. Without gigantification, harden, and thunder palm, instantly killing that guy would have been impossible. No instant kill means a messy war of attrition. In terms of stamina, the lower dot level 11 would definitely be at a disadvantage. Sure, the opponent was 3 levels higher, but it was just a low dot tier commander creature with skills that hadn't even reached mastery yet. Thinking 11 could rival a monarch dot level, young holy creature, at the same level, maybe I was getting ahead of myself. It's fine. 11 still has room to grow. Meanwhile, most of the intern beast tamers outside had already entered the ruins. The professional beast tamer officers were predicting how things would go. Hey, you think anyone can beat that ice dot armor giant? Hard to say. Most of our Pingchang beast tamers pets are only at the transcendent racial level. They can't compete with commander dot tier pets. At the same growth level, the higher the racial level, the stronger the overall combat power. That's just common knowledge. When there's a racial gap, the only hope lies in elemental advantages, skill counters, and skill proficiency. Oh, right, beast tamers can bring recovery items in, too. Outlasting the opponent is a valid tactic. At the edge of the camp near the platform, President Feng of the Pingchang Beast Tamer Association stared at the 6 stone statues. They're all in about an hour. We'll see if anyone can clear the 3rd stage. President, one of the challengers. Is your nephew, right? The president's secretary asked, clutching a folder. President Feng smiled, yeah. He's studying in the capital, but came back just for the ruins. He's talented, master. Potential. He prepped hard for this. He'll definitely clear stage 3. He's my top pick for this. Just as he finished speaking, the third of the 6 stone statues suddenly lit up. This change left the beast tamers in the camp stunned. What happened? Someone already cleared the 3rd trial. But it's been less than 20 minutes since the first person went in today. Who's this beast? President, as the 3rd statue glowed. The secretary turned to him. The record was broken. President Feng was dazed. The Beast Tamer Corps' interns hadn't cleared stage 3 for so long. Yet this batch of civilians beat it in under half an hour. Maybe we should consider increasing the Corps' training load. Just then, the Corps' vice commander, He Bao, stomped out from the camp and approached President Feng. What's the deal? He shouted. It's obvious. Someone in the group 1 brought already conquered the 3rd trial. Our Corps' skills really need work. Bullshit, always with the talk. If you want results, show us the money. Vice Commander He Bao snapped. You want a horse to run, but you won't give it hay. Life doesn't work that way. The secretary stayed silent. She was used to this. These 2 were brothers in arms. They'd survived the monster tied together 10 years ago. They were close. Trading barbs was their daily routine. President Feng went quiet. He wanted to pay them more, too. But Pingcheng was just broke. President, who could it be? Maybe your nephew. Stage 2, level 10 Frost Giant. Stage 3, level 10 Ice Armor Giant. President Feng shook his head. I know my nephew's strength. He's talented. He might pass, but never this quickly. It's definitely someone else. He trained his nephew personally. So he knew for sure. President, the secretary coughed. What if? Maybe he just overachieved today. Impossible. If it's him, I'll eat. What'll I eat? Fried green silkworm. He Bao looked over, trying to score a free meal. I'm saying I highly doubt it. President Feng straightened his clothes. But who is it? One of the top 3 from the assessment rankings? Or a recommendation from the dojos? He couldn't tell for now. He stared deep into the ruins, wondering if the 4th statue would light up. Inside the ruins' 3rd trial space, Xiaoyu picked up a translucent, pebble-like stone, dropped by the Ice Armor Giant. He pondered. Not an energy crystal this time. Nice. But what exactly is this? 11 looked on with curiosity. He'd never seen or eaten this before. There's no signal for my phone here. I can't look it up. Xiaoyu felt a bit frustrated. Looting is supposed to be exciting. Getting something you don't recognize is just annoying. Whatever, I'll take it for now. I'll find out what it is once I'm out. Xiaoyu put the transparent stone into his bag and looked around. He used telepathy to sense the surroundings. Only the 1st trial space gave a reaction. The 2nd and 3rd stages remained silent. Let's keep going, or do you want to nap for 10 minutes? Before we hit the next stage, Xiaoyu looked at 11. He was skeptical about his condition. After all, that strike from the Frost Arbor Giant sent 11 flying over 10 meters away. We need to recover so we don't mess up the next round. Only then can we uncover the truth of history. I don't care about the rewards. I just don't want history to stay buried. Wait, is that what I said in the last stage? Whatever, it's basically the same thing. To avoid getting beaten in the next round. 11 nodded obediently. His philosophy was simple. Getting hurt during training is fine, but getting hurt in battle is not. That would make all his hard work feel wasted. 11 then shrank down to sleep, recovering his stamina rapidly. After waiting a bit longer, they stepped into the teleportation array for the 4th trial. The scene changed. Upon opening his eyes, Xiaoyu found himself atop a peak in a snowy mountain range. 11 was right beside him. As they looked down, a blizzard swept across the valley below. Ice elements began to gather, gradually forming a Wolf-like creature. Name, Snowwolf. Attribute, Ice. Race level, high extraordinary skills, Ice Shatter Fang. Ice Rift Bog, Cold Breath. And Snow Shadow, an old friend, seeing it wasn't the Stone Giant clan again, but Snow Wolf. Xiaoyu was suddenly intrigued. 11 was also eager to try. However, very soon, both their expressions dropped. Even 11, who loved testing his training through intense combat, looked troubled. As the ice elements converged, the Snow Wolf was only the first to appear. A moment later, 9 more snow wolves formed. Then, wild boars native to the snowy peaks. The race of mid-extraordinary ice fang BARS emerged. Following them were 10 ice armor beasts, 10 ice scale snakes, and 10 snow apes. The snowy space Xiaoyu was in was massive. They were scattered everywhere. But from the peak, Xiaoyu and 11 could see everything clearly. 50 creatures in total. Don't tell me. The 4th stage is to defeat all of them. Ruins, are you seriously playing me? Zerg tactics now. 11 also felt the pressure. If the 4th stage is like this, how will we manage the 5th? Fortunately, unlike the first 3 stages, these beasts hadn't noticed Xiaoyu and 11 yet. They had plenty of time to strategize and figure out a way through. That was Ami's calculation. Atop the peak, Xiaoyu cursed. He observed carefully and felt a bit better. Their growth levels didn't seem high, none reaching level 10. Even so, this was far harder than the previous stage. Xiaoyu kicked himself. Why didn't I upgrade deterrence to the expert level? If I had, 11 could have just swept through them and instant dot killed all 50 beasts. Even expert level hardening would work. He could grow dozens of meters and crush them. But now, fighting or not fighting is both a pain. Maybe we should leave and train for 2 weeks before coming back. Xiaoyu suggested. 11 stepped forward. Since we're already here, let's at least try. The iron dot eating beast was fearless, going for it. Xiaoyu didn't think it was impossible. Just that with their current strength, it would be a brutal struggle. There were so many of them, even if they weren't coordinated. A mob is still a mob. Keep hardening active at all times. They shouldn't be able to break your defense. The real test will be your stamina, but with absolute sleep and shrink to buy time. We have a slim chance. Xiaoyu analyzed slowly. Let's try it. 11 nodded, then slid down the snowy peak, rolling into a ball. Oh, let's do this. This looks like it'll be a bloody battle. Time to flatten a bunch with steel roll first. Outside, a long time had passed since the 3rd statue lit up. Participants were starting to trickle out. Inside the ruins, Tamer only had to recall their pet and confirm the exit to return safely. Because of this, unless they did something reckless, they weren't in much danger. Chen Kai, Stage 1. The returning Tamers were questioned by soldiers to register their results. The top student Chen Kai felt miserable. One stage, he only cleared 1. Most people there only cleared 1. The Froststone Giants in Stage 2 were already tough to handle, let alone Stage 3. It made sense, though. This space likely belonged to a powerful tamer who could seal a legendary creature like a dragon, built for training elite youth. In terms of difficulty, it wasn't something anyone could breeze through. After all, Pingcheng was just a small 3rd-tier city. Bai Shai, Stage 2. Xiaoliang, Stage 2. Zhang Rui, Stage 2. These people had defeated the level 10 Froststone Giant, only to be thrashed by the Frost Armor Giant. Normally, this track record is no big deal. But as the crowd came out, they noticed. The 3rd statue was lit up. Their minds instantly went blank. Holy crap, someone beat the Ice Armor Giant. The 3rd statue lighting up means someone cleared the 3rd stage. Wait, who cleared the 3rd stage? A beast tamer, asked the registration soldier. The soldier glanced at him. He shook his head. How would I know? They aren't out yet. The 3rd statue lit up over half an hour ago. That person is probably challenging the 4th stage by now. Damn, the tamers collectively lost it. They wrecked the Ice Armor Giant over half an hour ago. Is this guy even human? The tamers slowly trickled out. Later on, even the top 2 rankers from the Assocation's trials came out. They couldn't clear the third stage either. This inevitably disappointed President Feng, Hebo, and the others waiting. As for the third stage. But right at that moment, as a rather upset looking, Tamer walked out. He drew everyone's attention when registering. You cleared the third stage. The registrar looked at the pale-faced Tamer and asked, yeah. Chen Gong looked at the glowing third statue and the shocked stares of the crowd. He felt a sudden rush of satisfaction. Even though he failed the fourth stage, he still broke the record. At least I didn't embarrass old Feng. He looked around for President Feng. Bro, you're insane. The soldier gave him a thumbs up. Clearing 3 stages in 10+ minutes. Badass, but why did you take so long to come out? Is the fourth stage that hard? Speaking of which, what is the fourth stage? The fourth stage, double quotes. Is impossible for a trainee Tamer. Chen Gong couldn't help but complain. But suddenly, he realized something was off. When did I clear 3 stages in 10 minutes? The third stage took me forever. He looked completely bewildered. Right then, the fourth statue buzzed and lit up. Everyone turned to look in confusion. First came shock, then a collective gasp. The fourth statue lit up too. What does this mean? The crowd obviously knew. Outside a certain camp, President Feng was also stunned. Someone actually cleared the fourth stage. He had a feeling who it was. That old fox Lin Hongnian. What is the deal with this Xia Yu? The secretary and vice commander simultaneously looked at the registration desk. It really wasn't President Feng's nephew. Meanwhile, the only person who had actually seen how hard the fourth stage was, Chen Gong, was losing his mind. How is this possible? Is the fourth stage even humanly possible? It's a 1v50. At this moment, even though Chen Gong claimed he cleared the third stage, the crowd wasn't stupid. Going by the changing statues, they could tell. Someone else broke the record first. As for Chen Gong, the president's nephew, he stood there, deep in thought. President Feng and Hebo walked over. Chen Gong, what's the fourth stage? You cleared the first 3 stages. You must have seen the fourth stage, right? President Feng asked straight to the point. The surrounding tamers and soldiers all perked up their ears. Yeah, the third stage was already brutal. What kind of monsters are in the fourth? The fourth stage, Chen Gong took a deep breath. It's a new snowy mountain environment. Compared to the ice fields in the first 3 stages, the glaciers are much larger. The moment I stepped in, the trial space spawned 50 beasts. 10 snow wolves, 10 ice armor beasts, 10 ice tusk boars, 10 ice scale snakes, and 10 snow apes. Judging by their growth level, none of them were below level 7, and their skill proficiency wasn't low either. I wanted my moon beast to give it a shot, but there was absolutely zero opening. As Chen Gong finished speaking, the scene fell dead silent. Damn, 50 of them. A moment later, Vice Commander Hebia's eyes went wide. The first 3 stages were 1v1. Why does the fourth stage suddenly jump to so many? That's practically a small scale beast horde. The others who didn't even clear the second or third stages also thought the fourth stage was ridiculous. Under the trainee tamer level cap. Double quotes. How is a 1v50 even possible? The crowd suddenly realized a blind spot. They looked at the glowing fourth statue. Everyone went slightly quiet. Seems like someone actually cleared it. Who the hell is it? Alright, you did great. There's always next time. President Feng encouraged his nephew. Then he looked at the recorder. Check how many people are still inside. Yes, sir. The registrar quickly checked the data. It only took a few seconds. He replied, right now. Double quotes. It seems only one person is left. No one expected the mystery to be solved so fast. True, whether you clear the first 3 stages or not, a 1v1 fight doesn't take that long. But to clear the fourth stage, it definitely takes a lot of time. It makes sense that only one person is left. Who is it, though he already knew? President Feng instinctively wanted to confirm. At the same time, the tamers in the crowd looked around, trying to see who was missing. Just then, Chen Kai, Zhang Rui, Xie Liang, and the others looked uneasy, searching frantically, but still came up empty. Them, no way. Xia Yu, his name is Xia Yu. Funny enough, just as the registrar spoke, the platform between the 6 statues flashed with light from the teleporter again. Someone else came out of the ruins, wearing a dark blue adventure suit. A guy with a random backpack slung over his shoulder walked out looking completely bummed. Xiaoyu really wanted to take that broken statue and go another 100 rounds with it. Fine, make the 4th level insanely hard. If he and 11 went all out, it wasn't impossible to pass. The facts proved it, though it was grueling. They pulled it off in the end. But the 5th level, Xiaoyu took one look and lost interest. This wasn't meant for normal beast tamers. The 5th level had 100 beasts in total. More of them, more varieties, and a higher overall growth level. There were even level 10 beasts, though there were no commander.rank species. Just beating 50 had exhausted 11. Xiaoyu didn't think they could clear it, so he just failed. Yeah, they'd definitely be back. The day their deterrence reached master proficiency, they'd return to wash away the shame. While Xiaoyu was lost in thought, he finally noticed everyone outside was staring right at him. Being watched by so many weird eyes gave Xiaoyu the creeps. "You're Xiaoyu, the registrar closest to the teleporter?" asked him. "Yeah, is there a problem? You cleared the 3rd and 4th levels." "Yeah, couldn't hide it anyway." Nor did he need to. Xiaoyu nodded. He looked toward the statues. Sure enough, only 2 were lit before. Now there were 4. As Xiaoyu nodded in confirmation, Chen Gong, the only one who felt the 4th level's pressure, was in sheer disbelief. He couldn't imagine a trainee beast tamer taking on 50 enemies at once. The ones who found it even more absurd were the people who actually knew Xiaoyu. Chen Kai, Ba Shai, Zhang Ri and the others gaped at him, finding it unbelievable. Sure, Xiaoyu was undeniably strong, but that little iron-eating beast didn't have a high growth level, right? It was still far from level 10. A lower growth level meant limited stamina. How did he clear the 4th level? What they didn't know was that 11 kited with shrink to recover stamina and used absolute sleep, exploiting these non-living beasts and their low intelligence to take quick naps. Damn, but the one who felt it most was the young doctor, Qiao Liang. In his mind, Xiaoyu was just a weak-bodied, yet hard-working rookie. How could he be a big shot who cleared 4 levels and shattered the record? Well done. Though he didn't know how Xiaoyu passed. Regarding the ruins exploration, any new progress was good news. President Feng smiled at Xiaoyu and said, "You're an apprentice of the Bamboo Stone Dojo, right? Master Lin actually mentioned you to me. He said you'd bring me a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be this huge." A true young hero. President Feng clapped and asked, "Can you tell me about the 5th level?" Master Lin Hongnian actually mentioned him to the Pingcheng president. Xiaoyu paused, then answered honestly. The 4th level has 50 level 7 to 9 ice-type beasts. The 5th level has 100 level 8 to 10 ice-type beasts. Their species rank is all extraordinary, with varying skill proficiencies. Since the 5th level was a bit tough, we just took a look and bailed. Didn't challenge it further. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, the crowd gasped again. The 4th level was sick enough. Is the 5th level even humanly possible? President Feng fell silent for a moment. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Since everyone has entered the ruins once, I have an announcement to make. Over the next month, the Pingcheng Association will allocate resources to help boost your strength. Anyone who can clear 2 levels can claim pet training resources. For every level cleared, the resource quota increases. To speed up the ruins exploration, the association won't scamp on training challengers. Otherwise, we really will hit 0 progress. Everyone can take a break for today. If your pets are injured, head to the infirmary." Chen Gong, Xiaoyu, right? Do you guys need the infirmary? Come with me afterward. President Feng called out 2 Pingchengs, 2 trainee beast tamers who cleared the 3rd level. Inside the beast taming space, a pet's general injuries recover slowly and stop worsening, but using healing skills. It's still best for optimal recovery. All right, Chen Gong nodded. I'll pass. My pet didn't get hurt. Xiaoyu said, 11 recovered while fighting. What he lacks is stamina. He's currently sleeping it off in the beast space. Everyone froze. Listen to that. Is he even human? Chen Gong beside him felt a bit salty. His jaw dropped again. You took on 50 enemies and didn't get a scratch. Ah, I see. Then, you come with me first. President Fang's mouth twitched. The Bamboo Stone Dojo actually trained an 18-year-old pro back then. Beast Tamer Lin Shuju was lucky enough. What's the deal with this Xia Yu? President Feng couldn't make sense of his profile at all. Then, under everyone's silent gaze, Xia Yu followed President Feng into the camp. Vice Commander He-Bao tagged along too. Bro, did you really clear the 4th level? I just took a peek. How are your pet stats even possible? Oh, I'm Vice Commander of the Pingcheng Tamer Corps. Name's he just couldn't wrap his head around it. It wasn't just him. President Feng was just as confused. Right then, Xia Yu pulled out his 3rd level reward. That clear stone. And his 4th level reward, 3 more clear stones. The rewards for both levels were the same, just a different amount. President Feng, Vice Commander, these are what I got from the 3rd and 4th levels. What is this stuff? Pet training resources. Once Xia Yu showed the rewards, both men were instantly hooked. President Feng took one look and visibly froze. Ethereal stones, the 3rd and 4th level rewards aren't energy crystals. They're ethereal stones. He-Bao was shocked. What's an ethereal stone? Xia Yu had never even heard of it. Damn, you hit the jackpot. It's a rare spatial resource. He-Bao blurted out. Way rarer than energy crystals. You can't even buy it with money. Supply is super limited. Regular folks never get to see them. Ruined spaces do tend to produce these. Spatial resources. Xia Yu blinked, looking at the 4 clear stones in his hand. Holy crap, is this what I was looking for? Rare attribute evolution materials. Buggy, 11 and I really risked our necks. For you this time. Yeah, spatial resources. The ultimate dream for all beast tamers. Using these stones can speed up your beast taming spaces level up. President Feng nodded. It's top tier stuff for raising your tamer rank. This can reinforce the beast taming space. Xia Yu asked, startled again. Both men nodded. Xia Yu looked at the stones again. Never mind then. Bloody, let's see if levels 5 and 6 have better loot later. Spatial type doesn't suit you, these stones. Your tamer here will just have to reluctantly use them. In that case, Chen Gong must have gotten the ethereal stones too. Not bad. With these, your beast taming spaces can hit level 2 way sooner and contract a second pet. President Feng nodded, but a moment later, his expression shifted. Hold on, Xia Yu, when you get back, do not rush to max at your beast taming space just yet. This ruin only allows trainee beast tamers for now. I get it, Xia Yu nodded, showing he understood. He wasn't going to level up that fast anyway. As long as his space hit the standard, right before the pro exam, he'd be fine. With these stones, he finally felt secure. Now 11's insane leveling speed shouldn't leave him completely in the dust. Meanwhile, Chen Gong's healing process was super fast, barely 2 minutes. And he was already back. Makes sense. The medics stationed here are pro beast tamers. Healing an awakening stage pet only takes a single skill. Even with a whole bunch of injured pets, 1 owl heal tossed in there. And you're done. President, Commander. Chen Gong greeted them. He wanted to downplay his ties with the president. Otherwise, people would think he just relied on nepotism instead of his own hard work. Chen Gong, your 3rd level reward was. President Feng asked him, ethereal stones. Chen Gong immediately pulled out a clear stone, just like Xia Yu's. President Feng and Commander He exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Keep your loot safe, President Feng said. You've earned it. In this ruin challenge, you're the only two who cleared level 3. Chen Gong, you cleared 3 levels. Xia Yu, you cleared 4 levels. You both did a phenomenal job. As you just heard, the association is setting aside some funds to help boost your power. Since you two stood out the most, we'll definitely prioritize your training within a set budget limit. You can ask for whatever you need. President Feng was placing Pingcheng's hopes of conquering this ruin entirely on them. As for the other beast tamers outside, they were basically just secondary investments, handing out a few resources to help them level up inside the ruin and train more pros for Pingcheng. Still wasn't a bad deal overall, but the real heavy hitters were definitely these two. Chen Gong was clearly expecting this and immediately nodded. As for Xia Yu beside him, he was deep in thought. Is there really a free lunch? If we're talking needs for someone at my level, Cold hard cash is definitely the best option. Everything else is just fluff. Oh, you two haven't met yet, right? Let me introduce you. This is Ching Dong, a Pingcheng local, but goes to school in the city. Xiaoyu is a bamboo stone dojo apprentice. Seemed to have studied in the city before too. President Feng dug into his memory for Xiaoyu's info. Icefield High, breeding major. Xiaoyu introduced himself, Qinggong and the commander. Both stared at Xiaoyu. Defeated a commander rank ice armor giant. And you want to take on 50, Qinggong. And you freaking tell us you're a breeding major. Just don't tell them that after Xiaoyu entered the ruin, he just threw stones to make those beasts surrender. Qinggong's eyelid twitched. He reached out to Xiaoyu. Hi. Passing the 4th stage. You're amazing. I have a bold request. Once our pets recover, can we have a match? Intensely curious about Xiaoyu's strength and how he cleared the trial, Qinggong couldn't help but challenge him. Beside him, President Feng paused. He didn't stop it. No need to. His nephew was naturally competitive. Getting shown up like this stung. Wanting to see the gap was normal. Besides, as the Pingcheng Association president, he had no idea what Xiaoyu was really made of. He also wanted to see Xiaoyu's true strength. They couldn't see inside the ruin, but an outside match was perfectly visible. Qinggong's proactive challenge was the perfect opportunity. Xiaoyu reached out and shook his hand. Aside from himself, this guy was the only one to beat the coastal giant. He was probably pretty strong. Sure, Xiaoyu didn't refuse. These tamers need to spar to improve together. You guys want to fight? Commander, he was clearly a rough, casual guy. He laughed. Damn, sounds fun. I'll get someone to clear off field for you. Perfect chance for my brats to learn. One was Old Fang's relative. The other was a monster rookie who somehow smashed the 4th stage. Either way, neither was simple. He also wanted to see their skills and maybe motivate his own batch of new recruits. Win. To be young. President Feng chuckled. He narrowed his eyes. He didn't look nostalgic at all. He looked ready for a show. Let's do it after lunch then. Get some good rest. Eat up, and then we fight. Works for me. Qinggong didn't mind. Naturally, Xiaoyu minded even less. Outside, an officer of the Tamer Corps was briefing the trainee tamers. The gist for the next month. They could repeatedly challenge the ruin, but only once per day. For this month, they could go home or stay right here. The camp had plenty of space, and 3 meals a day were guaranteed. I'm staying here. I won't leave until I clear 2 stages. Chen Kai, a top student who only passed 1, felt deeply ashamed. He felt like total trash, only passing 1 stage. But do you have enough spirit capsules? The only other classmate who passed the test asked him. Crap, probably not. I need to go back and prep a month's worth. Chen Kai realized. Damn it, we both take spirit capsules. Why do Xiaoyu's work so much better? During their previous match, the power gap wasn't this crazy. But how long has it been? One cleared stage 1, the other 4. The skill gap was astronomical. Did Xiaoyu upgrade his supplements? I need to get some too. Chen Kai's classmate said. He was also a Jiangmeng Mountain candidate. As they chatted, someone nearby unintentionally overheard. Beikao Hall's Dr. Qiao Liang looked puzzled. Why were people at the ruins still talking about supplements? What's with this recent supplement craze? Even Xiaoyu. How did a weak tamer living on pills become such an absolute boss? Do these supplements actually have hidden effects? Even a trained doctor like Qiao Liang started to doubt reality. Maybe he should try them too. The crowd here quickly dispersed. Some planned to stay and watch. Others headed back to prep. But right then, suddenly, a squad of soldiers started marking off a field. It left many confused. The arena was quickly prepped. A curious tamer went over to ask. Upon asking, the tamer was stunned. Moments later, news swept through the camp. It reached the station Tamer Corps in its entirety, and all 80 new tamers knew too. Holy crap, this is huge! Qinggong, who passed the 3rd stage, and Xiaoyu, who passed the 4th, they're having a match right here. President Feng and Commander He approved it. Everyone can watch. Once the news broke, no one was sleepy or hungry anymore. Everyone was instantly hyped. A match, I'm definitely staying. I want to see the gap between me and the pros. Same, not leaving. +1, these were the rookie Tamers. The Tamer course, however, was dead silent. The pro.level officers were fine, but the ordinary trainee soldiers had mixed feelings. After all, their entire squad hadn't produced a single stage. 3 clear, yet these two cleared 3. And 4 stages respectively. Comparison truly is the thief of joy. Let's see just how good they are. Many thought to themselves. The area instantly grew lively. At noon, almost everyone stayed, opting to grab food at the barracks. At this time, no one could find Xiaoyu or Qinggong. It wasn't until after lunch that the two appeared. Commander he had called them over for a specially prepped nutritious meal. They speed up recovery inside the beast taming space. After eating, they'll both be back in peak condition, though Xiaoyu doesn't even need to eat. 11 has absolute sleep, after all, plus the space's double recovery buff. Here they come. As Xiaoyu and Qinggong step outside, the disciplined soldiers keep their cool, but the rookie tamers immediately start buzzing. They look pretty hyped. With Commander he waving them over, the soldiers gather around, ready for a show. In a flash, Xiaoyu and Qinggong become the main event. Isn't this a bit overkill? Qinggong feels anxious. He just wanted to challenge Xiaoyu to see the gap between them. Why did Commander he make it a public spectacle? It's gonna be so humiliating if I lose. Xiaoyu also thinks it's a bit too grand, but since we're already here, might as well roll with it. They split up. Walking to opposite sides of the arena, Commander he walks over with a grin. I'll be your referee, then. Sure, thanks. The two nod at the Commander. He finally gets serious. Summon your pets together and start when I give the word. With that said, the crowd falls dead silent. All eyes are glued to them, because not everyone knows what kind of pets they have. A massive summoning circle appears. Qinggong's pet steps out of the spatial ripple. Roar! It brings a rolling heatwave with it. It's over a meter long, covered in red, flame dot-like fur. From its sides to its back, it has crescent moon patterns around its hips. It looks like an Earth Wolverine. Probably an evolved Wolverine species. Name Moonflare Beast. Element, fire. Race level, high transcendent, skills, burst flare. Flame strike, flame claw. Not an ice type, but native to the ice field. It's a rare fire type creature, compared to the Moonflare Beast. Xiaoyu's Iron Eater is way more familiar to the crowd. It's Ping Chang's signature pet, after all. Right now, 11 is pretty upset, failing to clear the ruins in one go. Earlier, made him feel his training wasn't enough. He needs to work even harder. Can't let Xiaoyu's skill points go to waste. He glares at his opponent. Let's start by totally one-shotting this guy. If I fail, double the training. 11 projects his thoughts. Xiaoyu looks conflicted. Be a good bear. 11. As the 1-meter tall 11 steps out of the summoning circle, the crowd goes slightly silent. Because 11 is so tiny, he just looks like an Iron Eater. Cub. Everyone here is from Ping Chang. They all know adult Iron Eaters are nearly 2 meters tall. A 1-meter one is way too small. Looks barely 2 years old. Looking at the Iron Eater, due to its size, Qinggong is full of disbelief. Xiaoyu used this cub to clear the 4th stage. How is that possible? Apprentice Tamer, Qinggong. Pet Moonflare Beast, Awakening level 10. Qinggong introduces himself first to trade for Xiaoyu's intel. Apprentice Tamer, Xiaoyu. Pet Iron Eater, Awakening. Level 7. No reason to hide his pet's stats. Xiaoyu just drops the facts. The crowd is completely dumbfounded. Level 7. Are you kidding me? They know Xiaoyu crushed 4 stages. But strength still needs some logic, man. If the Iron Eater was level 10, no one would say a thing. But turns out, not only is it a cub, It hasn't even maxed its awakening level. Didn't it just hit level 6 a few days ago? The Ju family dojo apprentice's chatter deals another heavy blow to the crowd. Damn, never mind these apprentices. Even President Feng thinks it's absurd. Sha Yu's record says, when he took the MT Tianwang test, the Iron Eater was only level 6. That's exactly what blows his mind. An Iron Eater below level 10. Even with expert hardening, couldn't possibly clear stage 4, or even 3. The Tamers are full of doubts. So is Commander He. He chooses the most direct way to find out. Screw it, begin. The moment he speaks, Gong barks an order. Moonflare Beast burst flare. The beast roars fiercely. Its flaming red fur bristles, and a ball of fire forms at its mouth. Instantly, a massive fireball, packed with explosive power and rolling heat, forms into a burst flare. A mid-level fire skill, it creates highly explosive flames. With massive lethal force, the moment the beast strikes, the surrounding frost instantly melts. The Tamers also feel the intense heat wave. This burst flare's proficiency is at least proficient level. Commander He thinks to himself, no wonder he beat the ice armor giant. This fire skill deals massive damage to ice types. No. Actually, not just ice types. It's highly lethal to any creature. Burst Flame, Strike. Just this one move instantly made many beast tamers realize their gap with Gong. But what shocked everyone the most was facing this massive blow. Sha Yu and his iron-eating beast didn't panic at all. 11, Harden, and Thunder Palm. As the flames rushed in, 11 just stood there. Its fur blew in the hot wind at first, but the next second, using Harden made him an immovable mountain. The low-level skill, Harden, looking at the fully metallic little guy. The crowd wasn't unfamiliar with this move, but choosing not to dodge. Was he planning to tank it with Harden? No one understood it. BZZZT. The next second, the confused crowd noticed a new change in 11. His entire right arm suddenly surged with intense blue-white electricity. It looked absolutely terrifying. Savage currents wrapped around the metal arm. This sight, apprentice tamers might not get it, but it made all the pro tamers turn pale. A combo skill, the pros gasped in shock. And with different element skills. At that moment, Burst Flame hit. 11 used his Mastery.level Harden, combined with Mastery.level Thunder Palm, and thrust a palm straight through it. BZZZT. The lightning chirped like 1,000 birds. 11's arm became a spear of lightning. It was mind-blowing. Gong's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom, with a deafening roar. 11 seemed swallowed by the flames, but what everyone actually saw was, the moment the fireball touched him, it instantly split in two. A clear path was pierced right through the middle. A proficient.level mid-tier burst flame sliced open with a single palm. And it wasn't over yet, because burst flame is explosive. Even though its form was shattered, causing its power to drop sharply, the remnants still detonated instantly. Right then, 11 stepped in front of the split flames, fully hardened. He used the blast's shockwave to push forward, like a beast reed in lightning and fire. He charged fiercely at the flame beast. He was so fast, the flame beast totally lost its composure. The flame beast's pupils shrank. It couldn't fathom what this monster was that just sliced through its burst flame. Makes sense. After all, a perfect.level Thunder Palm's piercing power could even cut through natural lightning. Even though 11's proficiency wasn't there yet, the boost from Harden made its power pretty close. This burst flame was strong, but clearly not strong enough. Flame strike, ignite. Facing the surging iron-eating beast, Gong's scalp tingled. He felt a massive, crushing pressure. But right now, fighting back was the only option. Flame strike, a mid-tier fire skill, detonates flames within the body and turns them into kinetic energy for a massive speed boost. Gong wanted the flame beast to win with speed. After all, iron-eating beasts have poor eyesight. Boom, the flame beast erupted in fire, blurring into a fiery afterbeach. This flame strike had clearly also reached proficient.level, not just basic entry. The flame beast wouldn't face 11 head-on. With fiery claws and a blazing silhouette, it dodged unpredictably left and right, while charging at the oncoming iron-eating beast. A moment later, they brushed past each other. However, Qinggong and his beast miscalculated badly. Their speed-interference tactic did absolutely nothing to 11, who had superior vision. Bang, the flame beast's mid-air flaming claw froze in the air. Its body froze in mid-air too, at the critical moment of its attack. 11's palm slapped right onto its stomach. The scene seemed to pause. The next second, the flame beast took a massive impact and was sent flying backward. Bam, 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 bam. It rolled for a dozen meters before stopping. The arena instantly fell dead silent. Let's just end it here. In the quiet arena, Xiaoyu spoke up first. At the moment of attack, 11 canceled the combo and only used Harden to strike. That way, it wouldn't hurt the flame beast too much. Otherwise, a full combo strike. Even if this beast survived, it'd be critically injured. Except for Xiaoyu, nobody knew 11 had mastered Thunder Palm. Seeing his beast sent flying instantly. Qinggong was still dazed. How is this possible? How could this iron-eating beast keep up with my flame beast speed? His face instantly went pale. Even when fighting against Manhwa, the giant didn't give them this much pressure. What kind of monster was this? Level 7? Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, 11 stood there unharmed, staring right at his stumbling opponent, though the flame beast could still get up. The brief clash just now completely shattered its will to fight. Its body was trembling slightly, looking at 11 in terror, although he didn't use deterrence. 11's aura alone left a deep psychological shadow on it. Kid, you lost. The referee, Commander He, had been silent, only speaking to Qinggong just now. Then, with absolute disbelief, he turned to Xiaoyu and asked the question on everyone's mind. Not just a mastery.level Harden. Your beast also knows a proficient level Thunder Palm. And you flawlessly combine them together to form a combo skill. And this iron-eating beast fighting style is amazing, outrageously strong. To think it faced a flame-rock beast boosted by Swallow Rock and found the perfect chance to land a critical hit. What kind of monster duo are they? Captain, he had never seen such a fierce rookie. Facing the question, Xiaoyu nodded. As he nodded, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an uproar. Is that the Bamboo Stone Dojo's ultimate skill, Thunder Palm? What ridiculous power. It actually split the flames with one palm. Are you an idiot? That's no ordinary Thunder Palm. It's a combo skill. It stacks at least one boost from proficient level hardening. It requires an extremely high level of skill mastery. Is that right? Someone asked the Bamboo Stone Dojo apprentices. The apprentices were totally dumbfounded too. They had no idea what just happened, but everything unfolding before their eyes told them it was exactly that. That's right. Zhang Ru stood completely frozen, unsure if Xiaoyu had made huge progress recently, or if during their previous fight, he just wasn't using his full power at all. Beast tamers of every level had their own areas of focus. At the apprentice level, training a pet skill to proficient or expert level is already outstanding. Combo skills are things that professional beast tamers usually study. As for the master level, they focus on the mysteries of perfect level skills. That's the normal path a beast tamer should take. Yet here, Xiaoyu and this little iron-eating beast. That's why not only Chen Kai, Bai Shai, Xie Liang, and the other apprentices, even the professional beast tamers were stunned. Unable to grasp how this level 7 iron-eating beast was cultivated. I lost, facing such an iron-eating beast. Qinggong's voice was hoarse. He had to accept defeat. As for the others, they finally knew why Xiaoyu's speed ran the first 3 levels. That single combo attack. Even the icy giant couldn't survive one hit. Their worldviews were shattered. It was their first time realizing an apprentice beast tamer and a mid-level pet species under level 10 could form such a brutal combo. In a certain corner, the secretary of the Pingqing Association president looked at his silent boss. He finally waited for a comment. Should I praise this iron-eating beast or this beast tamer? What a monstrous talent! It's unscientific, he said with a heavy tone. If everyone was initially doubtful about how Xiaoyu broke records back, those doubts were now fading. Although the flame-rock beast in this match was beaten without a chance to fight back, the strength and quality it showed during the battle were obvious to all. Powerful explosive flame skill, its element perfectly countering various ice-type creatures, and the speed from Swallow Rock. Probably no creature in the ruins could match it. Paired with the agile flame claw, The flame rock beast could fight close up or from afar, with 3 proficient level skills and an elemental advantage. It definitely had a chance to defeat the higher tier Icy Giant. As for Xiaoyu, his strength needed no questioning. The flame rock beast getting crushed the entire time was the best proof of Xiaoyu's power. The crowd had never seen such a ridiculously strong little iron eating beast, such an excellent pet. Clearing 4 levels straight was totally understandable, though some still wondered how a level 7 iron eating beast's stamina could endure fighting 50 fierce beasts in a row. Xiaoyu had already passed. They could only drop their doubts and collectively stare like they were looking at monsters. At Xiaoyu and 11. This battle, 2 beast tamers of different levels, showed entirely different things. The apprentices couldn't understand why Xiaoyu's team was so strong, but a master beast tamer like President Feng had higher hopes for cracking the ruins. I should deduct some resources from my nephew for Xiaoyu. Cracking the ruins is the top priority right now. The guild will understand. Good thing Chen Gong didn't know what President Feng was thinking. Otherwise, he'd think he was a fake nephew. As for right now, he was deep in thought. Why did Ping Cheng have such an unknown, monstrous apprentice beast tamer? Even those geniuses in Icefield City probably couldn't compare to Xiaoyu. Alright, the battle is over. Get back to whatever you were doing. Captain He, the referee, shoot away the rookies. He barked, double training today. His words instantly made the rookies groan. Disappointed in them, He Bao chose to squeeze his new recruits dry. President Feng secretly wiped his sweat, afraid that He Bao and the commander would come asking for training funds. After the battle, Chen Gong and Xiaoyu both recalled their pets. Let's fight again next time, Chen Gong said to Xiaoyu. He left directly from the other side, ignoring everyone else. Who knows what he went to do? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu felt helpless. 11 was the one who wanted to vent his frustration from failing the trial onto this battle, which made the match a bit to one-sided. Xiaoyu shook his head slightly, also planning to leave. To be precise, leave this valley and go home to prepare for another run. President Feng, as Xiaoyu walked out. Originally, Chen Kai, Xiaoyang, and the others wanted to approach him, but seeing President Feng heading towards Xiaoyu, they immediately stopped. Xiaoyu, your strength really opened my eyes, President Feng said with a squint, in a pretty good mood. With the aptitude Xiaoyu and 11 showed, there was hope they'd become a master beast tamer in the future. 10 years from now, Ping Cheng might gain another master beast tamer. Not bad, Xiaoyu said modestly. It's nothing special. Though Xiaoyu wanted to brag, he knew he wasn't invincible yet. He wasn't even a big deal among his peers. Ping Cheng is just a tier 3 city. Even Icefield City is just one of Donghuang's hundreds of tier 2 cities, and a pretty average one at that. The rich kids in tier 1 cities probably all start with commander, ranked, pet beasts, and they likely form contracts much younger. Xiaoyu was curious about their strength, but he'd probably find out soon, because Li Qingyi had advised him to take the pro exam in a tier 1 city. A license from there carries more weight. That woman really loved playing on hard mode. Haha, no need to be modest. You two are truly exceptional. Got any plans for the 5th level? President Feng asked. I do. I'm heading back to prepare. Xiaoyu replied. Good. President Feng's eyes lit up. Prepping at home is a solid plan. Hold on a sec. Let me give you my personal number. Just hit me up if you need anything. The Assocation's resources will be fully delivered to you soon. Your main focus now is getting stronger and clearing the ruins. Got it, Xiaoyu nodded. President Feng then quickly called his secretary to arrange an escort for Xiaoyu. Though Xiaoyu tried to decline, he couldn't match the president's enthusiasm. Seeing this VIP treatment, the other tamers were practically green with envy. Is this how geniuses are treated? Even a master beast tamer, or the association president himself, has to kiss up to him. Damn, I'm buying all the Mingshen capsules. Xiaoyu's exact supplements. If I keep taking them, I'll catch up eventually. In the back, Chen Kai swore a solemn vow. What Xiaoyu supplements? Hey bro, what did you just say? After Xiaoyu left, the crowd burst into heated discussions. Xiaoyang gasped in realization. He felt like he finally knew who started Ping Cheng's supplement craze. riding a military vehicle the whole way. Xiaoyu felt a bit awkward being escorted home. He'd never even been in a police car before, only an ambulance. But now, straight to a military Humvee. Talk about pressure. I need to figure out fast how to clear level 5. Xiaoyu let out a sigh as he got home. He knew that, to beat the 5th level, he'd have to drop more cash on supplements. With my frail body. Even with supplements, teaching high dot level skills is too draining. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Xiaoyu would have just spammed low dot level skills to boost his constitution first. Chirp, as Xiaoyu pushed the door open. The green silkworm in the persimmon tree heard him and immediately chirped. Through telepathy, Xiaoyu understood it meant, "Welcome home." This bug was getting smarter. Xiaoyu noticed that as the silkworm leveled up, its intelligence slowly improved too. At level 1, it was completely clueless. Now it could hold a decent conversation. Not bad. Still got food? Xiaoyu glanced under the birdcage. The dragon whiskers grass in the pan wasn't finished yet. Never mind then. Makes sense. He only fed it this morning. Even with a big appetite, it wasn't a glutton like 11, who ate for meals in one sitting. He casually topped off its food anyway. Once inside, Xiaoyu tossed his bag and collapsed on the bed. Quite the haul today. Even ignoring the energy crystals, the 4 ethereal stones were incredibly rare. He'd asked President Feng about them, if he used these for stones. Even without intense meditation, it would only take 3 to 4 months for his beast space to reach level 2. And that meant spatial strength, spatial capacity, and spatial environment, all fully upgraded to level 2. In other words, he'd be able to contract a second pet soon. Plus, with a level dot to beast space, 11 could hit the transcendent rank much easier. Otherwise, a level dot 1 beast space would bottleneck his pet's growth. In short, ethereal stones were perfect for Xiaoyu, who became a beast tamer way later than kids his age. The return on investment was huge. I wonder how spatial skills pair with the green silkworm. Xiaoyu pondered. Spatial was definitely a top dot tier element, but rumor had it ethereal stones were strictly for beast tamers to use. Xiaoyu had no idea how to feed one to a pet, let alone a bug. Compared to that, a spatial skill would be way more practical. If it actually got the spatial attribute, Xiaoyu figured its post-evolution species rank could easily hit the monarch tier. A monarch-ranked spatial butterfly. Did that even exist in nature? An ethereal butterfly? Or a void-running butterfly? Xiaoyu didn't daydream about the bug for too long. After all, nothing was set in stone yet. His main priority right now was clearing the ruins to beat level 5. Xiaoyu currently had 2 options. 1. Master the profound skill, Thunder Armor. That required maxing out Hardening and Thunder Palm. But right now, 11 and the green silkworm still hadn't mastered a single perfect dot tier skill. Xiaoyu still isn't sure how many times. He needs to teach it from proficient to perfect. But he has a hunch. Proficiency gets way harder to level up later on. There's a common saying, for an easy dot-to-dot train skill, as long as the beast has decent talent and a good training environment, a year of hard work easily hits proficient. Because of this, the beasts of pro-beast tamers usually master multiple proficient racial skills, but a perfect dot level skill. That takes more than just grinding time. Perfect means the absolute limit of a skill, the peak of muscle memory. Many creatures spend their whole lives and still can't reach this level. Compared to time-consuming hard work, this level is all about talent and training methods. Beasts with perfect dot level skills are basically the hallmark of master beast tamers. As for the transcendent level, it means going beyond the skill itself, completely breaking its original tier. It's a much deeper realm. Even among master beast tamers, they can probably only push a beast's low dot tier skill to the transcendent level, and that's their absolute limit. Plus, it takes half a lifetime. Mid dot to dot high dot tier skills. Reaching transcendent is way too hard. The higher the tier, the more complex it gets, making it harder to master, let alone going beyond perfect. I should start with high dot tier skills. The second way to clear the ruins is to level up high dot tier skills. Xiaoyu thought about it briefly. Mastering Thunder Armor seems harder. To defeat 100 fierce beasts, getting 3 high dot tier skills to proficient is actually doable. Proficient is relatively easy to hit. Proficient deterrence can apply wide dot range mental pressure on the horde. With good luck, it could one-shot 100 at once. Proficient in large, though Xiaoyu doesn't know yet what kind of boost it'll give 11. Its size and strength should definitely increase. Smashing a whole group with one punch isn't impossible. Proficient absolute sleep means shorter sleep times. To recover more stamina, it's a god-tier recovery skill. Which one to upgrade? I shouldn't be so indecisive. I'll just teach them all. Might as well get supervision and high-speed healing to proficient too. Once all skills are proficient, forget the 5th stage, even the 6th stage. If it spawns an extraordinary level creature, we can absolutely smash it. Xiaoyu talked a big game, but his body was trembling. This is a massive project, after all. Afternoon, August 7th. The sun is shining bright in the yard. An energetic 11 is training hard. Xiaoyu is meditating with an ethereal stone. If those apprentice beast tamers saw this, they'd die of shame. After all, Xiaoyu and 11 just cleared 4 stages this morning. They fought countless battles in the ruins. And yet, they have zero intention of resting this afternoon, continuing to train. Absolute beast behavior. It really is much faster than meditating alone. Xiaoyu puts down the ethereal stone, feeling mentally refreshed. If only I had more of these stones. Xiaoyu figured out why his cultivation is slow. To use meditation to quickly level up the beast taming space, you need total focus. But every time he finished teaching a skill, he's physically and mentally drained. He has no energy left to meditate. Over time, leveling up the beast taming space naturally slowed down. In the end, it's all 11's fault. Xiaoyu shifted the blame for his slow progress completely. Meanwhile, 11 currently training. Once I finish adding points for 11 this time, I need to make some time to level up the beast taming space. Xiaoyu thought to himself. But before that, Xiaoyu opened his phone and logged into that shopping site again. He bought 15 more magic beans and various other supplements. It cost almost 2 million. Now, less than 7 million of the 10 million starting fund is left. But with this stuff, I can probably get all of 11 skills up to proficient. Talk about burning cash. Staring at his balance, Xiaoyu felt a physical pain. Looks like, even with the skill index, a 10 million starting fund still might not be enough to get all of 11 skills to perfect, let alone transcendent. If a super tier or mythic skill drops later, maxing them out with supplements could easily cost over 100 million. By then, I'll probably need to feed it dragon livers and phoenix marrow. In the end, I'm just broke. The skill index lets him boost skill mastery way faster than others, but the price is paying to win. Still, it's worth every penny. After all, other beast tamers have to buy supplements too. In terms of value, Xiaoyu definitely wins. That night, Xiaoyu took out one of his last 2 magic beans and a ginseng root. He called 11 over to add points. 11. After training all day, 11 accepted it with tears in its eyes, worried it might let these points go to waste. It set a goal for itself. Clear 6 stages back to back next time. Relax, hard work plus cheat codes. Even gods can't stop us. Xiaoyu comforted it. That night, entry level deterrence reached proficient. Before, it just boosted battle intent or weakened the enemies. Now, it instantly became a mental attack skill. Leveling up deterrence doesn't just mean 11 can win by glaring at weaker foes. It also means any low-level mental skill will barely affect him. But after testing this skill out, it seems Xiaoyu isn't the only one with side effects. Some special skills can slightly alter a pet's vibe and personality, like Berserk. Overuse easily makes a pet go crazy, violent, and irrational. Deterrence is the same. It breeds an inner mental sense of unrivaled dominance. Woo, sure enough. After deterrence leveled up, 11's ego instantly inflated. He wants to clear the ruins right now. 1 versus 100. Xiaoyu fell silent. Didn't expect deterrence to come with an into buff. Damn it, go to sleep. 11 can be irrational, but Xiaoyu can't. Nobody can change his mind this time. Keep farming first. Gotta max out those skills in one go. Then crush all the levels at once. Saves time from spamming runs. To help 11 cool down, Xiaoyu used him as a pillow again tonight. This made the Panda King, 11, fall into deep thought. A king cannot be humiliated unless it's by his own tamer. The next morning, Xiaoyu was chilling in the yard as usual, meditating on the sofa. He'd occasionally check his phone to track yesterday's orders. Eventually, he just put on headphones to binge-watch shows. Binge-watching is the best, but Xiaoyu wouldn't admit he was slacking. He just wanted to use movies to spark some inspiration and scout for new skills. Movies here are all pet-themed. Rarely just about humans. Pets are the absolute mainstream. The hottest topic, if a pet is flashy enough on screen. The box office is guaranteed, like the one Xiaoyu is watching right now. It's about a high schooler meeting a monster girl in his dreams and trying to find each other. Oh boy, Xiaoyu was speechless. It's basically Your Name, but the guy ends up taming a mermaid princess, and they stop a tsunami together. What a wild plot. Just as Xiaoyu wondered why he never got that lucky, he felt a poke on his side. He looked up. It was 11, staring at him. What's up? The fluffy bear pointed outside with wide eyes, meaning the delivery was here. Xiaoyu was too glued to his screen to hear the noise. He pocketed his phone and went to get the package. Outside was the familiar Gale Wings and the same delivery guy. Bro, you again. The delivery guy pondered. He knew the address looked familiar. Arriving here, it instantly clicked. Isn't this the apprentice who dropped off fortune on supplements recently? It hasn't even been a week, and here he goes again. Wishing you good health. The guy knew nothing and dared not ask. He could only wish Xiaoyu well. Safe travels. Take care. Xiaoyu spread the love right back. And just like that, he scored another huge box of supplements. Moments later in the yard, Xiaoyu, 11, and the bug stared at the hall, deep in thought. Before having supplements, teaching skills scared Xiaoyu. Now, with a pile of them, teaching skills still scared him. It was all fear, but a completely different kind. Words truly are profound. Sigh. He had to put his awakened talent to good use anyway. Just add the stats and be done with it. Meanwhile, at the Pingcheng Beast Tamer Association HQ, President Feng had only spent day 1 observing the ruins. By day 2, he was back at the office. He left Commander Hebo fully in charge there. As the city's association president, he had way too much on his plate. Currently, in a massive conference room, President Feng was on a video call with the presidents of the other 8 districts across Bingyuan City. Of Bingyuan's 9 districts, 4 of them belonged to the urban center, located right downtown. They were highly developed. Pingcheng and the other 4 bordered the snow mountains, acting as the suburbs, based on Old Fang's intel. Next, let's discuss activating the evolutionary Holy Spring. August 9th, sunny, yesterday. Xiaoyu ignored the new stuff. Instead, he used the last divine bean, along with other supplements, to push 11's absolute sleep skill up to proficient level. That left him with only 1 item from his old stash, a ginseng baby's root. Say if I raised a ginseng baby myself and leveled it up, then taught it high speed regeneration. Could I exploit the system? Free supplements every day. After waking up that morning, thanks to a wild dream about a ginseng baby, Xiaoyu mumbled to himself, why do other movie protagonists swap bodies with mermaid princesses and swim in the ocean, but he dreams of chasing supplements to chew on? I clearly have protagonist plot armor too. Though compared to a real protagonist, I live more like a walking cheat code. Whatever. Xiaoyu quickly shook his head. Wild ginseng babies are one thing, but chasing my own pet to gnaw on is just weird. After a quick morning routine, today, Xiaoyu planned to upgrade 11's Giantify to proficient level. That way, he might get to sleep on a giant panda bed tonight. This is the spread the love leveling method, upgrading skills 1 by 1. Everyone gets a piece of the pie. Right now, it's just 1 pet with lots of skills. Once I get more pets later, I can be even more generous. In the courtyard, under the persimmon tree, after a cozy breakfast between men and pets, Xiaoyu was just about to grind some levels. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It wasn't time for the dojo's delivery. Xiaoyu wondered who it could be, but as the person outside replied, Xiaoyu froze. He hurried over to open the door and saw the middle-aged man with a mustache and a gray suit. President Feng, what brings you here? I've only rested for 2 days. Don't tell me you want me back in the ruins. Xiaoyu rubbed his liver. President Feng smiled. Of course not. Oh, I know. You must be here about the training resources. Xiaoyu suddenly realized. He almost forgot. The Pingcheng Association decided to allocate resources to train the trainee tamers. Did you finalize the amount? Yes and no. There's something more important. A moment later, inside the house, Xiaoyu served President Feng some goji berry water. President Feng, what's this important matter? President Feng chuckled. It's about the ruins. He took a sip of the goji water and praised its rich flavor. Naturally. Xiaoyu felt pretty proud. This goes back to our national laws. According to the ruins law, since this ruin appeared in Pingcheng, we have priority exploration rights. As President Feng finished, Xiaoyu nodded. But if we can't crack the ruins within a certain time frame and gain control of it, then the rights to explore and develop it, will open up to neighboring cities and gradually expand further. For example, a month from now, if Pingcheng still hasn't cracked it, then other districts in Bingyuan City, can join the exploration too. President Feng sighed. You know how hard this ruin is. The 5th stage alone might stall us for ages. Let alone the unknown 6th stage. At our current pace, the other Tamer associations in Bingyuan City don't believe Pingcheng can, crack it independently, so they're already preparing. Getting ready to challenge it next month. President Feng was frustrated, but he couldn't stop them. He had a lot of faith in Xiaoyu, but expecting him to crack it in a month was clearly unrealistic. Clearing the 5th stage in a month would be a miracle. Hearing President Feng out, Xiaoyu was taken aback. Who are you looking down on? Xiaoyu muttered inwardly. You can doubt the Iron Dot Eater, but you can't doubt my box of supplements. The ruins will be cleared long before a month is up. Of course, that sounded too arrogant. Xiaoyu was afraid he'd get beat up for saying it, so he just kept nodding. After you left the day before yesterday, I reported the data on the 4th and 5th stages. Haha, without a doubt. The difficulty of the 4th and 5th stages shocked the other presidents too. They all think that for trainee tamers. It's way too hard to pass, but we still have to overcome it. So Bingyuan City decided to open the Holy Spring. The Holy Spring, what's that? President Feng said, it's Bingyuan City's sacred training ground for pets. It's a fixed resource. After a pet soaks and absorbs its power, it gets completely reborn. Let me give you an example. A pet's level is divided into growth and species levels. The latter represents its potential. The higher the species level, the greater the potential. That's why they're stronger at the same growth level. Aside from racial skills, it's because high-species pets, have a higher life tier. The most direct benefit of a higher life tier, is a stronger physique and abundant stamina. At the same growth level, and with the same skills, a transcendent species pet, might burn out after 10 uses, but a commander species pet might be able to use it 15 times. That's the advantage. The water in the Holy Spring won't raise a pet's growth level, but it improves their physique, stimulates their potential, and even elevates their life tier. It's a rare resource that can raise a pet's species level, meaning it evolves their potential. Take your Iron Dot Eater, for example. Before, it might have used Thunder Palm 10 times, before running out of stamina. But after this baptism, its stamina cap will skyrocket. Using it over a dozen times won't be an issue. Do you understand its value now? In short, you can treat this opportunity as special training for the 4th and 5th stages of the ruins. Of course, the Holy Spring works best on awakening stage pets. And the lower the species rank, the better the effect. There are even cases where a pet bathed in the spring and immediately evolved. That's why it's also called the Evolution Spring. It can increase the chances of evolution, but that all comes down to luck. After President Feng finished speaking, Xiaoyu was visibly stunned. Talk about exactly what the doctor ordered. 11's biggest flaw is having way too many powerful skills. His stamina simply isn't enough to spend them, and raising his growth level to boost his stamina isn't an overnight thing. Bathing in this holy spring could increase 11's stamina cap. Then conquering the ruins would be a sure thing. As for evolution, like a bath would magically evolve 11. Yeah, right? You mean to help beast tamers from major districts prepare for the 4th and 5th levels, Icefield cities for urban, and 5 suburban districts will each have their Beast Tamer Association. Get 1 recommendation spot for the Holy Spring. The Pingcheng Association plans to recommend you. After all, you're arguably Pingcheng's strongest trainee Beast Tamer right now. Don't worry, besides this spot, when it comes to training resources, the Pingcheng Association won't shortchange you. Xiaoyu genuinely felt the association was solid, not only letting him take a loan for a pet initially, but also offering so many resources. A smile crept onto his face, but soon enough, his smile vanished at President Feng's next words. However, Icefield City's Holy Spring recovers slowly, and its effects can't handle too many uses, so only 1 pet can enter at a time, and whoever goes first definitely gets the best effect when the time comes to decide the order. You guys will probably have to compete for it. You need to be prepared. Wait, what? A rat race just to soak in a hot spring? Xiaoyu's eyes gradually grew sharp. The rat race really is everywhere. Hell, but if they're all at the trainee level, I feel like I can easily sweep them. When Xiaoyu asked immediately, he figured he should go soak in the spring before challenging the ruins again. Otherwise, if he cleared it too early and Icefield City didn't open the spring afterward, he'd suffer a huge loss. Of course, he was just overthinking. If this ruin was truly important, and he was the one who conquered it, he could probably soak in it as long as he wanted, soak until he got wrinkly. The time is about a week from now. After all, we need to give other associations enough time to select their candidates. President Feng paused for a moment and continued, I wonder what kind of beast tamers they'll bring in. Honestly, President Feng wasn't too confident. Though Xiaoyu's talent was monstrous, what if some second.gen rich kid popped up, who initially contracted a commander.rank species pet? That would be rough. It had been a while since he paid attention to rookies from other districts. He really couldn't say what the situation was like this past year. He only knew Chen Gong wasn't even the top student at his school. He was just among the top ranks, but it wasn't a big deal. Resources like the Holy Spring depended on absorption efficiency. Even if they weren't the first to use it, the effects wouldn't necessarily be bad. President Feng mentally prepared himself just in case. Meaning, I still have a week to prepare. Yes, make sure you prepare thoroughly. The Pingcheng Association will first allocate you 1,000,000 yuan in cash resources. For future resources, if you need anything, you can apply directly. President Feng took a sip of his goji tea and said, 1,000,000. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Though it wasn't a ton, it wasn't a small amount either. At least the cost of supplements consumed recently could be directly recouped. All right, Xiaoyu nodded. Haha, then I won't bother you anymore. It's a pity old Lin isn't around, otherwise he could give you some last-minute pointers. Though I haven't trained an iron-eating beast, if you have any questions, you can come straight to me. President Feng shook his head, put down his cup and said, all right. Though he didn't need any pointers, Xiaoyu still thanked him anyway. He didn't have any special requests. If President Feng walked all his pets out later, to let him expand his horizons, that would be enough. After that, President Feng left Xiaoyu's place. After seeing him off, he stood in the yard, lost in thought. He still had a week to add points. To play it safe and make sure 11 gets a dip in the spring, he'd better work some overtime. With a goal set for the week, time passed fairly quickly. Aside from heading to the Bamboo Stone Dojo a few times, he stayed home and trained hard. After visiting the dojo a few times, Xiaoyu finally found out that Master Lin Hongyan and Senior Lin Shuju weren't in Pingcheng anymore. The former went on a mission, and the latter seemed to have returned to her alma mater for some business. No wonder after news of his combo skill spread, nobody came to question him in shock. Turns out they were both away, boring, with hardly any acquaintances around. Xiaoyu's life was dull and dry. Train, train, and train. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. 11 stats had undergone an earth-shattering change. Name, Iron-eating beast. Attribute, metal, growth level, awakening level 7. Skills, hardening master, thunder palm master, high-speed healing master, super sight master, deterrence master, absolute sleep proficient, multiplication proficient. From this terrifying stat panel, one could see just how hard Xiaoyu had worked. Compared to a week ago, 11 had 4 skills with major changes. High-speed healing, super sight, deterrence, and multiplication, their effects, have all changed to some extent. Compared to proficient high-speed healing, expert high-speed healing truly lives up to the high-speed name. As long as there's enough energy, no matter how severe the injury, it heals instantly within the treatable limit. Next is Super Sight. Compared to the proficient level, Expert Super Sight grants flawless 360-degree detection and easily sees through same dot level illusions. Armed with this, 11 is invincible, even facing away from enemies. Reaching this milestone, Xiaoyu felt 11's cosplay was a total success. Observation Hockey, Super Sight, Armament Hockey, Hardening, Conqueror's Hockey, Deterrence. He might not become the Pirate King, but he's definitely the king of pandas. In just 7 days, 11's Deterrence reached Expert Level 2. This is his only Expert dot level, high dot tier skill right now. We just haven't tested its limits yet. The green cotton worm is too weak, but Xiaoyu and 11 estimate. As long as the opponent is in the awakening stage, even at awakening level 10, they might not withstand expert deterrence. After all, deterrence is primarily a mental shockwave. And pushing deterrence and super sight to expert, plus absolute sleep to proficient, fed a ton of mental energy back to 11. How strong is his mental power now? Hard to say. As for the proficient multiplication boost, it's just decent. Shrunk down. 11 is only 20.5 centimeters tall, ridiculously tiny, and his combat power drops drastically too. But it's pretty cute. Carrying him around is easy now. And in giant form, the 1-meter tall 11 turns into a 4-meter giant iron eating beast. His strength boost is insane, but the energy drain is just as massive. 11 can barely hold it for long right now. Not really viable for combat. Overall, he just lacks energy. Let's see if this Holy Spring trip can fix 11's energy issues. August 16th, heading to the Holy Spring. Over in Icefield City's South District, President Feng personally picked up Xiaoyu. The two headed to their destination together. Sleep well. In the car, President Feng squinted, observing Xiaoyu with a weird look. Why did it feel like, after a week, Xiaoyu looked more exhausted than expected? Didn't he rest well? Did he train like crazy because of what I said? Now that's a true genius. President Feng almost teared up. Talented and hardworking. If Pingsheng had more beast tamers like this, the city would thrive in no time. Not bad. Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up, signaling he was completely fine. Then he opened the door and got in. President Feng was up front, in the passenger seat. He sat in the back, and the driver was the president's secretary. Must be nice being president.jpg. Don't be nervous. With your talent and strength, you're an elite even in big cities. The rookies from other districts competing for the Holy Spring aren't necessarily better than you. President Feng was pretty confident, mostly because Xiaoyu really was exceptional. I'm not nervous. They're the ones who should be nervous. President Feng and his secretary, good lord, he's cocky, by noon that day. Xiaoyu and President Feng arrived at Icefield City's South District. Being an urban area, it's much more developed than suburban Pingsheng. Coincidentally, Xiaoyu's school and his internship were both in this district. It wasn't Xiaoyu's first time at the South District's Beast Tamer Association. It was just as grand, as it always was.